This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 684. Song-Chi was not surprised by the question of this true spirit wizard. He knew the effect of Shunsheng Zouhua pill very well. If other alien races had this kind of pill that could be called heaven-defying, he would also get one or two at any cost. So his reply was very simple. This thing is precious, and the cost of refining is not cheap. If you want to buy it, you can only trade it with high-level rare items or special resources. High-level fire rare items are preferred. High-level fire rare items. Looking at the words appearing on the light screen in front of him, the true spirit wizard was thoughtful. He was not surprised by this request. Through what Lawan had said in the past, he knew that the Lord of the Market of the Heavens always preferred to collect fire seeds. Unfortunately, I don't have any high-level fire seeds. Angel has a wisp of black ghost flame in his hand, but he has always used it as a treasure to assist alchemy, and will never trade it. I heard that there are a lot of high-level fire seeds on the ancestral land of the large lava giant civilization enslaved by the Dragon Vein Warlock family, but it is very difficult to trade with those arrogant Dragon Vein Warlocks. In just a few seconds, a lot of thoughts flashed through the mind of the true spirit wizard, but in the end, they all turned into a trace of helplessness. He followed the path of a mechanical wizard. Through various modifications to his body, his lifespan often far exceeded that of his peers. Therefore, although he is now tens of thousands of years old, it has not been long since he was promoted to a true spirit wizard. Because of this, the wealth he has accumulated is very limited, at least compared to other true spirit wizards. Without a high-level fire seed, this true spirit wizard thought for a long time, and finally the storage ring in his hand was activated, and many items were taken out. In the freestall area outside, Song-Chi's eyes lit up among the aliens, and he thought to himself that he was indeed a dominant creature from a dominant civilization. Even if he had only been promoted to the 7th level recently, his achievements were far beyond those of ordinary 7th level masters of the Star Sea. Although it was not clear when this true spirit wizard was promoted to the 7th level, it was not difficult to guess that he had not been promoted for a long time through the fluctuations of the life energy of the early 7th level in his body. Compared with the new Moon Mistress, the items taken out by this true spirit wizard were obviously more valuable. Golden True Spirit Wizard Strange Alchemy Table Golden Magic Kinetic Energy Engine. Earth Tempering Essence. Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Stone 3 7th Level Silver Apple 7th Level True Spirit Tower 1 Power Source. These items not only include 2 Golden Wonders, but even the Earth Tempering Essence and Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Stone are extremely rare and precious resources. Although the value of each one is not as good as a single Golden Holy Wonder, it is also higher than an ordinary Silver Wonder. Silver Apple it didn't have much appeal to Song-Chi, but the power source of the 7th level True Spirit Tower was different. True Spirit Tower is one of the characteristics of wizard civilization, just like the Xinhua worship system of Xinhua human civilization. This kind of wizard tower of wizard civilization also has a complete system from low to high. The lowest level magic tower, the middle level wizard holy tower, the high level True Spirit Tower, and even the rule tower above level 10. At each stage, those wizards have a wizard tower of the corresponding level. Being inside this kind of wizard tower can greatly increase the wizard's own practice, research, and even combat power. A wizard tower with such a terrifying effect naturally requires a much higher energy supply than usual. The power source in front of us is the exclusive energy supply source of the advanced True Spirit Tower. Even if it is only the lowest 7th order power source in the True Spirit Tower, its value is extremely expensive. You should know that the large-scale power furnaces that can be mass-produced in the current Xinhua human civilization, that is, the large-scale nuclear fusion power reactors equipped in the advanced, 6th order, mobile war stars, can only provide energy at the ordinary 6th order level. For low and middle level Xinhua forces, this may be enough, but for the Song family, which has already ascended to the Immortal Clan, it is far from enough. To give the simplest example, when the Song family first went to the Red Star continent to absorb the core of the floating land origin, they used a golden wonder called Illusion Array Stone, which has the ability to create an illusion array, but because it cannot be converted into a shipborne component, it can only be activated manually. At that time, in order to stimulate the effect of this illusion array stone as much as possible and delay the exposure time as much as possible, the Song family could only use the few 7th level combat power Star Dragon Shark in their hands to activate it, which stimulated it to the 7th level, but the price was that the dominant combat power of Star Dragon Shark failed to play the expected role. If there was a 7th level power source at that time, how could this happen? The Song family actually has many similar needs, So Song-Chi really wants to get the 7th level True Spirit Tower power source. After a moment of thinking, Song-Chi came back. He did not give a reply immediately, but another idea came to his mind. Is this the foundation of a hegemonic civilization? A master who has just been promoted to the 7th level can also come up with so many good things. The New Moon tribe behind this New Moon Madam, which has a heritage of more than 100,000 years, is completely inferior. But it is true. According to the information from the Shin family in Beicheong, the wizard civilization seems to have completely occupied the 8th river community tens of thousands of years ago. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, the number of river communities under its command may exceed 2 digits. With the power of one family, the resources from so many river communities are gathered together. The foundation is just talk. Thinking of this, Song-Chi became more and more interested in the Blood Warlock family alliance. If he really put the body of the moon-swallowing viper on this rare item exchange shop, maybe the first colorful myth component of this Yution market will soon appear. His mind was racing, but he did not forget to reply. The light screen in the middle of the shop changed, and a new line of subtitles appeared. 3 life creation pills in exchange for the magic power furnace plus the thunder and fire stone plus the 7th level True Spirit Tower power source in your hand. How about it? Seeing this reply, the True Spirit Wizard only pondered for a moment, and then immediately shook his head. Sir, the True Spirit Tower power source is unique to our wizard civilization. The annual output is limited. Excluding domestic demand, at most dozens of copies can be produced every 100 years, and most of them are taken by those Shanghai civilizations that are friendly with our wizard civilization. In addition, this power source can usually be used normally for more than 10,000 years. 3 are not enough. Faced with the True Spirit Wizard's convincing explanation, due to his own personality, he did not go out to bargain with the other party, which would be too embarrassing for a powerful person of the Star Sea 9th level. Therefore, after the other party finished speaking, he once again said the second transaction amount. 5 pieces. After that, the True Spirit Wizard seemed to want to continue to fight for it, but Song-Chi did not respond to it, as he did to the New Moon Mistress before. In this regard, the True Spirit Wizard also understood that this was the final bottom line, and could only agree to the transaction. The New Moon Mistress, who saw the whole scene, felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. She had just squandered all her assets, and now she saw other creatures also bleeding heavily, so she felt relieved. After more than 10 seconds, the transaction between the two parties was over. In the freestall area, Song-Chi looked down at the object tightly held in his hand, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. What he held in his hand was one of the objects he had just traded from the True Spirit Wizard, but it was neither the Golden Energy Shield nor the 7th level True Spirit Tower power source, but the Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Stone that seemed to be attached to the 3. This Heavenly Thunder and Earthly Fire Stone contains 2 domineering energies, thunder and fire. In the hands of other alien civilizations, it is at most a special forging material or an energy supplement, but for the Shinhoi human civilization, it is a priceless thing. For no other reason, it is just because it is an extremely high-level additional promotion resource. Not only can it provide a 12% promotion success rate in the process of upgrading the Dreadnought to a Star Destroyer, but it can also be effective for the Star Destroyer that attacks the Galaxy ship. Although it can only increase the promotion success rate by 5%, for every Star Destroyer captain, this is something more attractive than gold or even black parts. After this transaction, Song-Chi originally thought that there would be more 7th level creatures trying to enter the market. Apart from other things, at least the 6th level Half-Radman in the Divine Realm continent must have a dominant creature behind him. In addition, there are the ancient dwarves, ice giants, etc. There must be a dominant creature behind these creatures. Surprisingly, until the end of the market transaction, there was no third 7th level creature. Really cautious, but if you can hold back this time, what about the next time? Although it was a bit unexpected, Song-Chi was not very disappointed. He had full confidence in the Zhujian market. Those creatures could hold back the first time, but as long as the number of subsequent 7th level masters came in more often, those creatures would always be unable to hold back. Buzz buzz buzz. Big Dipper Hall, after a burst of starlight flashed, Song-Chi's real body appeared in the hall. After logging in, Song-Chi did not make any other moves, but just waited quietly in the middle of the hall. At this moment, it was only more than 10 minutes before the market transaction ended. He was so anxious to log into Big Dipper Hall, not to exchange anything. About 2 minutes later, the landing stone platform in front flashed with starlight again, and then a tall and handsome man appeared on the stone platform. The moment he saw this man, Song-Chi quickly took the initiative to speak. Big Dipper Hall new member Jingja, meet. Hao Yue. Sir. Yes, this tall man is Hao Yue, who is also a member of Big Dipper Hall, but the other party is an extreme Star Destroyer captain, so Song Chi, as a junior, naturally has to call him Sir. Bright Moon glanced at Song Chi lightly, nodded slightly in response, and then went straight to the point. You said you wanted to trade the body of the moon-swallowing viper? While speaking, although it was not intentional, Song Chi, who had the power of double pupils, still caught a faint look of contempt from the other party's eyes. He was not surprised. After all, he was only a 6th-level dreadnought captain. A dreadnought captain asked to trade a colorful mythical object, which was like a 5-year-old child saying that he would become a great Star Destroyer captain in the future. It was impossible to believe it. Song Chi, who knew this very well, did not explain much, but directly took out the things he had prepared. This is a drop of blood of the 8th-level evil god, and a 7th-level moon spring. Seeing the two things he took out, the tall man's face flashed with surprise, and the contempt in his eyes when he looked at Song Chi was gone. But he still shook his head quickly. This is not enough. A colorful mythical object is not so cheap, even if it cannot be converted into a shipborne component. Hearing this, Song Chi gritted his teeth and took out the heavenly thunder and earth fire stone again, and then looked at the other party again. This time, the tall man Hao Yue's eyes really showed a trace of solemnity. The 3 items Song Chi took out at the moment were already quite sincere. Even in the nearly 10,000 years since he put the body of the swallowing moon viper on the Star Hall Mall, few members could take out 3 of these special resources at once. But even so, he finally shook his head gently. It's still not enough. The rarity of the colorful mythical artifacts is far beyond imagination. Song Chi's heart sank. Although he just wanted to give it a try, when he was rejected, he still felt a little heavy. How about the 7th-level Time Realm fruit? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately cut it off. The value of the 7th-level Time Realm fruit is too terrifying. Not to mention that he has not yet been promoted to the Star Destroyer captain. Even if he has been promoted, this matter must not be exposed. What is the 7th-level Time Realm fruit? It is a divine object that can greatly increase the success rate of upgrading to a galaxy ship. This level of resources, even the royal families of the 4 empires with superdimensional motherships, will probably be tempted by it. Once it is exposed, there will be endless troubles. Song Chi has a deep feeling about this. The attention caused by the fruit that was used in the territory of the divine Xia dynasty in secret seems to have not subsided until now. During this period, many galaxy ships have successively taken action to track it down. That is to say, the mirror warship that Song Chi handled at the time was also protected by the Golden Mirage Dragon 1 Wa Pearl and mythical giant Python's Eternal Protection Scale, so his identity has never been exposed. Thinking about it, Song Chi seemed to have thought of something and continued, if we add another drop of the 8th-level dominant blood, is it feasible? Hao Yue shook his head without thinking. 8th-level dominant blood, and even ordinary 9th-level dominant blood, I have already prepared them, and I am not short of them. As if seeing the disappointment and helplessness in Song Chi's eyes, Hao Yue changed the topic. How about this? I heard that your Song family has a 6th-level Time Realm tree in their hands. If you add 2 more 6th-level Time Realm fruits, plus a drop of 8th-level dominant blood and these 3 items in front of you, I can trade with you. Chapter 685. 6 for 1, it seems a bit of a loss, but only Song Chi, the real owner, knows the gains and losses. After pretending to be entangled and pondering for a moment, Song Chi quickly nodded. That's it, but the 8th-level Master Source blood and 2 6th-level Time Realm fruits will have to wait for a while. The 8th-level Master Source blood must be delivered to you within 10 years, but the production speed of Time Realm fruits is too slow, so this will have to be delayed for some time. Hao Yue seems to know this, and the 6th-level Time Realm fruits was originally a resource he prepared for the subsequent failure of promotion, and it will not be used in a short time. Okay, I can give you the body of the moon-swallowing viper now in exchange for the 3 items in your hand. As for the other 3, just complete the delivery within the next 500 years. This Hao Yue was obviously a man of swift and decisive character. Without a moment's hesitation, after taking the 3 items from Song Chi, he walked quickly to the window of the Xingdian Mall, and took back the body of the moon-swallowing viper that had been hanging in the mall for thousands of years, and handed it to Song Chi. Even when he logged out of the Star Hall, he never mentioned signing a transaction contract. Regarding this, Song Chi first felt impressed by the cheerful character of this lord, Hao Yue, and then thought of the Big Dipper Hall itself. Facing a colorful mythical object, no matter how vigorous and resolute, it is never so indifferent. The reason why Hao Yue could do this without worrying was actually mainly because of the witness of the Big Dipper Hall under his feet. In front of the Big Dipper Hall at the color extreme level, why do we need those other contract parts? It's just a waste of time. However, even if he figured it out, Song Qi didn't have the extra time to care about it at this moment, because his attention was completely shifted to the mini snake corpse in his hand that was emitting three-color brilliance. The snake corpse was covered with a large number of tiny green scales, and wisps of brilliance lingered on it, making the snake corpse still lifelike even though it had been more than 1,000,000 years old. Song Qi could even sense a hint of mythical power from it. At his current level, he naturally couldn't tell what mythical power it was, but the energy he captured contained a great power that he couldn't understand, and this great power far exceeded the 9th order power he controlled in the market. Apart from the mythical power above the 10th order, it was difficult for him to associate it with anything else. He could feel that this mythical power was related to bloodline, and it was most likely the bloodline power of the moon-swallowing viper. After guessing this, Song Qi's joy in his heart has reached the extreme. At least until now, everything is progressing perfectly according to his previous plan. Next, it depends on the foundation of the Wizard Civilization Blood Warlock Family Alliance. If the several Snake Warlock families in the Blood Warlock Family Alliance are strong enough and have corresponding tradable items in their hands, it will be perfect. Not long after Hao Yue left, Song Qi also logged out of the Big Dipper Hall. At present, he still owes a copy of the 8th level Dominant Blood, and the Tianxu Sangqiong itself also needs one copy. He has no time to delay now. After leaving the Big Dipper Hall, Song Qi did not stay in the Dragon Ridge continent for long. Through the superdimensional transmission platform connected to the Dragon Whale Ancestral Hall, he immediately teleported to the Red Star continent, the Hidden Vein Station, Longyuan City. As the family successfully entered the Immortal Clan, the Hidden Vein has already cut its investment, and the most obvious one is the sharp decline in the number of people in the underground Longyuan City. Hundreds of years ago, there were tens of millions of people living here, but now there are only a few 100,000 people left. There is no other way. After the family successfully took over the entire Qipan River system, the new territory of the Qipan River system needs a large number of people to develop, and the people on the Imai side are naturally included in this range. Thinking of the Qipan River system, Song Qi's face softened a lot. The interstellar immigration action fully supported by the family has lasted for decades. With the help of multiple space wormholes, the number of Xinhua citizens filled in the Qipan River system is now quite considerable. According to the rough statistics of the family's internal affairs hall not long ago, the Qipan River system has been successfully filled with hundreds of millions of Song clan members in the past few decades, and the number of Xinhua citizens originally belonging to the Song family's territory has exceeded 1 billion. Hundreds of millions of Song clan members have all been assigned to the core floating land of the star field under the jurisdiction of the Song family in the Qipan River system, and most of the ordinary Xinhua citizens have settled in the ordinary floating land in the territory of the Song family. Although the Song family occupies 300,000 light-years of territory in the Qipan River system, there are only so many clan members after all. It is impossible to develop the vast 300,000 light-year star field with such a small population, so it naturally has to be handed over to the Xinhua citizens below. Of course, some of the benefits will be distributed to these citizens, but the majority of the profits are still in the hands of the Song family. This kind of development method is not only implemented by the Song family, but also by other forces. After all, this is the most reasonable and efficient development method. Without staying in Longyuan City for long, Song Qi summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong and quickly left the underground city. With 2 high-grade jump components, Song Qi arrived at the second stop of this trip to the Red Star continent, Lansha City, in a short time. As a public trading city opened by the family on the Red Star continent, Dragon Shark City has always been known for its orderly operation. This is the Song family's facade on the Red Star continent. In addition, it also produces special resources fire carp that can automatically promote colorless and white fire seeds. Therefore, the Song family has always attached great importance to the management of this city. Even though Starry Sky Dragon Shark was transferred to join the family fleet in the war due to the Civilization War, Song Qi still left a market projection order here to prevent accidents. Although the main reason is that the number of market projection orders has increased to 10 after the market was promoted to the 7th level, it is enough to show that the Song family values this Dragon Shark City. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the current Dragon Shark City is no longer the same as when it was first established. Above the sky, when the Tianxu Sangqiong, hidden in the void, arrived, what came into view was the long lines of aliens at the 4 city gates. These were all alien creatures queuing to enter the city. Looking inside the city, millions of aliens were wandering on the streets in the city, and it was very lively. Thousands of Xinhua warships were patrolling back and forth above the city. Once a conflict occurred on the streets below, these Xinhua warships would land and suppress it immediately. Unlike Longyuan City, the Song family has always invested heavily in Lansha City. Even though the family is participating in a massive civilization war, there are still more than 10,000 Xinhua warships left here to maintain order. The leader of them is the Far East Cruise Dreadnought. This Far East Cruise Dreadnought was transferred to Lansha City 300 years ago. Before that, it had always been in charge of the Yozu of the Hidden Vein, but its potential had been exhausted. It failed to break through successfully when using the 5th level Time Realm fruit at the beginning, and it had died 300 years ago. After that, the Far East Cruiser took over. Song Qi had heard of the Far East Cruiser a long time ago. It was originally the ancestor Dong Zhu, who was as famous as the original ancestor and Ru Zhu in the clan. The time when he was promoted to the Dreadnought was almost the same as Song Xingru, but he had been sent to guard the family base in evil Buddha continent. If there was no one to take over the power in Lansha City 300 years ago, he would not have been transferred here. Grandson Song Qi, meet Dong Zhu. As soon as the warship communication was connected, Song Qi spoke first. Although he is now also a fearless captain, and has even walked ahead of most of the clan members, and has started the task of upgrading to a Star Destroyer, according to the family seniority, he should at least be called Ancestor. In any case, these people are old people who have dedicated thousands of years to the entire family. Before the Song family rose, they supported the Song family and fought for various precious resources for all the younger generations of the Song family. Each of them deserves the respect of the younger generations of the Song family. Not to mention now, even if he successfully promoted to the captain of the Star Destroyer, or even the captain of the galaxy in the future, he would still call him the ancestor. In the communication channel, Song Zhendong seemed very happy, with a particularly bright smile on his face. Xiaoqi, why did you suddenly come to the Red Star continent? Is the civilization war over? Not so soon. If you want this civilization war to end completely, it will probably take at least a few thousand years. My grandson is here this time. Song Qi briefly explained the purpose of his visit, and the situation of the civilization war in the past few hundred years. Song Zhendong listened to these with great interest. After that, Song Zhendong also introduced the situation in Lansha City. Xiaoqi, the situation in Lansha City is getting better and better. In the past 100 years, we can earn dozens of 8th level floating land origins every year, and even occasionally harvest 1 or 2 8th level Master True Spirits, and even more 7th level Master True Spirits. As he spoke, the hatch of the Far East Cruiser Dreadnought opened, and several storage capsules were pulled out. When the Tianshu Sangqiong took several capsules into the warship, Song Qi saw the good income of Lansha City in the past few hundred years. 11 8th level Master Spirits. 72 7th level Master Spirits. 1 9th level Floating Land Origin. 4200 8th level Floating Land Origins. Gold Particle Super Distance Detection Radar Silver Holy Spirit Heavenly Fire. Song Qi was naturally not surprised by these, but for an immortal family, like the Song family, that had just been promoted, this income was definitely very considerable. You have to know that for other immortal families, having this kind of income in a few hundred years is definitely very good. As long as time accumulates slowly, the foundation that can be accumulated over thousands or tens of thousands of years is also very amazing. After chatting with Dong Zhu for a while, seeing that Dragon Shark City was fine, Song Qi once again controlled the Sky Ruined Sky and left. The next thing he had to do was to hunt down the 8th level dominant creatures, and this kind of thing must not have anything to do with Dragon Shark City. It was not to say that being able to summon a half-step 9th level market projection was completely worry-free. Although there was no news of the existence of 9th level dominant creatures on the Red Star continent, it did not mean that the highest level was only the 8th level combat power. Let's not talk about anything else, just the city of Holy Light that Song Qi had a deep impression of. This neutral city was built by an 8th level angel king. What does an angel represent? That is the dominant civilization in the Broken Star Sea. Now it looks like an 8th level angel king, but once it hurts the other party, Song Qi is sure that a bunch of high-level angels will come to seek revenge immediately. By then, let alone the 8th level angel king, the 9th level seraph will probably appear. Therefore, this hunting action also needs to be carefully considered. When to start and what alien race to target, all these must be planned before starting. Otherwise, even with the blessing of the Shutian market, Song Qi is afraid of provoking some existences that he can't afford to offend. In the battleship's main control room, Song Qi stared at the special information list in his hand. This was some data collected by hidden veins over the past thousands of years, including the distribution of alien races in various parts of the Red Star continent, as well as the specific strength of these alien races, their backgrounds, etc. The leader among them was the City of Holy Light. The founder of the City of Holy Light was suspected to be the descendant of a 9th-level seraphim of the angel civilization, with great power behind him. Astrology Tower, born from the advanced astrologer civilization of the Star Sea, may have an 8th-level or even 9th-level title astrologer behind him. Giant Elephant City, a city built by an 8th-level giant elephant man, seems to have no more background. The 8th-level Black Moon Demon Wolf is a variant of the Starry Sky giant beast Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan has a 9th-level Silver Wolf Lord sitting in charge. Starcore City, a city of the Star Spirit clan, has a 7th-level Star Spirit Lord in the city. All of this information was recorded bit by Imai himself. It may not be comprehensive, but it is the most appropriate as a general reference. Apart from anything else, Song-Chi had been to the Starcore City before, and the information in it was basically correct. After thinking for a long time, Song-Chi quickly determined the first target. Giant Elephant City. The Red Star continent is not small, but it is not big either. Once the action is really launched, the news will spread very quickly. Therefore, in order to prevent the target from being vigilant, he decided to directly target the 8th-level creature as the first target. This giant elephant city was founded tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the 8th-level giant elephant man was promoted not long ago. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, its strength should not have improved too much. In addition, it has no background, so it is most suitable as the first target. Time passed, and more than half a year later, tens of thousands of light years away from Dragon Shark City, the Tianqiu Sanqiong was hidden in the void. Looking down through the holographic exterior of the warship, it is not difficult to see a towering city standing below the side of the warship. Although this city is not as majestic as the Holy Light City, its rules are far superior to Dragon Shark City. In addition, the alien customers accumulated over tens of thousands of years have made the number of aliens gathered in the city reach more than 10 million. Song-Chi is still quite envious of this. You know, whether it is Dragon Shark City or Jutian Market, the current scale is far less than this. Chapter 686. This envy did not last long, and Song-Chi returned to peace. No matter whether Dragon Shark City or this giant elephant city, no matter how prosperous they are just rootless duckweed. At least the Song family will never put all their resources on Dragon Shark City. At most, they will allocate some energy to manage it, and use it as an important source of income for the family. After all, no matter what, this Red Star continent is not absolutely safe. The reason why it can still maintain a fragile balance now is nothing more than the mutual fear of the several forces stationed on the continent. If this fragile balance is really broken one day, then the so-called neutral cities on the continent may be destroyed at any time. In comparison, the Jutian Market is his one-man show, which not only guarantees absolute safety, but also allows him to temporarily control the 9th-level authority. The value of the two is simply incomparable. With the activation of the psionic energy, the shadow of the double pupils in his eyes is like a substance. With the help of the power of the double pupils, Song-Chi tried his best to observe the giant city below that was wrapped in a semicircular light curtain shield. This process lasted for about dozens of minutes. Relying on his own double pupils, an eye of heaven, Song-Chi roughly understood the situation in the giant stone city below. The data updated by the hidden veins was hundreds of years ago, so it is always better to be cautious. 1 8th order life energy, 2 7th order life energies, and no other abnormalities were found. After obtaining the observation results, Song-Chi was very decisive. In the main control room of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, multiple lights flashed, and multiple components were activated almost at the same time. The first to be activated was not the other components, but the fixed sky locking heaven seal. I saw a dark light curtain appearing out of thin air above the giant elephant city, and the sky suddenly became dark. This blockade light curtain completely isolated the giant elephant city from the outside world. Who is this evil spirit that dares to come to our giant elephant city to cause chaos? The moment the sky-locking light curtain appeared, a thunderous roar came from the city below. This sound was more like a roar, far more terrifying than thunder. The sound waves it brought out alone forced the Tianqiu Sanqiong to lift its hidden state and appear from the void. The next second, a phantom of a giant elephant condensed in the sky, exuding a strong 8th level power, which was exactly the means inspired by Song-Chi's planned goal this time. Until then, the various means that were triggered later emerged from the Tianqiu Sanqiong, which had just appeared. The 8th level Angel King Shadow guarded the warship with a blood spear that was tens of thousands of meters long. The burly flame giant had just rushed out of the warship, and its size began to surge. This series of means allowed the Tianqiu Sangqiong to easily withstand the pressure of the giant elephant shadow in front of it, and also caused considerable damage to the city shield of the giant elephant city below. For a moment, violent ripples emerged on the city shield, and even the light emitted by the shield-like curtain dimmed a lot. This scene naturally caused panic among tens of millions of alien races in the city, and the entire giant elephant city was in chaos. A small 7th level dared to provoke my giant elephant city. Feeling the increasingly chaotic order in the city, the 8th level giant elephant overlord, whose personality was originally the kind of person who would explode at the slightest touch, was flashing red all over, and was obviously extremely angry. The transaction scale of this giant elephant city far exceeds that of Dragon Shark City, and the annual income is naturally the same. It is the main source of income for this giant elephant overlord. If not, he would not have stationed here in person. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. In addition, Song Qi deliberately revealed the flame giant, transforming himself into a 7th level master with many 8th level trump cards, further reducing the giant elephant master's vigilance, and successfully making this 8th level creature take the initiative to respond. Swish, swish, swish. The blood energy surged, carrying a figure out of the giant elephant city, and shot straight at the Tianqiu Sangqiong and the flame giant not far away. This 8th level giant elephant master suddenly locked onto the key target, wanting to suppress the turmoil caused by the Tianqiu Sangqiong at lightning speed. However, what he didn't know was that this was exactly what Song Qi wanted. In the battleship's main control room, Song Qi's eyes flashed. "I'm waiting for you." As he whispered, the golden token tightly held in his hand was instantly activated. Buzz buzz buzz. Outside, above the head of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, wisps of special purple mist energy emerged. The 8th level giant elephant master who shot down from below caught this abnormality at the first time and became more vigilant in his heart. Although he had a bad temper, he was actually vigilant in his heart, otherwise he would not have reached the 8th level. However, because the purple mist energy was too weak at the beginning, even though he was alert, he didn't really take it too seriously. It was this change of mind that really made this 8th level giant elephant master regret it. He never thought that the speed at which the purple mist energy above would condense would be so amazing. In just a blink of an eye, the sky above the entire giant elephant city was completely covered by purple mist. This is not the point. The key is that as the purple mist energy condenses, a huge pressure that makes him instinctively fearful also hangs high. This is the 9th Order Master. The giant elephant master roared in shock, and the next second his body, that was shooting towards the sky, suddenly stopped. In the unbelievable eyes of the millions of aliens below, the giant elephant's body quickly turned around and began to fall again. This powerful 8th Order giant elephant master was shocked and retreated. This scene made the city below even more chaotic. All the aliens in the Star Sea knew that the enemy attacking this time was probably more terrible than they imagined. In contrast, Song Qi in the main control room of Tianqiu Sangqiong had a smile on his face, and he was obviously in a good mood. As his mind turned, a certain component was activated several times in succession. Pajuo Zen Seal external time stop. Pajuo Zen Seal inner speed. Pajuo Zen Seal external time stop. In a flash, 2 consecutive obscure golden lights shot out from the warship's hull. When the giant elephant master below just turned around, the 2 golden lights sank into its body one after another. Pajuo Zen Seal as a golden component, the current enhancement level has reached the extreme 8th level. Unfortunately, the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which supports the component, is still a dreadnought, which makes its control over the 8th level unit extremely limited, even if Song Qi has activated 2. Time stop. The golden light still only paused the 8th level giant elephant master for a moment. If it was placed in a battle of the same level, it would naturally be difficult to influence the direction of the battle, but it was not the case at the moment. With a short control of 2. Time stopping. Golden lights. A giant purple mist palm had already stretched out from the purple mist above his head. The purple mist palm was filled with extraordinary time and space power. The time and space on the Red Star continent seemed to be directly ignored by it. The next second, the sky-covering palm had already reached the top of the 8th level giant elephant master. It was only then that the 8th rank giant elephant overlord finally broke free from the time-stopping state, but it was obviously too late. Taking advantage of the last reaction time, he activated a black armor-like strange object on his body, and the eternal dark light flowed, forming a layer of black light shield around him at a very fast speed. The black shield condensed by a black ultimate component, which was actively activated by an 8th rank creature, naturally had a strong defense, but even such a powerful shield only lasted for a few seconds after colliding with the purple mist palm. Looking at the black light shield that was instantly covered with cracks, the giant elephant overlord's eyes flashed with endless fear. Before he could use other means, the purple mist palm had completely smashed the black light shield, and the illusory palm fell on the back of the giant overlord. Boom! After a burst of air-breaking sound comparable to a sonic boom, the entire body of the giant elephant overlord was like a giant meteorite, smashing straight into the city below. Buzz buzz buzz, the giant elephant overlord, who was 1,000,000 kilometers tall, collided with the shield of the giant elephant city below. The impact energy generated was so amazing that it was no exaggeration to say that it far exceeded the multiple attacks of the Tianxu Sangqiong before. This collision alone dimmed the shield of the giant elephant city. This was not over yet. The purple mist palm above his head continued to slap down under the control of Song Qi's mind, obviously wanting to complete the final kill and not give the giant elephant lord any breathing space. He took the initiative to open fire and attack, and deliberately used a weak posture to attract the other party to leave the city. All he did before was to be foolproof. Otherwise, with the energy shield of the giant elephant city with the peak power of the 8th level, even if he directly attacked the valve with a market projection, it would be difficult to say that it would be defeated instantly. As long as the 8th level giant elephant lord was more cautious, he could take this opportunity to escape through the superdimensional portal controlled by him. Inside the giant elephant city, a secret underground room. Otto, what are you doing? Why don't you remove the restrictions on the city shield and bring the elephant ancestor in? Accompanied by a burst of angry rebukes, the multiple figures in the secret room had different expressions. At this time, the 7th level giant elephant master named Otto roared in a low voice. Can't open it, Oni, that is a 9th level master. Once the restrictions on the city shield are lifted, the giant elephant city will fall instantly. Faced with this explanation, another 7th level giant elephant master in the secret room did not seem to agree. You also know that it is a terrifying 9th order master? Will the giant elephant city not fall if the restrictions are not lifted? It is better to try to support the elephant ancestor. As long as the elephant ancestor is there, our giant elephant clan can still gain a foothold in the universe C. While the two giant elephant masters were arguing, there were 5 and 6 order giant elephants carrying giant storage boxes in and out of the secret room. However, due to time constraints, not many giant storage boxes were transported to the special portal in the middle of the secret room. Oni, you are too naive. Since a 9th rank master has taken action, how could he let the prey he has already locked on escape? If he really does that, none of us can escape. As he said this, the giant elephant master named Otto turned his head and roared again. Stop. No need to move. It will be too late if we don't leave now. All tribesmen must be transported in an orderly manner. Just as the underground secret room was racing against time, the purple mist palm above the city had already slapped down again, and this time, the city shield was completely shattered. As the city shield was broken, the body of the 8th level giant elephant master also fell powerlessly. It can be clearly seen that after 2 consecutive slaps from the quasi-9th level purple mist palm, although the 8th level giant elephant master has not fallen, his injuries have been extremely serious. Seeing the opportunity, Song Qi, who had been prepared for a long time, suddenly activated several other naval gun parts on the warship. Blood Spear Weakness Mark of the Hunting God. Black Hole Evolution Layer Black Hole Singularity Explosion. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon 9-layered Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder. Antimatter Energy Annihilation Cannon Positive and Antimatter Annihilation Strike. Several beams of extreme destruction roared out from the bow of the Tianxu Sangqiong, pointing directly at the 8th level giant elephant master that was powerlessly falling below. This is not over yet. After doing this, Song Qi did not stop his movements. As his mind changed, a sharp metal friction sound came from the bow of the warship, and several main guns and super main guns suddenly turned into 2 sharp rams on the left and right. At the same time, the characteristics of Black Gold Charge, Mixed Element Impact, and High Overload Burst have been prepared. If Song Qi does not receive the message of successful killing, he will immediately let the Tianxu Sangqiong crash into it. Although the projection of the market is against the sky, it has a disadvantage, that is, the aliens killed by the projection will not be blessed on the Xinhua warship, so Song Qi must let the Tianxu Sangqiong complete the killing himself. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. Before the violent explosion below subsided, Song Qi had successfully received the killing information. Looking at the Battleship Promotion Task panel, the value of the success rate column has indeed been improved accordingly. Battleship Promotion Task, Tianxu Sangqiong. Current promotion success rate, 92.001%. Initial 0.001% plus bathing in the blood of the 8th level Abyss Hydra 15% plus bathing in the blood of the 8th level Giant Elephant Master 5% plus bathing in the blood of the 7th level 8-armed Snake Demon 3% plus 9 Transformation Spirit Fruit 10% plus Top Energy Crystal 10% plus 7th level Master Source Blood 12% plus 8th level Ordinary Master Blood 1% plus Special Resource Formula 10% plus Sky Snake Blood Crystal 8% plus Light Law Perception 5% plus Space Law Perception 2% plus 8th level Evil God Blood 11%. Special Resource Formula for Promotion 3/3 Space Fragment *1, Extreme Stone *1, Silver Star Bracelet *1. Additional Promotion Resources 7th level Master Blood, Ordinary 8th level Master Blood, 9-turn Spirit God Fruit, Sky Serpent Blood Crystal. Bath in the Blood of Aliens, 8th level Abyss Hydra, 15%, 8th level Giant Elephant Master, 5%, 7th level 8-armed Snake Demon, 3%. Looking at this promotion panel, Song Chi's eyes were filled with deep satisfaction. Even though the success rate exceeded 90%, so the second bathing in the blood of the 8th level Master only achieved a success rate of 5%, but the total promotion success rate has reached an exciting 92%. If the requirements were lower, he could officially be promoted now. For a dreadnought to attack a Star Destroyer, a success rate of 92% is definitely an extremely terrifying number. But Song Chi forcibly suppressed this impulse, because in his opinion, it was still not safe. Although he is still young and seems to have a chance to start over, it is not the case. According to the special situation that the Song family has now been exposed to the eyes of many giant forces, coupled with the 8th level Golden Apple Mother Tree he obtained not long ago, the current Song family has been roasted on the fire. If the Tianxu Sangqiong fails to be promoted this time, relying on only one Dinghai Longxiang, it will definitely not be able to suppress the many covetous eyes of the outside world. Chapter 687. If this situation really came to pass, the outcome for the Song family could be imagined. It was precisely because he knew this that Song Chi set strict requirements for himself. 95%. If the promotion success rate did not reach above 95%, he would never be promoted formally. In just a few seconds, a lot of thoughts flashed through his mind. When he turned back, the hatch of the Tianxu Sangqiong had been opened, and a large number of puppet soldiers, Jiexing clan, ancient monsters, and other slave creatures swarmed out and poured into the extremely chaotic giant elephant city below. Above his head, the shadow of the market slowly dissipated, leaving only the Tianxu Sangqiong hanging high in the sky. The reason why he did not continue to attack was because Song Chi knew that it was no longer necessary. The only two dominant auras left in the city had disappeared at the moment the city shield was broken. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have escaped through the superdimensional portal. In addition, among the tens of millions of alien races left in the city, the highest was only the 6th level creatures, which posed no threat to the Tianxu Sangqiong. What Song Chi needed to do now was to stabilize the order in the city first. As for the matter of looting property, he would control the puppet soldiers and enslaved creatures to search roughly an 8th level trading city that has been standing for tens of thousands of years. The wealth contained in it is naturally very astonishing, but Song Chi can't spend too much time on it at the moment. The battleship promotion mission of Tianxu Sangqiong will last for a maximum of 10 years. During this period, he must try his best to find opportunities to increase the success rate of promotion. There is no time to waste on this. Another important point is that although under his deliberate control, the skylocking space curtain above the city was not shattered by the 8th level or even quasi-9th level energy shock wave, so that everything that happened in the giant elephant city was not spread, but the abnormality would not be concealed for long. There are tens of millions of alien races, and the number of tribes or star sea forces involved is unknown. Once the time of disappearance exceeds a certain limit, it will inevitably attract many inquiring eyes. By then, everything that happened in the giant elephant city cannot be concealed at all. He must act as many times as possible before the matter is exposed, and the other 8th level alien races on this superdimensional continent become vigilant, otherwise the chance will become less and less. And he also wants to take this opportunity to see if he can use the Ring of Heavenly Power Control to try to enslave an 8th level master. If it can be achieved, it can be used to guard the Dragon Ridge continent in the future, or to deter those secret forces that are eyeing the Song family. In short, it will be very useful. If the Tianxu Sangqiong is really promoted, it will be enough to deter outsiders, but after all, it is impossible for him to stay in the clan forever. Song Chi's heart is more yearning for the vast sea of stars, so the family must keep a combat force with enough deterrence. Of course, this does not mean that he will just give up the huge amount of wealth in the giant elephant city below, including tens of millions of alien races in the city. This is a huge fortune. Among them, there are hundreds of 6th-level alien races, and even more 4th-level and 5th-level ones. Whether they are sold as slaves or used as slave creatures for family members, they are all excellent. In the underground secret room of Giant Elephant City, several Void Shadow Killer Clan puppet soldiers stood near the superdimensional portal. Under the control of Song Chi's brain waves, one of the puppet soldiers took a step forward and walked into the range of the portal, and then it took out a Void Spirit Crystal. But soon Song Chi, who was far away in the sky outside, shook his head repeatedly. Sure enough, the other side of the portal has been destroyed, and the portal here is useless. In this case, with a thought, several Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers on the side received the order at the same time, and they all took action, and soon the portal in the secret room was completely destroyed. Who knows if there is any possibility of repairing it? It is safer to destroy it completely for the sake of caution. After doing this, the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior took out something from his hand again. A familiar market walk order, but the purpose of taking out this market walk order is not to enter the market. All the resources that were roughly looted before have been sent to the market. Now Song Chi has another purpose. Under the accurate control of the Void Shadow Killer Clan Terracotta Warrior, the location of the original superdimensional portal suddenly trembled. After dozens of seconds, a completely different transmission platform quietly emerged. At the moment, this special transmission platform emerged. In the Shutian market, the newly derived Shutian transmission platform that was promoted to the 7th level in the market also underwent corresponding changes. The floating land transmission node it connected to suddenly increased, and the logo of this node was surprisingly Red Star Continent. Longji Continent, Dragon Whale Hall in the depths of Longji Divine Mountain. Today, the Dragon Whale Hall, shrouded in chaotic mist and 3-color light, is obviously different from the past, because in addition to the dozens of phantoms sitting on the thrones of stars, gold, and silver at the top of the ancestral hall, there are thousands of figures standing neatly in the middle of the hall. At this moment, a golden light shot out from the brow of the figure on the fiery red golden throne at the top. As the golden light flowed, a completely identical contract light screen finally appeared in front of the thousands of figures in the hall. Name: Flame Secret Covenant. Quality: Gold. Confidential content: everything you have experienced in the next month is strictly prohibited from being disclosed, otherwise you will be punished according to the clan rules. Signatories: Song Yiming, Song Li, Song Wang. After everyone finished signing, the illusory figure of Song Wujiang at the top waved his hand. Then, thousands of people in the hall heard a slight vibration coming from the depths of the ancestral hall. When they looked through the chaotic fog, they only saw the outline of a special teleportation stone platform. Okay, Yiming, you will be the captain this time. Everything is up to you. But remember, don't rush to start the battleship promotion task. Although your battleship is already an extreme battleship, you still lack the resources for promotion. If you can complete this task perfectly, the clan will reward you with a high-level energy crystal. It won't be too late to start it then. Yiming, remember, when you teleport again, you must choose Red Star Continent as the teleportation node, otherwise the consequences will be far beyond your ability to bear. Follow the orders of the ancestors. Grandson understands. After several ancestors' projections gave instructions, led by Song Yiming, thousands of Song family members boarded the teleportation platform deep in the ancestral temple. Shutian Market, Shutian Teleportation Platform. With bursts of light flashing, a large number of Song family members appeared on this special platform. After being teleported to the teleportation platform, all the Song family members looked around curiously. However, due to the isolation of the teleportation platform, they could not see anything at all. They could only follow the instructions of the family ancestor and choose Red Star Continent as the transmission node again to start the second transmission. When they arrived at the underground secret room of Giant Elephant City, the first thing they saw was several Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warriors under Song Chi. Yiming has met Uncle Song Chi. As a family elder who had taken care of him many times, Song Yiming knew Song Chi quite well, so the moment he saw the Void Shadow Killer Clan's Terracotta Warriors, he knew that Song Chi must be nearby. No need to be polite. I heard that your ship has entered the level of extreme battleship. Not bad. Song Chi was quite impressed by this younger generation, who was the second in the family to receive the evaluation of Super River System Prodigy from the Posha Inheritance Tower after him. In fact, He did not disappoint the resources and expectations provided by the family. Not only did he become the first sequence of the family that year, but now he is only over 600 years old, but he is already the captain of the extreme battleship, and it will be a while before he will challenge the captain of the fearless ship. Although this is not without the dividends of the family's rapid development in the past few hundred years, its own outstanding talent and hard work are also real. After briefly encouraging these clansmen, Song-chi quickly turned to the topic. Your mission this time is to plunder this city in the shortest possible time, including the more than 10 million aliens. Remember, if you need to be promoted, you can kill those aliens on your own, but you cannot massacre them in public to avoid riots. In addition, all the looted materials should be sent back to Longji continent first, and the family will issue rewards to you later. After arranging these, Song-chi did not stay any longer. The engine of Tianxu Sangqiong roared and continued to jump towards the second action location in the plan. He left the Yanli giant in Longxiang City to avoid any accidents. There are many good seedlings among the tribesmen who came to plunder this time, and there must be no accidents. Of course, before leaving, he deliberately left a divine mark on the Yanli giant. When Song Yiming and his team finished plundering, he could activate the divine chapter to recall the Yanli giant in reverse. 24,800 strands of the 8th level floating land essence. 20 strands of the 9th level floating land essence. 15 copies of the 8th level master's true spirit. 140 copies of the 7th level master's true spirit. 1 piece of black Hunyuan lithium armor, 1 piece of black giant elephant king's tooth, 1 piece of gold power seal, 1 piece of gold sky splitting axe, 1 piece of giant elephant secret art inheritance monument, 1 piece of floating land spirit, 10,000 years earth marrow fluid, 8 drops of floating land spirit, 100,000 years earth marrow crystal, 1 piece of floating land spirit. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, the battleship was set to autopilot mode, and Song-chi began to count the harvest himself. Although he only let his slave creature search roughly, he was the first searcher after all, and basically all the good things in the giant elephant city were taken by him. It can only be said that this city is worthy of being managed by an 8th level master for tens of thousands of years, and there are really many good things. And don't forget that the 2 7th level giant elephant masters who escaped in advance should have taken some good things. From this point of view, the family background of this 8th level giant elephant master is still very powerful. Unfortunately, there are no high-level additional promotion resources. Among the several golden and black artifacts, only 2 can be transformed into shipboard parts, namely Tooth of the Giant Elephant King and Seal of Power, while the other armor of the Primordial Lithium and Sky-Splitting Axe are just ordinary artifacts. After sending the 2 artifacts, 1 black and 1 golden, that could not be transformed into shipboard parts to the artifact exchange shop in the market, Song-chi quickly shifted his attention to the shipboard parts properties of the 2 artifacts in front of him. First, the Seal of Power, which is a special part with good properties, can have limited effect on the Tianxu Sangqiong. Seal of Strength LV0 quality, gold. Features: when the ship is loaded with the Law of Strength, the understanding is plus 5%. Feature 2, resistance to strength plus 1000. Feature 3, when the ship hull collides with the enemy unit, the impact damage caused is increased by 140%. Feature 4, when performing the Law of Strength related secrets inside the ship, the power will be doubled. Feature 5, Blessing of Strength. Blessing of Strength. Consume 80,000 psionic points, apply a special blessing to the designated friendly unit, and in the next 10 minutes, the strength of the friendly unit will be increased by 40%, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Chapter 688. This Seal of Strength part actually has pretty good properties, but it's only for Shinhua captains, who follow the Law of Strength. It's just useless to Song-chi. It's not just him. As far as the entire Shinhua human civilization is concerned, there are very few Shinhua captains who follow the Law of Strength. Just imagine, with the weak physique of the human race, can they fight against giants, ancient monsters, and real dragons with the help of the Law of Strength? The innate weak physique actually determines many things in the future. In this way, the value of this Seal of Strength component is obviously further reduced. However, based on its characteristics 3 and 5, Song-chi still installed this component on the Tianxu Sangqiong. If nothing else, at least when he uses the ramming component to attack at close range, the damage caused can be greatly increased. In addition, the characteristic 5 Blessing of Strength can also be blessed on enslaved creatures such as Flame Giant, Star Dragon Shark, and Tiger King Worm, increasing their combat power to a certain extent. Of course, Song-chi only strengthened this part to level 70. Although he gained a lot this time, the Master Spirit is still not enough. Don't forget that there are 20 strands of the 9th level floating land origin, which means that if he wants to, he can strengthen more shipborne parts to level 90, and the Master Spirit required for this is also geometrically improved. Compared with this seal of power, the tooth of the giant elephant king is much more normal. This is also a ramming part. Song Qi directly used it to replace the black gold ramming horn, which had long been out of pace, and strengthened it to level 70. Juggernaut Ivory Ram LV70 Quality, Black. Features: Ram hardness increased by 380%. Feature 2. Ram destructive power increased by 380%. Feature 3. The hull strength of the bow area of the loaded warship increased by 380%. Feature 4. True armor penetration. Feature 5. Fury of the giant elephant. Feature 6. Giant elephant ram. True armor penetration, omitted. Fury of the giant elephant. Consume 100,000 psionic points, temporarily bless the aura of the giant elephant's fury, and the next collision damage of the loaded warship hull will be increased by 450%, with a cooling time of 240 hours. Giant elephant ram. When the Juggernaut Ivory Ram is visible, it can consume 100,000 psionic points, allowing the warship to immediately charge at 3,000% speed in the specified direction, ramming the enemy unit at the fastest speed, causing severe damage, lasting 20 seconds, with a cooling time of 12 hours. Needless to say, the first few characteristics are similar to Hunyuan Copper Mother Horn. Song Qi values the rage of the Giant Elephant King, combined with the Giant Elephant Charge. With the two special abilities of Hunyuan Impact, the damage caused by this attack is probably beyond imagination. Coupled with the subsequent neutron star fission, it is enough to serve as another trump card on the Tianxu Songqiong. As for the Black Gold Horn, Song Qi intends to give it to his grandfather Song Ming Song. The Wrath of the Lion has already boarded the battleship. Combined with Song Ming Song's hot temper, this Black Gold Horn is perfect. 2 years later, the northern foot of the Chili Mountains. The Chili Mountains are a majestic mountain range in the north of the Chixing continent. It stretches for thousands of light years. There are countless mineral veins in the mountains. I don't know how many alien races are hidden in it. The northern foot of the Chili Mountains is close to the Chili Sea. With the gathering of mountain treasures and sea treasures, this place has become more and more prosperous. Hundreds of millions of alien races from the Star Sea have gathered here, creating hundreds of neutral cities above the 7th level. Among these cities, the reputation of Zura Blood City is enough to rank among the best. The reason is that the ruler of this Zura Blood City is an 8th level Azura King. On this day, above the sky billions of miles away from Zura Blood City, the Tianxu Songqiong was quietly hidden. With the Mirage Dragon Pearl enhanced to level 80, and the Void Membrane of silver quality, the concealment ability of the Tianxu Songqiong has already far exceeded the ordinary. There are many reasons why they dare not get too close to the Ashura Blood City. In addition to the extraordinary strength of the 8th level Azura King in the Ashura Blood City, he is a senior 8th level master who is about to reach the peak. In addition, in the past 2 years, the news that a 9th level master has come out to hunt has spread to a small extent on the Red Star continent, which has made all the well-informed masters on the continent alert. In 2 years, Song Qi made 4 attempts. Except for the first one in Giant Elephant City, he succeeded only twice in the next 3 attempts. The 4th time, which was 2 months ago, the 8th level star-devouring wolf he targeted was very cunning. Almost the moment the Tianxu Songqiong appeared, it immediately escaped through the superdimensional portal. In the end, Song Qi only enslaved 2 7th level star-devouring wolves in that city. It was because of this that the news of a 9th level master hunting low-level aliens began to spread. In fact, this was because Song Qi deliberately seized the time. Otherwise, if he waited a few more months, the news would have spread all over the entire Red Star continent. In fact, after 2 years, the success rate of the Tianxu Songqiong has basically met the requirements. In the main control room of the battleship, as the mine moved, a light curtain panel emerged. Warship Promotion Mission, Tianxu Songqiong. Current promotion success rate, 95.501%. Initial 0.001% plus bathing in the blood of the 8th level Abyss Hydra 15% plus bathing in the blood of the 8th level Giant Elephant Master 5% plus bathing in the blood of the 8th level Frost Dragon 2% plus bathing in the blood of the 8th level Fire Wolf King 1.5% plus bathing in the blood of the 7th level 8-armed Snake Demon 3%. Plus 9 Transformation Spirit Fruit 10% plus Top Energy Crystal 10% plus 7th level Master Source Blood 12% plus 8th level Ordinary Master Blood 1% plus Special Resource Formula 10% plus Sky Snake Blood Crystal 8% plus Light Law Perception 5% plus Space Law Perception 2% plus 8th level Evil God Blood 11%. Special resource formula for promotion: 3/3 space fragment *1, extreme stone *1, silver star bracelet *1. Additional promotion resources: level 7 overlord blood, ordinary level 8 overlord blood, 9-turn spirit god fruit, sky serpent blood crystal, level 8 evil god blood. Bathing in the blood of aliens: level 8 abyss hydra, 15%, level 8 giant elephant overlord, 5%, level 8 frost dragon, 2%, level 8 fire wolf king, 1.5%, level 7 8-armed snake demon, 3%. 95.5% promotion success rate, plus a level 6 time realm fruit as insurance. He can officially promote on the spot. The reason why he had to come to Shura Blood City was because he wanted to take advantage of this last moment to see if he could try to enslave the other party. I hope it works, Song Chi thought to himself, and then turned his eyes to the side, and soon a mechanical prompt sounded in his ears. Are you sure you want to consume 3 strands of 8th level floating land origin plus 1 8th level master true spirit plus 705 titanium crystals plus 550 law stones plus 2 million psionic points to enhance the heavenly power control ring from LV80 to LV81? Confirmed. After 9 consecutive golden lights, heavenly power control ring was strengthened to level 89. 9 times of strengthening consumed 9 8th level master spirits, but the attribute panel of the component did not change much. Song Chi did not react much to this. The reason why he strengthened this component to the limit was just to indicate the success rate of enslavement in the future. Although it was unlikely to have any qualitative changes, it was only a small level strengthening within a large level, but even a little bit was good. As for the consumption of the 8th level master spirit, as long as he could successfully enslave an 8th level creature, it would always be worth it. After doing all this, Song Chi turned his sight back to the towering city in the distance. The next moment, the warship's engine roared, pushing the Tianqiu Sangqiong slowly towards the Zura Blood City ahead. When the warship was less than 1 billion kilometers away from Zura Blood City, a circle of golden light suddenly appeared, and then the sky above Zura Blood City was completely blocked. It was the Tianqiu Sangqiong that used the same trick again, using the space blocking components to completely block the area centered on Zura Blood City. However, this time he used no longer the silver quality Fixicon locking heaven seal, nor the sealing sky prison that he borrowed from the Tuoba royal family, but a golden space blocking component called Frost Void Prison. Right now, during the Civilization War, the Silver Plate Kingdom Fleet Alliance is still active on the battlefield. At this time, the Ancestor's Friend will not use the trump card components in the hands of the outside world. This Frost Void Prison was obtained after killing the 8th level Frost Dragon, and has now been strengthened to level 80 by Song Chi. Frost Void Prison LV80 Quality, Gold. Features: Frost Void Prison, Feature 2. The spatial stability of the Void Cage is increased by 380%. Feature 3. Space Resistance plus 7,600. Feature 4. Ice Resistance plus 7,600. Feature 5. Frost Dragon Domain. Consumption: 3,200/S, psionic points. Effect: greatly improve the stability of the internal space of the loaded warship, as well as the concentration of space and ice energy. Frost Void Prison. Consume 300,000 psionic points. Specify a blockade of a certain space. Duration 120 minutes. Cooling time 120 hours. Frost Dragon Domain. Consume 500,000 psionic points. With a loaded warship as the center, derive a Frost Dragon Domain with a radius of 1 billion kilometers, which has a suppressing effect on enemy units within the domain, reducing combat power by 50%, speed by 50%, duration 8 minutes, cooling time 12 hours. What Song Chi activated at this moment was the component Frost Void Prison. Characteristics: the appearance of this blocking light curtain, and the blood-colored figure in the Ashura Blood City in front was also touched. Ashura Blood City Underground. A pair of blood-colored eyes suddenly opened, and at the same time a cold voice sounded in the underground stone chamber. Nong Ba, Ashura language, he is coming. After murmuring, the blood-colored figure stood up from the blood pool, but surprisingly, it did not choose to leave through the superdimensional portal, but walked out of the underground stone chamber, and rushed out of the blood-colored giant city under the influence of the boundless blood law. Shura Blood City on the sky outside, Song Chi, who saw the scene, was not happy at all. Instead, his eyes flickered and his heart suddenly sank. The other party's response was really weird, as if he was acting completely according to his plan, which made him feel a little unreal, and at the same time, he also had a faint sense of vigilance in his heart. Before this, he got some gossip that it seemed that there were already 9th level beings behind some large neutral cities. As for the reason, it was naturally because of him, the ninth level who broke the rules, and came to the scene personally. Master. It's better to be safe. A wave of phantom energy surged in the main control room, and a figure suddenly appeared beside Song Qi, who had just passed the thought. It was the ethereal body condensed by the secret technique. After summoning the ethereal body, he quickly activated another black component on the warship spiritual chapter, until a black divine mark flowed into his body. The space in the main control room trembled, and Song Qi's figure disappeared inside the warship. Then, the thoughts in the ethereal body set out a series of commands, handing over the control authority of the warship to the Qiongtian intelligent brain, and the market projection order in his hand was also activated. Outside, an illusory hand reached out from the purple mist energy in the sky and slapped the 8th level Azura King. Looking at the 8th level Azura King again, the blood in his eyes was extremely intense, and he was also full of fighting spirit. Boom! The two collided, and an energy storm that reached the 9th level broke out in the sky above Ashura Blood City. Is this trying to stimulate the potential in your body through me, so as to reach the peak of the 8th level? In the Shutian market, through the perspective of the market projection, Song Qi immediately realized the purpose of this Azura King. He snorted coldly, his eyes were tightly closed, and the power of the 9th level master in his body surged wildly. Swish, 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 the sound of swords rang out, and at the same time, a giant purple mist sword suddenly shot out from the purple mist energy in the sky above the red star continent Ashura Blood City. The giant purple mist sword was wrapped with endless cold light. As the sword light shot out, the void of the red star continent was torn apart all the way. Taking advantage of the node where the first round of collision between the purple mist palm and the Azura Emperor ended, the giant purple mist sword crossed the void and swiftly fell on the bloody body of the Azura Emperor. Even though the physique of the 8th level Azura King was terrifying, he was torn open by the extremely sharp purple mist giant sword, leaving a wound hundreds of thousands of meters long, and silver blood immediately sprayed into the sky. Before the Azura King could react, a second purple mist hand slapped over his head again. This time, the Azura King finally felt the huge threat, and the blood law in his body poured out, and 3 strange objects with eternal dark light were also activated. The 3 strange objects are a blood-colored long sword, a heart-protecting mirror, and a blood-colored relic. The blood-colored long sword was held in the hand of the Azura King, the heart-protecting mirror was close to his heart, and the blood-colored relic was swallowed by him. Then the blood law and blood energy in the Azura King's body suddenly surged, and he actually directly crossed the peak of the 8th level and rushed straight to the quasi-9th level. Song Qi naturally would not just wait for the other party to improve his strength. In addition to the quasi-9th level purple mist palm that was slapping down, the purple mist energy above his head surged wildly again. The next second, the void was suddenly torn apart, and 2 illusory microstars rushed out from the void cracks and hung high above Ashura Blood City. Yabwan Star. Death Star. It turned out that Song Qi had reactivated the 2 secret arts of Yugwang Star Arrival and Death Star Arrival since Evil Sword Chant. This was not the end. Under the shining starlight emitted by the illusory Yugwang Star, the shadow of the Death Star became more and more solid. At a certain moment, this illusory Death Star suddenly fell and smashed towards the 8th level Azura King below. Chapter 689. At this time, the blood-red long sword in the hands of the Azura Emperor had just slashed out, and at the cost of spitting blood from his mouth, he struggled to wipe out the second purple mist palm. Seeing the surging and falling miniature Death Star, the extreme blood color in his eyes completely dissipated, leaving only endless fear. The Death Star projection summoned by Song Qi with the power of the quasi-9th level was already terrifying, and with the blessing of the Yagwang Star projection, the power became even more terrifying. At this moment, he further used the Death Star Swift Explosion secret technique to throw out the Death Star projection, and when it completely exploded, the Azura Emperor would face the danger of death. At this time, a blood-colored beam of light suddenly shot out from the Ashura Blood City below. This beam of light shot out from the city's energy shield and accurately penetrated the body of the Azura King. Originally, Song Qi thought this was some special blessing method, until he saw the Azura King falling towards the city below at a high speed under the traction of this blood-colored beam of light. He finally understood. Want to leave? It's too late. 2 special chains shot out from the void, and quickly wrapped around the body of the Azura King, trying to stop him from falling. But in this situation, the red and silver level void chains are too fragile, and there is no need for the Azura King to take the initiative. The blood law lingering on his body can easily corrode the 2 chains, and it can't delay them at all. Seeing this, Tianshu Sangqiong activated another component under the control of the Qiongtian intelligent brain. It's not Posha Zen Seal. Whether it's the Zen Seal Outer Time Stop feature or the Posha Time Realm feature, it's difficult to play a decisive role at this moment. Because the time-stopping effect can only be applied to the Azura King himself, and cannot be applied to the pulling blood-colored light column, and although the Posha Time Realm has the ability to slow down time, it is still unknown how much effect it can produce when facing the pulling means of Ashura Blood City, a super city that exceeds the normal 8th level energy level. Therefore, the Sky Intelligence Brain chose the safest way. Time Chessboard Time Chess Game. Above the projection of the illusory Yugwang Star, an illusory chessboard constructed by 36 colorful chess pieces condensed into shape. Suddenly, under the cover of this colorful chessboard, the time above the entire Ashura Blood City was slowed down by dozens of times. Although it was not as exaggerated as 50 times, it would never be less than 40 times. Under the effect of slowing down time, the speed of the Azura King's body falling suddenly slowed down. On the contrary, the effect of the secret technique activated by Song Qi, the direct captain, was not affected at all. The miniature Death Star fell at a very fast speed and reached the top of the Azura King's head in a short time. During this period, the Azura King also tried to use a golden space wonder on his body to return to the Ashura Blood City below in an instant, but before it could be triggered, the projection of the Death Star had already hit his body hard. Buzz buzz buzz, that is, he had activated the black heart protecting mirror in advance. After the outermost blood law shield was wiped out, this black heart protecting mirror bore the first wave of damage from the explosion of the Death Star projection. But even so, after the heart protecting mirror was completely dimmed, the Azura King was still severely injured by the swift energy he comprehended. Just kidding, the market projection is not the 7th level Robbery Star Clan Master at the beginning. The Death Star projection summoned by the quasi-9th level power, plus the blessing of the Yogwang Star projection, how terrifying is its power. However, Song Qi did not stop there. After Death Star's swift explosion, a purple light shot out from the purple mist energy in the sky again. This was the light of Guishu condensed by Song Qi's secret technique of meteoric spear, and returned to ruin / in the Shutian market. The Azura King, who was already seriously injured, was more seriously injured under the cutting of this purple light of Guishu. It was not until this time that Song Qi stopped completely. The Tianxu Sangqiong, which received the instruction, flew over from the side of the battlefield at a high speed. However, for the sake of safety, before flying close to the 8th level Azura King, the Sky Intelligence Brain had already transformed the Sky Ruins Sky into a micro-neutron star. Boom! A golden mark had just shot out from the inside of the micro-neutron star, and before it entered the body of the Azura King, the frost void cage blocking light curtain above his head began to tremble violently. In the Shutian market, Song Qi, who was looking through the projection of the market, was the first to sense this change. Not only that, he also analyzed the strength of the outside attacker through the intensity of the vibration of the blocking light curtain. 9th rank master, it seems that this is the confidence of this Azura King. Thinking of this, Song Qi's eyes darkened. Soon, the Qiontian intelligent brain on the other side of the Red Star continent received the urging of the ethereal body, and it further accelerated the activation of the slavery mark of the heavenly power control ring. The next moment, the first slavery mark sank into the body of the Azura King, but as expected, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response. The first slavery attempt was also officially declared a failure. Without any pause, it was followed by the second, the third. At the moment when the fourth slavery golden light was shot, there was another roar in the sky above the head. Looking up, you can clearly see the frost void cage. The light curtain has dimmed to the extreme. If nothing unexpected happens, the next time the attack comes, this golden blocking light curtain will be broken. Seeing this, without Song Qi saying anything, the Qiontian intelligent brain automatically executed the most reasonable response option. The Pajuo Zen Seal component was activated. Under the effect of the speed effect, the frost void cage feature that had been in cooling was directly buffered, and then this feature was activated again. A second golden blocking light curtain soon appeared above the head. But not long after, the familiar tremor came again. No, even if it is a 9th level master, it is impossible to attack at such a fast frequency. 2 consecutive quick attacks may be the use of special abilities, but if there are more, it doesn't make sense. Thinking of this, Song Qi seemed to have thought of something, and his breathing stagnated. Could it be that there is more than one 9th level master outside? After this thought flashed through his mind, he could no longer remain calm. If this was true, if it was delayed any longer, there might be accidents on the Tianxu Sangqiong. The 9th order master, this level of creatures is absolutely the pinnacle of the Star Sea. Each of them is an ancient being that has lived for countless thousands of years. The means they have are far from safe, with only a divine line chapter. Maybe there is some special means to keep the Tianxu Sangqiong forever. Can't delay any longer. As he made a decision, the Qiongtian intelligent brain, which received the command a moment later, activated a certain shipborne component again. The main control room of the Tianxu Sangqiong was shining with colorful brilliance, and then a hidden time law divine chain shot out from the micro-neutron star. Without any creature noticing, this time law divine chain quietly penetrated into the body of the Azura King. Then, under the gazes of countless aliens in Zura Blood City below, the micro-neutron star and the 8th level Azura King disappeared into the sky together. This shocking change immediately caused countless exclamations, but no matter how surprised these tens of millions of aliens were, the figures of the two never appeared in the sky above the city again. Unknown void, a closed space somewhere. The micro-neutron star and the Azura King that disappeared in the sky above Zura Blood City suddenly appeared in this strange space. This space was extremely dark, like a chaos. As soon as he appeared here, the seriously injured Azura King was full of doubts. As for the miniature neutron star transformed by the Tianxu Sangqiong, there was no reaction at all. Because this chaotic space is the high-dimensional space derived from the time chess game feature of the time chessboard. Before the Azura King could think more, his attention was soon attracted by the rapidly weakening life energy in his body. And this is the time chess game. The strongest effect, the enemy units pulled into the high-dimensional space of the chess game will automatically weaken their strength by 1 level. When the Azura King's aura dropped to the 7th level, the miniature neutron star transformed by the Tianxu Sangqiong once again shot out the golden slavery mark. As the life essence of the Azura King was forcibly lowered by the chess game space, the slavery mark effect of the Tianquan control ring was greatly improved, and the most obvious thing was the struggle in the eyes of the Azura King. You should know that before this, the dozens of slavery marks cast by the heavenly power control ring did not pose any threat to him at all, but the current situation has changed fundamentally. However, this slavery mark ultimately failed to enslave the other party. The second time, it failed. The third time, it still failed. It was not until the 6th time that the slavery mark that had been immersed in the body of the Azura King was finally not erased, but after dimming to the extreme, it was suddenly branded on his soul. Tisk at the moment of successful enslavement, the Tianxu Sangqiong, which had restored its battleship form, had already opened its hatch. If it were Song Qi, he might have been very excited at this moment, but the one controlling the battleship was the Qiongtian intelligent brain, so naturally he would not have any special emotions, but would wholeheartedly execute the orders issued by Song Qi. Outside, Azura Blood City. Just a few seconds after the Tianxu Sangqiong and the Azura Emperor disappeared at the same time, a space fluctuation was heard again above the city, and then the Tianxu Sangqiong reappeared, but the Azura Emperor was never seen again. This scene caused thousands of alien races in the city below to exclaim again, but Song Qi ignored it. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, chapter of Divine Thoughts, black light suddenly flashed on the components, and then a powerful pulling force acted on Tianxu Sangqiong. Finally, the entire warship turned into a black light, and shot towards the void crack behind the projection of the Yoguang star in the sky. At this moment, the second layer of the frost void cage light curtain above the head was completely shattered, and 2 sky-covering handprints came from the sky, aiming at the black light transformed by Tianxu Sangqiong. However, Song Qi seemed to have anticipated this, and the purple mist projection of the market that had never dissipated did not hesitate to meet it. Chapter 690. The heaven and earth are shaking, the void is torn apart again, and a small-scale space collapse zone is gradually evolving. Unlike before, the 2 handprints that came down this time came from a true 9th-level master, and their power was much greater than the half-step 9th-level power carried by the projection of the Zhutian market. As an 8th-level floating land in the star sea, even if the spatial stability on the Red Star continent is extraordinary, it is still difficult to withstand the full force of creatures of this level. Facing these 2 sky-covering handprints, even if he was only standing from the perspective of the market projection, there was still a distant dark space of the virtual sea in between, and Song Qi's heart was still trembling. Not only that, he could also clearly sense his control over the projection of the Zhutian market, and the obvious obscurity that began to come, as if he was suddenly stuck in a quagmire. The overall reaction of the projection of the market was completely suppressed by the 2 9th-level auras as heavy as the deep sea above his head. Even before the fight, Song Qi had already instinctively realized that it was impossible to resist these 2 sky-covering handprints by relying solely on the projection of the Zhutian market, even with the starlight blessing of the projection of the Yaoguang star. Thinking of this, his mind turned rapidly. The powerful computing power given by the mind state allowed his mind to evolve hundreds of threads of mind at this moment, and each thread was thinking about the response method with all its strength. If the projection of the Tianqi market could not be blocked, it would mean that there would be risks in the remote recall of the Tianqi Sanqiong. At this critical juncture before the final promotion of the battleship, he would never allow any uncontrollable factors to appear. After all, if there was any accident, the result would be that everything would have to start from scratch, which Song Qi could never accept. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through thousands of coping methods in an instant, and finally settled on the two ultimate life-saving methods that had been considered before this action. After staying in this Red Star continent for more than 2 years, stirring up trouble along the way, how could he not have considered this result, especially when many super civilizations have already settled in this 8th-level superdimensional continent? Angel Clan, Astrologer Clan, Spirit Talisman Clan. These civilizations are all top-level advanced civilizations or above, and each of them has the ability to destroy or completely control this Red Star continent alone. But why have they been able to maintain a strange balance for hundreds of thousands of years? He would never believe that there is no secret deal among them. It seems that what I guessed before was correct. This Red Star continent is more like a trading place tacitly agreed by these super tribes. My big move this time obviously broke the rules they secretly made before. In the Zhutian market, Song Qi was thinking in his heart. At this time, his eyes flashed again. Through the perspective of the Zhutian market projection, he caught another towering figure in the deep sky above the Zura Blood City. The third 9th-level master appeared. Fortunately, he had already activated the 2 trump cards he had prepared in his hand. First, a special energy surged out of the Tianqi Sanqiong, which turned into a dark black light. The amount of this energy was limited, but in a blink of an eye, a circle of special fields evolved around the black light transformed by the Tianqi Sanqiong. It was the black hole field feature of the black hole evolution layer component. However, the absolutely invincible effect of this black hole field was only one of the 2 means of saving life. There was another one on the projection side of the Zhutian market. The purple mist energy in the sky surged again. At a certain moment, the purple mist suddenly tore a crack, and then an illusory temple that was condensed entirely by purple mist energy and radiated 3-color brilliance appeared. If it is not the Dragon Whale Hall, one of the greatest assets of the Song family, then what is the Phantom? This Dragon Whale Temple summoned by Song Qi with the help of the quasi-9th level power of the market projection exudes a strong 9th level pressure. It hangs high above the projection of the market, providing strong support for the projection of the market. First there is the projection of the Yaoguang Star, and then there is the projection of the colorful lower-level Wonder Dragon Whale Hall. Under the double blessing, the projection of the market is several times more condensed than at the beginning, and even the aura emitted by the whole body has faintly broken through the half-step 9th level and reached the threshold of the formal 9th level. That is to say, the Dragon Spine continent that the Song family has integrated with the Dragon Whale Palace is only a 7th level floating land. If it is replaced with an 8th level floating land, the combat power of the Zhutian market projection will definitely break through the 9th level, and may even be close to the senior 9th level. It seems to take a long time to complete all of this, but in fact it is just a blink of an eye. At the moment, when Song Qi launched 2 countermeasures one after another, the 2 sky-covering handprints above his head have collided with the oncoming Zhutian market projection. The violent energy storm swept in all directions. Even the Shura Blood City below felt shaky under the residual power of the 9th level energy storm. The city shield with the 8th level peak defense capability above the city was completely broken after holding on for dozens of seconds. After that, the 9th level energy storm that had not dissipated began to rage directly in the city, and tens of millions of aliens were constantly being strangled. However, the 3 9th level masters in the sky completely turned a blind eye to this, and had no intention of stopping at all. Just as Song Qi had guessed before, this Red Star continent had long been a secret trading place for these specific races. As for the lives and deaths of other humble races, what did they have to do with them? It was just an alternative resource. With the blessing of the Dragon Whale Palace projection, the Zhutian market projection successfully withstood the frontal attack of 2 9th level handprints. Seeing this, the third 9th level master who had just arrived was about to take action, but with the help of the Zhutian market projection's obstruction, the black light transformed by the Tianqi Sanqiong had already quickly sunk into the space crack above the Yaoguang Star projection. To be more precise, it was immersed in the dark space of the virtual sea connected to the back of the space crack. At this point, the outcome was actually doomed. Even the 9th level powerful people of the Xinghai could only stay away from the dangerous and strange dark space of the virtual sea. In comparison, The Zhutian market was originally located in the depths of the dark side of the virtual sea. With its guidance, the Tianxu Sangqiong, which had already entered the dark side of the virtual sea, was more like a fish entering the sea, and no longer threatening. Seeing that they were powerless to stop it, the three towering figures above their heads did not continue to take action. As ninth-level creatures, how vicious were their eyes! It is easy to see that the projection of the Zhutian market that still remains here is just an illusion projected across the endless space. It has no basis and no support. Even if it is defeated, the true identity of the person behind it cannot be found. In this case, it is better to take the initiative to negotiate. Sir, this floating land is a trading place jointly designated by our angels, astrologers, spirit talismans, and other civilizations. You have violated the rules we have set by hunting low-level alien masters so casually. If you promise not to take action from now on, we can make the decision and let the forces behind you join this trading alliance. But if you still insist on doing so, you will be an enemy of our angels, astrologers, spirit talismans, and many other civilizations. At this point, the tone of the three ninth-level masters was already full of threats. However, what made them look even more gloomy was that as the words fell, the projection of the Zhutian market did not give any response, but quickly dissipated in the sky. Compared with the anger of several peak beings on the Red Star continent, Song Qi, who was the main cause of this incident in the Zhutian market, had a smear on his face. He could not believe what the three ninth-level masters said. Angels, astrologers, and the civilization of the Spirit Talisman clan, with just three ninth-order masters, can they represent several giants that are at least top-level advanced civilizations? Let alone the Overlord-level angel civilization whose forces are comparable to the wizard civilization. Which of the astrologer civilization and the Spirit Talisman civilization does not have a pair of palms of ninth-order combat power? Unlike the Xinhua human civilization, which has only been passed down for more than 300,000 years, the astrologer and Spirit Talisman civilizations are both old-fashioned top-level advanced civilizations, with a heritage of nearly 1,000,000 years. The ninth-order units in their civilizations are far less scarce than those in the Xinhua human civilization. If his guess was correct, the forces that signed the Special Trade Alliance on the Red Star continent should be similar to the Xianqin Divine Dynasty in the Xinhua human civilization, or the Blood Warlock Family Alliance in the Wizard civilization. Although they are giant forces in each civilization, they are far from representing the entire civilization behind them. As for why they did not agree to their proposal to integrate the Song family into the so-called Trade Alliance, the reason is very simple. The most important thing is that the market projection now has only a half-step 9th level combat power, which is still a lot worse than the real 9th level. Just for this reason, if the Song family really joins this trade alliance, they will be looked down upon. Secondly, with the current size of the Song family, it is too reluctant to get involved in the transactions of the 9th level giant forces in the Star Sea. It is also easy for other forces in the alliance to see the truth and even secretly calculate, which is not good. In comparison, the Red Star continent is there. Instead of rushing to get involved, it is better to wait for the family's strength to improve, and then it will not be too late to come to the door. With the current development momentum of the family, plus the infinite resources of the essence star field of the entire Chipan River system, and after the Tianxu Sangqiong is upgraded, it should be enough to gain more benefits in this civilization war. With all these superpositions, he believes that this time should not be too long. Thinking of this, he shook his head and drove all these ideas that could not be realized in a short time out of his mind. After calming down again, he put the Tianxu Sangqiong number 1 that he had just recalled into the Xinhua Zuqiao, and then directly withdrew from the Zhutian market. Longji continent, deep in the Longji Divine Mountain, Longjing Palace. When Song Qi withdrew from the market, the Longjing Palace had already been filled with thick chaotic fog. Before he could think about it, Song Xuan's question had already sounded in his ears. Shaoqi, you suddenly summoned the projection of the Ancestral Palace, but what happened on the Red Star continent? After hearing this, Song Qi finally understood that the chaotic mist in the hall was caused by this. He did not hide anything and quickly recounted the incident. After hearing everything, Song Xuan thought for a moment and then nodded gently. Shaoqi, your decision is right. With our current size, we are not enough to be related to the 9th level forces, let alone more than one. The two chatted about this for a while, and finally Song Qi took the lead in turning to the topic. Yuanzu, are they ready? Hearing this, Song Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Shaoqi, has the Tianxu Sangqiong met the requirements for promotion? Seeing Song Qi nod, Song Xuan's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he nodded repeatedly. It's already ready, and it can be integrated at any time. As he said, the two walked quickly out of the hall. But before leaving, Song-Chi left the Yanli giant in the ancestral hall. There was a star-shifting fleet of the star-shifting Chamber of Commerce outside the floating land, so he had to leave someone to look after the house. Dragon Ridge Continent, Falling Fire Plane. Two dreadnoughts hidden in the void rushed into the large combined illusion one after another, and then rushed straight to a wormhole tunnel in the sky of the illusion space. Tens of minutes later, the two warships appeared in the Chepan River system, which was still a long way away from the Dragon Ridge Continent that was moving at high speed in the starry sky. More specifically, it was the Chepan River system, the territory of the Song family, the Chishi Star region. Ancestor, is this the floating land? As soon as he rushed out of the space wormhole, Song-Chi's question came from the communication channel. Song Xiuan smiled and nodded. Yes, this floating land is called the Red Snake Floating Land. It is the only floating land in the Red Snake Star region. It was already at the peak of level 6 long before we occupied the Red Pan River system. With the further help of the clan members, who were responsible for the Floating Land Origin Core stealing mission, it has already reached the limit of level 6 floating land. Speaking, Song Xiuan had already taken the initiative to pull out a storage capsule from the Akala. Song-Chi, who understood the meaning, did not hesitate and controlled the Tianchu Sangqiong to pull the storage capsule into the battleship. When the storage capsule was opened, it was revealed that there was a group of extremely high-level floating land origin cores. A group of floating land origin cores of a level 7 floating land. This group of level 7 floating land origin cores was not extracted from any level 7 floating land in the Chepan River system, but was stolen during the theft operations hundreds of years ago. With this group of floating land origin cores, the Tianchu Sangqiong flew down all the way and finally entered the deep core of the Red Snake floating land through a Tianking. At the location of the floating land origin core underground, as Song-Chi integrated the group of level 7 floating land origin cores in his hand into the original floating land origin core of the Red Snake floating land, the two origin cores began to merge at a very fast speed. At the same time, outside, on the Red Snake floating land, the ground began to tremble slowly, and the energy concentration on the floating land was also rising rapidly. Obviously, with the integration of a group of 50% concentration of the 7th level floating land origin core, this Red Snake floating land has officially been promoted to the 7th level floating land. Before the energy tide evolved, Song Xiuan also quickly gave instructions in the Family Quantum Communication Group chat, Red Snake Floating Land Group. All clansmen, be prepared, the energy tide is coming. Remember to start the battleship promotion when the energy tide has the maximum wave peak. Tianhao, Tiansong, Xiaobei, Shiaza, Yiming, especially you. Don't worry, Ancestor. This time my battleship will definitely be successfully promoted. Chapter 691. Woo woo woo. Above the sky, a tide of energy seemed to be real and swept across the entire floating land. At this moment, a hazy drizzle fell over the entire Red Snake floating land, but it was not ordinary rain, but spiritual rain with rich energy. For these, no one of the hundreds of thousands of Song clan members on the entire Red Snake floating land cared about them. At this moment, all their attention was focused on the battleship promotion task panel in front of them. The same was true for Song-Chi, who was deep in the core of the floating land. Because in his sight, the success rate of the battleship promotion has been constantly jumping up and down. Battleship promotion mission, Tianchu Sangqiong. Current promotion success rate, 95.501%. Current promotion success rate, 95.815%. Current promotion success rate, 95.645%. Current promotion success rate, 96.002%. Current promotion success rate, 95.680%. Although the promotion success rate has been fluctuating up and down and is extremely unstable, if you look closely, you will find that no matter what, its lower limit has been rising, not to mention when it is at the peak. At this moment, Song-Chi had no extra thoughts to think about the 36 time chess pieces that were consumed not long ago, and the time chess game feature that actually cooled down for 100 years. Because as long as he succeeded in this promotion, he would need a long time to complete the breakthrough of his 7th level guidance technique. The 6th and 7th levels seemed to be only one level apart, but it was a leap between heaven and earth. This can be seen from the fact that the 6th level life in the Star Sea generally only has a lifespan of 10,000 years, while the 7th level master can easily live for more than 100,000 years. Even with the heavenly jade spirit traded from the Morning Star family before, including the Demon Snake 9 transmutation fruit obtained from the Demon Snake floating land, it would take at least several decades to complete the breakthrough. And even if he breaks through, after the 7th life sublimation, he still has to go through the last law amplitude period, which is another 10 years. In addition, he needs to comprehend the secret technique and become familiar with the changes in his own strength, so 100 years will pass easily. In addition, don't forget that before the guidance technique breaks through the 7th level, he and his wife Shin Yuren have to work hard again, so this problem is not a problem at all. At a certain moment, when the promotion success rate column on the battleship promotion task panel showed 97.006%, Song Chi, who was very happy, seemed to understand that this was the highest value, and the energy tide on the floating land would only gradually weaken. Tianxu Sangqiong, start promotion. As he confirmed, a large amount of psionic energy suddenly shot out from the mini Tianxu Sangqiong above the core of the red snake floating land in the distance, and then the shining light completely enveloped the entire core space. Boom boom boom. Song Chi felt that his heartbeats were like thunder. Even though he knew that the promotion success rate was 97%, and with a 6th level time realm fruit, the possibility of failure was pitifully small, but before he actually completed the promotion, he still couldn't help but worry. It wasn't until the golden fire seed deep in his brow suddenly jumped, and the flame suddenly became several times stronger than before, that he completely relaxed in his heart, and at the same time, his eyes also showed an excitement that was difficult to conceal. The fire seed of the captain of the Xinhua was connected to the Xinhua warship in series. The promotion of the Xinhua warship would naturally bless the fire seed in reverse. At present, the fire seed suddenly increased, which meant that the Tianxu Sangqiong had successfully completed the promotion. When Song Chi opened his eyes, the dazzling light from the outside world had dissipated. He immediately looked into the distance. The mini form of the Tianxu Sangqiong was still floating quietly above the core of the red snake land. Although it was still in mini form, and there was no change in appearance, from the special aura emitted by the warship, Song Chi was extremely sure that the Tianxu Sangqiong had indeed been successfully promoted to a star destroyer. A trace of dark energy flowed in his body, and with his mind control, the mini form of the Tianxu Sangqiong quickly flew back. Then, of course, it was the full-speed expansion of a star destroyer. Until the end, the hull of the Tianxu Sangqiong was fixed at 18,000 kilometers. Compared with the 10,000 kilometers of ordinary star destroyers, the 18,000-kilometer captain silently told the amazing heritage of the Tianxu Sangqiong. It can be said that with the blessing of a large number of high-quality, high-strength components, the Tianxu Sangqiong has almost entered the threshold of a senior star destroyer since its promotion. Before he could check other things, a sound of breaking through the air came from the corridor above, and Song Xiuan drove the Aquila over. "Shao Qi, what's wrong?" Before he finished speaking, Song Xiuan had already seen the captain's exaggerated Tianxu Sangqiong in the core space, so his tone changed immediately. Okay. God bless my Song family." Facing Song Xiuan, who was a little out of control, Song Chi didn't talk too much with him, because there were more important things waiting for him at this time. Before, because he was worried about not having enough time, he had never used the black upgrade fire source Capricorn fire that he had exchanged. The golden fire seed was promoted to black. The Song family currently did not have a captain who reached this level, so they did not know the specific promotion time. To be on the safe side, to prevent any mistakes from missing the duration of the battleship promotion mission due to the promotion of the fire seed, Song Chi put this matter after the battleship promotion. Since the Tianxu Sangqiong has been successfully promoted, it is naturally time for this matter. However, before returning to Longji continent, Song Chi still asked about the promotion of the clan members this time. Facing this question, Song Xiuan's face sank slightly. Tian Song failed to be promoted successfully, and dozens of clan members who attacked the Zhulu ship also failed. But there is also good news. Tianhao and Yiming's ships were successfully promoted to dreadnoughts. Shiaza and Xiaobei were also successfully promoted to battleships. In addition, there are nearly 40 Zhulu ships that have been successfully promoted this time, nearly 1,000 cruisers, and nearly 6-digit frigates. Hearing this, Song Chi also sighed softly. He naturally knew the Song Tian Song mentioned by Song Xiuan. This was an elder of the same generation as Tianhao, Tianshu, Tianmong, etc., but he was the youngest among them. His luck and talent were a little worse. He had always been wandering around the captain of Zhulu. Now he was over 2,000 years old, and had already reached the end of his life. This time, he wanted to make a last-ditch effort by taking advantage of the huge energy tide generated by a new 7th-level floating land, but he didn't expect to fail. But he soon came back to his senses. Since he was reborn into this great era of the Star Sea, he understood this truth. The Starry Sea is boundless, and time leaves no trace. Only by constantly improving oneself can one sit back and watched the continuous changes of this broken starry sea. Otherwise, one could only quietly turn into a pile of lust in a corner unknown to anyone. Dragon Ridge Continent, Dragon Whale Hall. When Song-Chi stood up again, he quickly nodded to the people waiting in the hall. After spending several hours, he successfully absorbed the Capricorn fire and upgraded his own fire seed to black. After greeting everyone, he went directly into the Zhutian market. The warship was successfully promoted, and the seed of fire turned black. He had met all the conditions for strengthening some parts of Tianqiu Sanqiong to the 9th level. Before strengthening, he first counted the resources in his hands. Titanium crystal, law stone, 8th level and below floating land origin. Needless to say, the quantity is sufficient. He mainly counted the master true spirit, time fragments, and 9th level floating land origin. 7th level master true spirit, 920. 8th level master true spirit, 82. 9th level floating land origin, 53 strands. Time fragments, 145 pieces. It must be said that after taking over several 8th level trading cities, the top resources in his hands have been greatly improved. At first, he was still worried that he would not be able to strengthen many 9th level parts after completing the promotion. Now it seems that this is completely unfounded. After that, he strengthened all the parts on the warship that could be strengthened. After a series of strengthening, the master spirit in his hand was consumed rapidly. In the end, Song-Chi only had 10 7th level master spirits left, and 28th level master spirits. Originally, these were just enough to strengthen the soul-devouring altar to level 90, but the soul-devouring progress of this part was full, so there was no need for much. But no matter what, the attributes of the warship have really been crazy improved. Let alone other things. The attributes of the time chessboard after strengthening have been extremely exaggerated. Time chessboard LV90, quality, color/high, features. Reduce the cooling time of all parts of the loaded warship by 80%. Feature 2, time resistance plus 28,000. Feature 3, time chess. Feature 4, time chessboard. Feature 5, time chess game. Feature 6, time cage. Feature 7, the efficiency of understanding the time law inside the loaded warship is increased by 500%. Feature 8, 9 life and death chess. Consumption, 10200/S, phantom energy points. Time chess. The time chessboard has 361 chess pieces, each of which contains a powerful time force and has incredible power. If the chess piece is damaged or destroyed, a new chess piece will be automatically generated every year. The current number of chess pieces is 168. Time chessboard. Consume a specified number of time chess pieces, minimum 36, and psionic points. The consumption of psionic points depends on the number of time chess pieces used. Condense a time chessboard in the starry sky, and all non-friendly units within the chessboard will be subject to the time acceleration or deceleration effect of the chessboard field. The specific time multiplier depends on the number of time chess pieces used. 36 pieces are 55 times, 72 pieces are 110 times, and so on, lasting for 55 minutes, and the cooling time is 96 hours. Time chess game. Consume 1 million psionic points, and pull the specified units whose life level does not exceed the component enhancement level, and the battleship itself into the high-dimensional chess game space. The enemy units entering the high-dimensional chess game space will be forced to weaken one large level, lasting for 4 hours, and the cooling time is constant at 100 years. Time cage. Consume a specified number of time chess pieces, minimum 36, and psionic points to seal a specified unit that does not exceed the component enhancement level into a cage where time is completely stagnant. The duration of the cage depends on the time chess pieces consumed. 36 time chess pieces can last for 1,000 years, 72 chess pieces can last for 2,000 years, and so on. Note: the outside world cannot cause any harm to the sealed creatures in the time cage. 9 lives life and death chess, omitted. Chapter 692. After reading the extremely long attribute panel in front of him, Song-Chi's mind suddenly changed. Speaking of the colored mythical parts, he immediately thought of another part. Although there is indeed only one colored part on the Tianqiu Sanqiong, as long as he wants, he can directly get a second one. Yes, he is talking about the soul-devouring altar. This part has already completed all 4 stages of soul-devouring accumulation, which is enough to sublimate a designated black part into a colored lower-level part. However, after hesitating for only a moment, he quickly shook his head, and did not use this component. Miracle Clone Chamber is still with the ancestor Song Wujiang. At present, This soul-devouring altar is the only guarantee that he can temporarily sublimate a replica color component every time he summons a mirror battleship during the subsequent Civilization War. This is the most cost-effective choice for the soul-devouring altar component. Suppressing this thought, he turned his eyes again, but this time he did not look at the already loaded components, but at a component that was accidentally unloaded before. Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer. This ship gun was accidentally repaired before, but it was transformed into a Star Destroyer that the Dreadnought could not carry. Now the Tianqiu Sangqiong has been successfully upgraded to a Star Destroyer, and successfully added a Star Destroyer slot, which can be loaded. Swish, 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 the strengthening light flashed, and soon, this Black Star Destroyer was strengthened to level 90. At this point, Song Qi's 7th level Master Spirit was completely exhausted, and he also temporarily withdrew a 7th level Master Spirit from the clan. However, the properties of the enhanced Star Destroyer cannon are really amazing. Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer LV90 Quality, Black, 1/4, Features, Power increased by 540%, Feature 2, True Damage. Feature 3, Absolute Hit. Feature 4, each Xianxian sword light emitted by the main gun has an 80% chance of triggering triple critical damage. Feature 5, Wuji Xianxian Quantum Sword Light. Feature 6, Xianxian Sword Formation 10,000 swords return to the origin. Consumption, 100,000/shot, psionic points, attack, 10.36 trillion, charging, 30 seconds, buffering, 180 seconds. True damage, omitted. Absolute hit, consume 500,000 psionic points, and place a hit mark on the designated target within the field of view. The next ranged attack of any ship gun mounted on the warship within 30 seconds will definitely hit, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Wuji Xianxian Quantum Sword Light consumes 1 million psionic points. After 30 seconds of charging, it will trigger a true immortal quantum sword light with 2,100% of the power of the main gun in the specified direction, with a cooling time of 48 hours. Xianxian Sword Formation 10,000 swords return to the origin, consumes 2 million psionic points, condenses 10,000 giant Xianxian sword lights with double the power of ordinary Xianxian sword lights. After 100 seconds of charging, 10,000 Xianxian sword lights will cover the specified direction in a cluster bombardment, with a cooling time of 720 hours. Even though he was mentally prepared, Song Qi took a breath of cold air. A ruthless killing machine. This was the only thought that came to his mind after he read the properties of the Star Destroyer. After the 9th level, the properties of this Infinite Xian Quantum Star Destroyer are really terrifying to the extreme. With the 500% property bonus of all basic components of the Star Destroyer itself, the damage of a single ordinary bombardment is as high as 10 trillion, plus the 80% triple critical hit chance, including true damage, combined with the 2,100% damage bonus of the Infinite Xian Quantum Sword Light property, and the weakness mark of the hunting god of the blood spear. It feels so cool just to think about it. Well, it's finally done now. After thinking it over carefully, he found that there seemed to be nothing missing. He closed the properties of Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer, and turned to open the overall battleship property panel of Tianqiu Sangqiong. After this round of strengthening, the battleship's properties have undergone great changes, so it is natural to take a look at the whole. Name, Tianqiu Sangqiong. Model, Xinhua Destroyer Class Psionic Flying Ship. Level, LV70. Additional features, fixed air, self-healing. Basic components, Black Xinhua Ship LV70, Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer, Black, etc. Psionic Pool, 3000000/3000000. Supplies, Meteorite Spear, 3 drops of 8th level Domination Source Blood, 7th level True Spirit Tower Power Source, 39 strands of 9th level Floating Land Origin. While checking along the way, Song Qi's sight stopped at the Eternal True Spirit Nest component. After the trip to the Red Star continent, this component has now accumulated many True Spirit souls, including the 8th level Giant Elephant King Soul, the 8th level Frost Dragon Soul, the 8th level Fire Wolf King Soul, the 7th level Fire Wolf Soul *2, and more 5th level and 6th level Alien Souls. It can be said that after 2 years, this Eternal True Spirit Nest has also accumulated a lot of dominant souls. If it really encounters any difficult crisis in the future, these True Spirit souls will also be an unexpected trump card. In addition, Song Qi noticed the 3 drops of 8th level Master Blood that he had extracted. It was naturally very difficult to extract the master blood from the corpse of an 8th level master, but for Song Qi, who had the 9th level power in the market, it was not a difficult task. In 2 years, he had already completed the extraction of the corpses of the 3 8th level masters he had killed. Except for 1 drop that needed to be given to Haoyue, he could actually integrate one of the other 2 drops into the Tianxu Sangqiong before the promotion, covering the previously integrated 7th level master blood, and further improving the success rate of the promotion. The reason why he didn't do this was because he considered that the success rate of promotion was already very high, and with the blessing of the energy tide of the upgraded 7th level floating land, it seemed unnecessary. The subsequent results also proved that the 97% promotion success rate was indeed amazing. The promotion of Tianxu Sangqiong did not consume the number of times of the 6th level time realm fruit. In other words, when Tianxu Sangqiong attacks the galaxy ship in the future, it can still borrow the power of the 7th level time realm fruit, which undoubtedly provides a great guarantee for his future promotion. First, he logged into the Big Dipper Hall in person, and handed the drop of the Fire Wolf, Lord Blood to Haoyue. Song Qi then put the remaining 2 drops of the 8th level Lord Blood into the top floor of the family's merit building. It can be imagined that many high-level family members will go crazy for these 2 drops of blood. Judging from the current strength of the high-level family members, first of all, the eldest brother Song Yin, who will accumulate for another 200 or 300 years, should be able to try to attack the Star Destroyer. The original ancestor, the Xing ancestor, the Ru ancestor, including the recently promoted Song Yiming, should also have the opportunity to try in the next 1,000 years. Although they also have the support of the family's rapidly improving foundation, the resources for promotion can never be compared with Song Qi this time. So in order to have a higher promotion success rate, the choice of 7th level and 8th level dominant blood is naturally needless to say. Yaguang Xingling Group Chat Number 32. Jingja, at all members, there are urgent matters in the next 100 years. It should be difficult to go online. Please leave a message if you have anything. Number 14. Qinghu, but are you in trouble? Number 32. Jingja, no, I just have something important at hand. Number 19. Shuiyang, no way, Jingja, are you going to attack the Star Destroyer captain? Number 17. Yulong, is it true what Shuiyang said? Number 32. Jingja, yes. Number 19. Shuiyang, good fellow, you just shocked all of us silently before, and you are going to attack the Star Destroyer in just over 2 years? Number 30. Baimei, question mark. The members of Yaguang Star Tower were shocked that he was already attacking the Star Destroyer captain, although after the previous Demon Snake floating land operation, everyone was mentally prepared for this. A tough guy who can get the 3rd place in the battle record among the big guys of galaxy ships and Star Destroyers must have a ship that is the ceiling of the ultimate dreadnought, which is only half a foot away from the Star Destroyer. But even so, it has come to this point in just 2 years, which still made most of the members in the group chat completely unexpected. In this regard, Song Qi did not say much, and chatted with a group of members for a while, and then he was ready to enter the market. But at this time, a communication prompt came from the Star Order again. It was not a message from the Xingling group chat, but a private chat prompt. Baimei? Seeing that it was Baimei, Song Qi raised his eyebrows slightly, and then quickly clicked on the message bar. Baimei, your ship has started a promotion mission? Do you need additional promotion resources? Beep. Just after reading the first message, before Song Qi could reply, the second one was sent. And this message was not an ordinary message, but a screenshot of the attributes. Name, Chaos Blood. Category, Xinhua Battleship Additional Promotion Resources. Effect, when a dreadnought is promoted to a Star Destroyer, the promotion success rate is increased by 17%, and when a Star Destroyer is promoted to a galaxy ship, the promotion success rate is increased by 7%. Even with his current vision, the corner of his eye twitched the moment he saw this screenshot. 17% promotion success rate bonus, also effective for impacting galaxy ships. This is definitely the best quality additional promotion resource he has seen so far. Even the Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire Stone traded from the True Spirit Wizard not long ago is much worse. His mind quickly turned around, as if something else was emerging in his mind, but Song Qi's subsequent reply was completely different. Baimei, thank you, but actually my ship has completed the promotion, and what I need to do next is to break through the guidance technique. He did not hide it, but told the truth directly. In fact, if he wanted, he could take this opportunity to trade this Chaos Blood and prepare for the promotion to Galaxy Ship in the future. After this comprehensive enhancement, Tianchu Sangqiong can almost be said to have leaped to the peak of senior star destroyers in one step, and even stepped into the category of extreme star destroyers. Except for several resources in the special resource formula that have not yet been collected, it is not excessive to prepare in advance for the additional promotion resources to impact the galaxy ship. The reason why he didn't do so was because he knew that the reason why the members in the Yoguang Star Tower group chat could maintain such a close relationship was that they had no calculations and treated each other sincerely. Once he started to actively mix in other things, he was afraid that it would cause Bai Mei to alienate him. Rather than doing so, it would be better to speak openly. Thinking of this, he began to organize his words and prepared to ask Bai Mei about the Chaos Blood vulnerability-related matters. Chapter 693. Bai Mei, this Chaos Blood, I have heard of it for the first time. If it is convenient, can you explain it to me, a person who is ignorant of the subject? Seeing his reply, Bai Mei on the other side did not seem to be bothered by anything, and soon new information came. As far as I know, this Chaos Blood comes from the mysterious Chaos God Land. Chaos God Land? Song Chi's mind turned slightly. He had never heard of this Chaos God Land mentioned by Bai Mei before, but the moment he saw these 4 words, he immediately thought of the Chaos Nest he had challenged before. Chaos Blood Void, Chaos Nest, Chaos God Land. These 3 are very likely to be related. Although his mind was turning again and again, he did not take the initiative to interrupt Bai Mei. As if knowing what he was thinking at the moment, Bai Mei's subsequent reply was exactly some information about the Chaos God Land. Chaos God Land. Listening to the chats of some elders, it seems to be a super floating land that is even more super than the star continent. No one knows where it is located in the starry sea. We only know that its diameter extends endlessly. Even with the 8th, 9th, or even 10th level mythical creatures, they can't find its end in their lifetime. Some people say that this Chaos God Land is located in the deepest part of the dark side of the Void Sea, and some people say that Chaos God Land is a creation of the high-dimensional world. But what is the truth? There is no answer yet, but all the creatures who set foot on the continent know that there are endless opportunities on the Chaos God Land. Speaking of this, somehow, Bai Mei seemed to stop and did not continue to send new messages. Then what? Finally, Song Chi took the initiative to ask. That's about all I know now. There seem to be countless native species on the Chaos God Land. These species are extremely exclusive, but killing them has a chance to drop various rare items, including this Chaos Blood, as well as Star Sea Wonders, Time and Space God Crystals, Dominant True Spirits, Mineral Vein Cores, Chaos Chi, etc. There are also Chaos Nests and the like, but I don't know much about them. After listening to what Bai Mei said, Song Chi inevitably became extremely curious. Just the various special items that Bai Mei mentioned, almost every one of them was extremely rare. Before he could think about it any more, Bai Mei sent him another new message. By the way, I remember that the Human Emperor City that the elders often mentioned is also in the Chaos God continent. Song Chi raised his eyebrows again. He had heard Bai Mei mention the Human Emperor City before, and at that time it was mentioned together with the Civilization Battlefield and the Abyss Front. This alone is enough to show the importance of Human Emperor City, and this can further infer the importance of Chaos God Land, which may also be an important arena for many civilizations in the Broken Star Sea. In the end, Song Chi still took the Chaos Blood from Bai Mei, and the only price he paid was a 6th level Time Realm fruit. According to Bai Mei, she was also ready to attack the Star Destroyer. Although she had a lot of extra promotion resources, it was safer to add a 6th level Time Realm fruit. In this regard, Song Chi estimated that this should be just an excuse made up by Bai Mei. The super rich woman who even has more than 1 Chaos Blood in her hand, her promotion success rate when attacking the Star Destroyer is not comparable to his own, but it is not lower than 85%, or even 90%. With this success rate, Time Realm fruit is at most icing on the cake. Moreover, how can the value of a 6th level Time Realm fruit be compared with a Chaos Blood that is effective for promotion to a galaxy ship? Knowing that Bai Mei was taking care of him in disguise, Song Chi did not say much, and logged into the Yoguang Star Tower, and took the Chaos Blood vulnerability in his hand. This Chaos Blood vulnerability was indeed useful to him, and he did not say much about thanking him. If he had the chance in the future, he would speak with his actions instead of his mouth. In the Shutian market, before calling his wife, Song Chi's mind once again went through the information that Bai Mei had said before. Could it be that the Shutian market was restricted before because of the Chaos God Land? According to Bai Mei, the status of the Chaos God Land is indeed terrifyingly high, and perhaps this is the reason. Husband. Just when Song Chi felt that his guess was correct, a call came from the inn in front. You ran. The person who came was naturally Shin Yuran. Through the market token, it was very easy to contact remotely. Looking at the slender figure jogging all the way, Song Chi's face showed a deep smile. Shin Yuran exuded a 6th level aura, and the guidance technique had already broken through the 6th level. Song Chi had known this decades ago, when Shin Yuran had just been promoted. It was because he saw that the life levels of the two were getting higher and higher that he took the initiative to exchange for the fruit of nurturing. Soon, the soft body as soft as boneless was in his arms, and a faint fragrance instantly rushed into Song Chi's nose. Even though he had smelled it countless times in the past hundreds of years, Song Chi still never got tired of it. I miss you. He suddenly said something in the woman's ear for no reason. Immediately, the person in his arms twisted. So disgusting. By the way, husband, my seed of fire has been upgraded to silver quality before. We can strengthen the heart-to-heart pendant too. Before Shin Yuran finished speaking, Song Chi's hands, that were moving irregularly on her soft body, forcibly interrupted her. Let's not talk about this now. We have more important things to do. As he spoke, his hot palm had already forcefully penetrated Shin Yuran's clothes, and suddenly a soft ball entered his palm. Shin Yuran in his arms let out a delicate sound from his nose, and his already weak and boneless body became even softer. A powerful 6th-level creature in the Star Sea seemed to have no strength in his body at this moment. Don't do it here. Song Chi picked the person up by the waist, and the power of domination surged throughout his body. In an instant, he entered a market projection room that had not been used yet. After that, there was a garden full of spring scenery. 30,000 words omitted here. Just when Song Chi and his wife were trying to have a child, outside the distant starry sky, several peak beings of the human civilization were also planning something. 8-armed snake demon river system community, the eastern part of the community, the demon snake floating land. It has only been 2 years since the demon snake floating land was officially breached. For a huge 9th-level star sea floating land, 2 years naturally cannot change anything. At this moment, there are still hundreds of millions of starships hovering on this super floating land, just like tireless ants, constantly plundering, developing, and cleaning up this demonic snake floating land. Demonic snake floating land sky, Xian Qin Zulong super dimensional mothership control room. The boundless chaotic fog enveloped the entire control room of this super battleship, making it impossible for the outside world to know what is happening in the control room at this moment. Deep in the control room of the super dimensional mothership, a figure sat on the driver's seat. If Song Chi were here, he would definitely recognize that this figure was the lord of the Xianqin divine dynasty whom he had seen from afar during the previous operation on the demonic snake continent, and one of the legendary figures of the entire Xinhui human civilization, the Emperor Ing. In addition, at this moment, a very special communication light screen was projected in front of this Emperor Ing. This communication light screen was not just 1, but 3. In addition to the projection of Emperor Ing himself on the far left, there were 2 other similar projections, whose faces were blurred by the special chaotic light. At a certain moment, the projection in the middle said, "The demonic snake floating land has been completed. Pei Dinan, how is your side?" Hearing this, the projection on the right quickly replied, "It will take some time for me, but it's not a big problem. 10 years is enough." Okay. East, west, south, if that's the case, then the only thing left is the demon god floating land in the middle of the 8-armed snake demon river community. 3 ordinary level 9 pieces, 1 level 9 peak piece, and 4 level 9 floating land origin blessing. Can it really help you take that step? It's just a certain chance. How can it be 100% when it comes to those 2 words? We have to try. But if you fail, your fighting power will be weakened for a long time. By then, we may not be able to withstand the many temptations. Fei Dinan, when did you become so timid? If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to completely destroy the 8-armed snake demon, the chances in the future will only be smaller. Besides, don't we still have Jiang Yi? If we take out a few more trump cards, we may be able to intimidate those creatures. Alas, after all, our foundation is too shallow. Without the real mythical fighting power, we are always suppressed. Chapter 694. By the way, we should not take the matter of the 8-armed demon god lightly. He finally managed to get a tentacle out of the abyss, so we must not give up easily. According to what we know, this 8-armed demon god seems to come from the abyss, molten hell, and is not far from the purgatory abyss, both of which belong to the deepest layers of the abyss. If my guess is correct, this 8-armed demon god should also follow the path of the purgatory devil clan, wanting to use his own bloodline as a foundation to forge a dominant civilization, use it to feed back to himself, and then try to go further. So, This 8-armed snake demon civilization will never give up easily. Don't let your guard down until the end. The scale of the full-scale war between the two top advanced civilizations is so astonishing. Even if the Xinhua human civilization currently has a great advantage, it will not be over in 10 or 100 years. Take the demon snake continent for example. Although it was captured early, when the main fleet of the Xianqin divine dynasty roughly cleared the remaining 8-armed snake demon troops on the entire continent, and the fleet set out again to restart the advance, it was found that it was already 50 years later. Compared to the main fleet of the divine dynasty, which has been busy clearing the demonic snake floating land recently, the fleets under the command of Xianqin are still advancing in full swing. In 50 years, the fleets under its jurisdiction have basically completed the occupation of a river system, and the slow ones have basically controlled most of it. With the fall of the eastern central floating land, the demonic snake continent, it can be clearly felt that the resistance of the 8-armed snake demon army in the eastern river systems has weakened a lot, which is also the reason why the advancement speed of the various advancing fleets has increased dramatically recently. In the past, it would take at least 100 years to completely occupy a river system. Xinhua calendar 30th year 1391. Eastern part of the 8-armed snake demon river system, outside the Copper Snake River system, Copper Snake continent. The warships of the 6th, 9th, and 11th fleets of Xianqin all gathered here. The convergence of the three fleets made the number of starships gathered in the entire starry sky reach an extremely astonishing level. As for the source of this incident, it was the supercontinent that stretched across the starry sky in the distance ahead. The Copper Snake River system is a large river system, with a diameter of 1.6 million light-years. In addition, the river system itself was occupied by the 8-armed snake demon early on, which also created the first continent in the river system in front of us, the Copper Snake floating land, which is enough to rank among the top 8 level ones. A senior 8-level floating land, with dozens of dominant 8-armed snake demons stationed inside, is naturally difficult to be taken down by a single propulsion fleet, so this is the current situation. Three-way fleet joint communication group chat Fuso Dynasty. Captain of Galaxy Satagawa, Yamagami-kun, you will be responsible for the East 3rd District next. Fuso Dynasty. Star Destroyer Captain Yamagami Sano, hi. Fuso Dynasty. Captain of Galaxy Satagawa, Tuoba-kun, the West 5th District is handed over to you. Fuso Dynasty. Captain of Galaxy Satagawa, Mr. Song, your target is West District 3. In the joint group chat, the captain of the Fuso Dynasty Galaxy. Satagawa. Under the command of the commander, the subsequent strategy tasks were assigned one by one. Compared with the Star Destroyer captains, who were either happy or unchanged after receiving the task, the encrypted group chat of the Longji Song family was already in an uproar. Song Shirshing, ancestor, are you sure it's the West 3rd District? There are 2 second-level snake demon holy cities there, and there are no less than 4 snake demon overlords stationed there. Song Xuansong, knowing that we only have an elite fleet with a total of only 500,000 people, you let us gnaw on 2 second-level snake demon holy cities? Song Xingru, this is clearly bullying us, who have just been promoted to the Immortal Clan. I think we should just quit, and not let this happen. In the encrypted group chat of Dinghai Longxiang, the top leaders of the Song family kept talking, and the hot-tempered Song Xingru was the most aggressive. But her proposal was obviously not recognized by other members of the clan. Song Wujiang quickly shook his head and said, it is impossible to quit. The Shadow Department has sent clear news that the group of Misty Half-Snake people in the Misty Swamp in the east of the Bronze Snake floating land are strategic biological resources. Based on their special bloodline talents, they can increase the cultivation speed of the recognized master if they voluntarily recognize him as their master. Hearing this, the eyes of the Song family members in the group chat all lit up. Improving the speed of cultivation is an extremely tempting buff. Just imagine, if a Xinhua citizen can bless such a cultivation buff before awakening the Xinhua seed, it will definitely greatly increase the speed of his cultivation of the guiding technique, and in this way, it will naturally greatly increase the possibility of awakening the Xinhua seed. After all, when the Xinhua awakens, the higher the level of his own guiding technique, the higher the awakening success rate is. In addition, even the official captain, who has awakened the seed of the flame, can also use this buff to accelerate the breakthrough of the psionic guidance technique and climb to a higher level of captain. Almost the moment they heard the news, the senior members of the Song family directly raised the importance of this Copper Snake floating land to the highest level in their hearts. Not only the Song family, but also the 3 fleets present, and the dozens of immortal forces mixed in them. Which one is not ready to fight at this moment? The Song family has an organization like the Shadow Department that secretly collects information, So how can those immortal forces with a heritage of tens of thousands of years not have it, since the information about the misty half-snake man was collected? All the forces wanted to get more shares for themselves in the subsequent distribution. Song Yin, in this case, I think we can give it a try. With the help of the Blue Dragon Starry Sky Formation map, the 500,000-man fleet can be divided into 5 Blue Dragon fleets, with the 4 ships of Mi, Xingzhu, Ruzhu, and the head of the family as the core, plus the Dinghai Longxiang, which is equivalent to having 5 dominant combat forces. It may not be impossible to give it a try. And don't forget, we still have the 2 dominant king insects left by Brother Qi, and the Starry Sky Dragon Shark, which is also 3 great combat forces. No matter whether Captain Xinghe of the Fusang dynasty is deliberately making things difficult for us, as long as we can take down those 2 second-level snake demon holy cities, we will have enough reasons to increase our share in the subsequent distribution of those misty half-snake people. What Song Yin said was recognized by all the tribesmen in the group chat. After a discussion, they basically determined the subsequent action plan on this basis. Finally, Song Xingru sighed to herself. It's a pity that Zaikaizi has been in seclusion, otherwise we would have a better chance. The 5 Songlong fleets are still short of a dreadnought for the time being. How about calling Xuan over first, or is it Yiming? Song Wujiang, no, Dragon Ridge continent cannot be without people staying behind. As for Yiming, he is also at the critical moment of breakthrough in the guiding technique, and it is also not appropriate to disturb him. Song Wujiang was talking, and at this time Song Yin in the group chat seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, how about calling my brother's wife? Hearing this suddenly, the Song family members in the group chat were stunned at first, and it took 2 seconds to react to who Song Yin was talking about. Song Xingru, it seems to be really possible. It seems that Yurang girl has given birth to Hanyu little guy since 10 years ago. She will stay in Longji continent forever? Let her come over after the market trade in a few days. After all, she is a dominant force, okay? Song Wujiang, okay, let's do it. After the internal discussion, Song Wujiang began to speak in the joint group chat. Morning Star Kingdom. Star Destroyer Captain Song Wujiang. It's not impossible for my Song family to take on the hard bone of West District 3, but if the subsequent tasks are completed, my Song family's share of related interests in this copper snake floating land must also be increased accordingly. Otherwise, which of you is willing to go to West District 3? Go, anyway, my Song family will not go. Song Wujiang's words were particularly harsh. Because after the Captain Satagawa Xinghe issued the order, this was the first word of opposition. For a moment, the entire joint chat fell into strange silence. After Song Wujiang spoke, no one spoke anymore. Even in such a top command chat with no more than 3 digits, there were probably nearly 100 different thoughts secretly at this moment, perfectly explaining the 4 words each with his own agenda. In the end, it was Satagawa who took the initiative to break the silence. He chuckled and said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Song? Isn't this natural?" Until he opened his mouth, the group chat began to echo. Yes, this is what should be done. Yes, it's natural. Song Wujiang, I hope so. Looking at the projections of the smiling faces in the group chat, Song Wujiang narrowed his eyes slightly, and finally added 4 words without saying anything more. He had a bad premonition in his heart, but he had no way to deal with it. Among the 6th, 9th, and 11th fleets assembled this time, except for the few garrison ships that were not involved in the command, only the 6th propulsion fleet led by the Fuso dynasty had a galaxy ship. In this way, the supreme command was naturally taken over by the other party. In this situation, even if he had doubts, he had no way to deal with it. I hope Shaoqi can catch up, Song Wujiang said to himself, and did not think about it anymore. Instead, he returned to his team and began to arrange the subsequent related tasks. Because the floating land shield of the Copper Snake floating land in front had not yet completely collapsed, even if the 3 fleets attacked with all their strength, it took 7 days. This also allowed the Song family to successfully use the Zhutian market as a transit point to pick up Shin Yuran. When Bai Shui Qingyu entered the fleet, the 5 Songlong fleets of the Song family all had the 7th level combat power. Mixed in the astonishing number of fleets, the Song family's 500,000 warships were inconspicuous, but these few 500,000 warships were responsible for one of the most difficult areas to attack on the Copper Snake floating land. Ignoring the gazes of the many Xinhua warships on the side, the Song family's 500,000 Xinhua warships went straight to the West 3rd District. 5 warship groups with a number of more than 100,000 each were divided into 2, and the 2 led by Bai Shui Qingyu and Ziyu Chengde, together with the Dinghai Longxiang, rushed straight to one of the 2 second-level snake demon holy cities. The fiery sea boiling, Dinghai Xinglong, and Kangmang Wuji led the remaining 300,000 fleets to the second level Snake Demon Holy City. At the same time, at the other end of the continent, East District 1. This is the target area of the Fuso royal family. In the sky, inside the galaxy ship with a length of 1 million kilometers, a voice came from the connected communication channel. Sato-sama, I think the Song family is quite powerful, and they have many warship clone parts. They can use the warship clones as cannon fodder to pose a great threat to the 2 second-level Snake Demon Holy Cities. Are they really going to get a bargain in the subsequent distribution? Satagawa obviously knew more about this. No, their warship clones all sank in the demonic serpent continent before. As far as I know, the cooling time of high-level warship clones is not that fast. Without the warship clones, the 2 second-level Snake Demon Holy Cities are not so easy to break through. In the end, even if they are allowed to complete it, the loss will definitely not be small. Speaking of this, there is no need for the captain of the galaxy of the Fuso dynasty to say more. The flattering voice in the communication channel has already quickly made an excuse and laughed. By then, we will make some indirect attacks. I am not afraid that they will not spit out the things they picked up, including the amazingly valuable 8th level golden apple mother tree. If it doesn't work, we can secretly arrange some means to make all the elite members of the Song family die in some corners. Shut up. Before the sinister voice finished, Satagawa directly scolded. The top leaders of Xianqin hate people who are in internal friction, not to mention that this is still during the Civilization War. In addition, don't forget that Song Qi of the Song family is also a member of the Big Dipper Palace Yavwang Star Tower. We must not be caught with any handle, otherwise with the strength of the Big Dipper Palace, the entire Fusong dynasty will not be able to bear the consequences. Song Qi naturally didn't know what happened on the front line of the Civilization War. At this moment, he was practicing the guiding technique in a full attribute training room in the market. However, even though the LV-70 full attribute training room had a terrifying blessing for the practice of the psionic guiding technique, he was still a long way from a breakthrough. It had nothing to do with talent. The most important thing was that he had been in seclusion for too short a time. In the past 30 years, it took nearly 20 years to make Xin Yuran pregnant. After she became pregnant, Song Qi didn't rush into seclusion. Instead, he waited until the child was born and personally named him Song Hanyu. He and Xin Yuran spent 10 years together, and accompanied the little guy peacefully. Not long ago, he officially started his seclusion. There was no other way. He didn't want his first child to become a stranger after he came out of seclusion. Suddenly, a superclass bodybuilding potion was taken out, and a deepwater clam pearl with a year of 45,000 years was neutralized. When it was poured into his mouth, Song Qi felt as if a hot furnace suddenly appeared in his stomach, and a large amount of hot energy continued to rise in his stomach. Holding back the strong discomfort, Song Qi used all his strength to run the guiding technique, hoping to use it to attack the 7th level barrier. But the fact is that this alone is far from enough. Chapter 695. Sure enough, the transition between the 7th and 6th levels can no longer be simply described as a transformation of the essence of life. Just like the breakthrough from the 3rd level to the 4th level, they are two completely different dimensions of life. Feeling the 7th level barrier in his body that had no reaction at all, Song Qi smiled bitterly and opened his eyes, stopping this meaningless action. At one point, he looked at the demon snake 9 shedding fruit and heavenly jade spirit marrow placed on the side, but soon forcibly retracted his gaze. Although these two resources can assist in the breakthrough of the guidance technique, it is best to take them when in the best condition, and the current condition of his body is far from the best. In this way, time passed little by little, and Song Qi had been quietly waiting for the most suitable time to come, but unfortunately, even after several years, he still could not find the right opportunity. Compared to Song Qi, who stayed in the silent closed training room day after day and year after year, and was trying to break through to the 7th level, the Copper Snake floating land was much more lively. A senior 8th level floating land, stretching over 300,000 light years in diameter, guarded by dozens of snake demon masters blessed with the original will of the floating land, it is not easy to completely capture it. It has been 6 years since entering the Copper Snake floating land. In these 6 years, each family has only roughly cleaned up the area they are responsible for, and has not yet officially started with the Snake Demon Holy Cities in the area. Copper Snake floating land, west. In a certain continuous mountain range, the sound of fierce ship artillery bombardment rang out. This violent bombardment lasted for about half an hour. When the earthquake in the deep mountains completely subsided, a fleet of no more than 100 people appeared above the mountains. Attention, all the 8-armed snake demons shown on my radar have been killed. Xiang, you lead the second team to check it out. Be careful. Got it. Don't worry, Captain. Are you still worried about my work? As they were communicating, a 1,100-meter-long cruiser in the fleet led 3 frigates to fall downwards. The hulls of these 4 warships basically emitted purple glare, and they were obviously equipped with purple-quality hull armor. They were among the warships with the strongest defensive capabilities in the team. Even the surface of the cruiser was glowing orange, and it was equipped with orange-level hull armor. Seeing this, the captain of the team, the Zulu captain who was over 1,000 years old, relaxed slightly, and at the same time he secretly felt that the family's heritage had indeed improved a lot with this civilized warship. You have to know that when he was still the captain of the cruiser, the configuration of the captains in the family was far less luxurious. At that time, the cruiser captain could be equipped with a piece of purple hull armor, which was much better than the same level. It's not like now, many frigates are equipped with multiple pieces of purple parts. While he was thinking, the 4 warships responsible for the investigation below had already turned around. In the magnetic wave communication group chat that had just been connected, the cruiser captain named Song Xiang shouted, "Captain, the vein, a medium-sized red fire iron vein was found under the stratum that was blasted below us." Song Xiang's voice was excited, and his tone was full of excitement that could not be concealed. As the captain, Song Yufan did not scold him. He knew that it was not Song Xiang's fault. He knew that the red fire iron mine was a medium to high-level mineral. After refining, it could be used to produce third-level machinery. What is a third-level machine? Similar to the Hellfire mech, it has strong 4th-level firepower, weak 4th-level defense, and weak 4th-level movement speed. This is a typical 4th-level combat machine. Although the 3rd-level machine cannot be compared with the Hellfire mech, it is the most used by the Song family now. After all, although the Hellfire mech has been mass-produced, its size is there. If there is no special scaling component, it is difficult for low-level clansmen to carry it on the ship, and the 3rd-level combat machine is much more convenient. By this calculation, a medium-sized red fire iron vein is very valuable. As long as they report it to the family, their entire team will receive a considerable family merit reward later. Boom boom boom. Before the members of the Song family team could get excited for long, a violent roar suddenly came. Song Yufan originally thought it was the remaining 8-armed snake demon, but when he looked at the sky in the distance, his face suddenly darkened. All team members listened to the order, first level alert. After saying that, he added another sentence. It's the Noera family of the Fuso dynasty. The arrival was not some fleeing 8-armed snake demon, but a fleet of nearly 1,000 people. It was the fleet of the Noera family, an immortal clan of the Fuso dynasty, which was adjacent to the Song family's area. Compared to the Song family, the Noera family led a battleship and also had 2 chasing ships. In addition, they did not deliberately restrain their aura, and the majestic pressure instantly enveloped the entire Song family team. This place was discovered by my Song family first. What? Your Noera family is going to violate the ban of the Divine Dynasty and attack my Song family. Friends, take action? Faced with the opponent's recklessness, Song Yufan could only take the initiative to question in a cold voice. Faced with his questioning, the battleship of the Noera family was not moved at all, and the pressure emanating from the battleship had not been restrained at all. Finally, only a sneer was heard from the battleship. Your Song family discovered it first. We detected this red fire iron vein a few days ago. As he said, he actually sent a message and a picture. This picture does show the valley below, and the shooting date was also 3 days ago, but the picture does not show any red fire iron vein at all. It is just an ordinary camera screenshot. Haha, it's just a random picture taken when collecting terrain information. Do you think your Noera family can turn black into white based on this? Song Yufan sneered. However, his heart sank again, and he had thought of something. Haha, then do you think those people on the mainland are willing to believe white or black? As expected, the other party obviously grasped this point. Under the obvious deliberate suppression of Satagawa, would the forces on the Copper Snake floating land really take the risk to support the Song family? Thinking of this, Song Yunfan's cold eyes swept over the Noera family warship in the sky again, and finally, under the ugly eyes of Song Xiang and others, he issued a retreat order. Captain, are you really going to give it to them like this? Yes, Captain, we worked hard for half a month to finally strangle these 8-armed snake demons. Now we can finally make some extra money. I am unwilling to give it up like this. As you and I talked, the entire team chat was full of resentment. This is an order. Why, are you going to disobey it? Don't worry, they won't be so proud for long. Before long, my Song family will get back 10-fold and 100-fold. Under Song Yunfan's tough words, the more than 100 warships of the Song family finally turned around and left the mountains. But perhaps out of looking at the backs of the Song family fleet going away, the Noera family fleet group chat laughed. Haha, they are really obedient. This family without any background dares to be rude in front of His Majesty Sato. They should know what's good for them. My Noera family is an immortal family with a history of 12,000 years. How can it be compared with a stray dog with a history of 3,000 years? They still want to compete with us for the mineral vein. If it weren't for the strict prohibition of internal friction, my Fusong dynasty could crush this Dragon Ridge Song family with a stomp of my feet. After returning to the main fleet of the Song family, Song Yufan reported the matter immediately. However, the family's top leaders only replied, "I know about it," and there was no further news. Song family high-level encrypted group chat. Song Shirshing. Just now, including the Noera family, for immortal forces have begun to actively target us. Song Xuansong. Oh, let them jump for a while. In recent years, we first exposed the 6th level Time Realm tree, and then frantically picked up leaks in the rear of the 8-armed snake demon, and then the 8th level Golden Apple Mother tree. There are indeed too many eyes watching us in secret. It's better to take this opportunity to let them all jump out, so as not to miss out when we settle accounts in the future. By the way, the 8th level Azura King that Shaoqi enslaved before has recovered to its peak. Do we need to go back to Longji continent to bring it here? Song Wujiang. Yes, we don't know how long Shaoqi will need to keep going. If he can't catch up, an Azura King can really help us out. In addition, Shaoqi has temporarily unloaded the 4 symbols we'll seal, so let's bring it here together. Song Yen. The news from the Shadow Department just now is that the Mist Half-Snake Man can only reproduce in the Mist Swamp, and it seems that it cannot be cultivated separately. Chapter 696. If they cannot be cultivated separately, it means that the Mist Half-Snake people can only be raised in the Mist Swamp of the Copper Snake Floating Land. The people in the group chat are all people who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Almost the moment they heard the news from Song Yin, they quickly sorted out the interests involved. Song Xingru was the first to say, in this case, what we need to fight for is the right to distribute the entire Copper Snake Floating Land. That's right. Originally, each family agreed to plunder the resources on the Copper Snake Floating Land, and then divide up all the existing Mist Half-Snake people. The ownership of the Copper Snake Floating Land will be jointly occupied by the most powerful Fuso royal family and Fujiwara family. As for now, I don't think it will be so easy for each family to give in. Since the Mist Half-Snakes can only be kept in the Mist Swamp, the entire Mist Swamp will be the most precious sustainable resource on the entire Copper Snake Floating Land in the future. At least with the current size of my Song family, only 100,000 or 200,000 Mist Half-Snakes are far from enough. I heard that there are 7th level Mist Half-Snakes in the depths of the Mist Swamp, which means that they can be effective on Star Destroyer captains. At the 7th level, the practice of guidance becomes slower and slower. The ancestor has been promoted for more than 600 years, but the guidance is still at level 70, and has not yet broken through level 71. If there is a 7th level Mist Half-Snake to bless, this situation will definitely change. The Song family must have a hand in the endless supply of Mist Half-Snakes produced by this Mist Swamp in the future. When everyone was talking, Song Wujiang finally interrupted. Okay, these are all later. The most important thing now is to break through the 2 second-level Snake Demon Holy Cities in the West 3rd District. There is no need to hide them. Except for the Azura King, summon all the other dominant slave creatures. In addition, spread the news that Mist Half-Snakes can only be cultivated on a large scale in the Mist Swamp. Although many forces should have known this, it is not enough. The more muddy the water is, the better our fate will be in the future. Understood, I will let the Shadow Department act secretly. It should take less than 2 months for this news to spread throughout the Copper Snake Floating Land. Then there will be plenty of people to make trouble for us. With Song Wujiang's decision, the Song family's 500,000-man fleet was divided into 2 again, heading straight for the 2 second-level Snake Demon Holy Cities. In addition, in the depths of the void that cannot be seen by the naked eye, hundreds of Song family Shadow Department warships, all equipped with at least purple-quality void membrane, roared their engines and rushed in different directions. During these 6 years, the 2 second-level Snake Demon Holy Cities in the West 3rd District have successively endured countless artillery fire baptisms from the Song family. Although they have persevered tenaciously, it is by no means without any cost. The energy shield that was originally full above the city is no longer as bright as it was 6 years ago. Taking advantage of this, the 2 fleets of the Song family directly started the assault mode after arriving above the 2 cities. Above the first second-level Snake Demon Holy City, 2 sub-Songlong fleets led by 2 dreadnoughts, were suspended high. Above their fleets, the shadow of an illusory Sunlong appeared faintly, and the pressure displayed was also completely materialized at the 7th level. In addition, the Star Destroyer Dinghai Longxiang is located in the middle, and with 2 7th-level Star-Devouring Wolves, there are 5 dominant combat forces. The 2nd Snake Demon Holy City is also not weak. In addition to the 3 sub-Songlong fleets led by the 3 dreadnoughts, Lian Juhai, Dinghai Xinglong, and Kangmeng Wuji, there are also 2 dominant king insects and a star dragon shark. Attention, all tribesmen, open fire freely. The order to open fire was issued, and the sky above the 2 second-level Snake Demon Holy Cities was once again filled with terrifying artillery roars. Flame Dot Annihilation Cannon Super Energy Storage. Flame Dot Annihilation Cannon Annihilation Star Crusher. With the activation of 2 properties of the Black Star Destroyer mounted on the Dinghai Longxiang, the city shield above the first level 2 Snake Demon Holy City was completely shattered, and then, the attack was directed at the 2 level 7 8-armed Snake Demons stationed in the city. With 5-2, the result is predictable. Xin Yuran and Song Xingru were not even allowed to take risks, and the battle was easily resolved with only the Dinghai Longxiang and 2 domination-level Star-Devouring Wolves. Although the 2 7th-order 8-armed Snake Demons have the blessing of the original Will of the Floating Land, don't forget that with the support of a large amount of resources from the entire family, including many times of picking up leaks in the past few hundred years, the Dinghai Longxiang can no longer be compared with those newly promoted Star Destroyers. Today, the Dinghai Longxiang has already firmly entered the ranks of senior Star Destroyers. In addition, the Xinhua warship is known for its combat power. In a one-on-one situation, it can naturally suppress a 7th-order 8-armed Snake Demon. The Dinghai Longxiang is also like this. The 2 Star-Devouring Wolves naturally suppress the other 7th-order Snake Demon easily with their numerical advantage. After this was over, Song Wujiang immediately notified Song Yin and others with the communication component. Soon, a Star Destroyer projection appeared in the 2nd level 2 Snake Demon Holy City. It was Song Yin who summoned the projection of Dinghai Longxiang with the projection component. In this way, the 2nd level 2 Snake Demon Holy City also fell quickly, and the 2 level 7 8-armed Snake Demons were also killed. It is worth mentioning that when the treasure houses of the 2 holy cities were searched later, Song Xingru's luck suddenly burst out, and she obtained a super excellent rare item, or a special component, from one of the treasure houses. Special item, Blood Holy Grail. Quality, Gold. Transformable, Blood Holy Grail. Note, a special holy grail used by the creatures of the Star Sea to drink the blood of aliens. Later, it was transformed into a Golden Star Sea rare item by chance. Blood Holy Grail LV0 Quality, Gold. Features, when the loaded warship activates blood-like attack methods, the power is increased by 140%. Feature 2, Blood Resistance plus 1000. Feature 3, when comprehending the law of blood and the secret art of blood in the loaded warship, the comprehension is increased by 5%. Feature 4, Blood Boiling. Feature 5, Holy Blood Container. Note, the loading of this component requires 5 slots blood boiling, consumes 100,000 psionic points, and controls the blood of designated enemy units within 100 million kilometers of the loaded warship, causing the blood in its body to boil continuously, greatly affecting its combat power in a short period of time, and the cooling time is 240 hours. Holy Blood Container. After a warship kills a living creature, it can store a trace of its original holy blood with the captain's consent. When the warship is promoted, the captain can choose to release all the original holy blood stored in the past to increase the success rate of the warship's promotion. This feature has no cooldown time, but currently it can only store the original holy blood of the 0 level at most. Why is this Blood Holy Grail part super excellent? The key lies in the characteristic 5, Holy Blood Container. According to the characteristic introduction of Holy Blood Container, this characteristic has only one effect, that is, when a Xinhua warship has not started the warship promotion mission, the aliens killed by the warship on weekdays will be accumulated, and when the warship promotion mission is started in the future, all the accumulated blood of the aliens will be released at once, and the promotion success rate of the warship bathing in the blood of aliens will increase directly. The key is that Song Xingru has carefully tested it. After strengthening, this Blood Holy Grail component can store the original holy blood of the 8th level master at most. It is of great help when the Dreadnought attacks the Star Destroyer, not to mention the Star Destroyer attacks the Galaxy ship. When Song Xingru announced the information of this component to the Dinghai Longxiang encrypted group chat, the senior members of the Song family were very excited. Because of this component, plus the Time Realm fruit resources in the family, the chances of successful promotion of the senior members of the family will be further increased. It can be said that with the Blood Holy Grail and Time Realm Fruit, the number of high-level and even top-level clansmen in the Song family will surely increase in the future. It's a pity that the 4 7th-level 8-armed snake demons were wasted before. These were the kills of 4 7th-level creatures. In the group chat, Song Tianshu's voice was full of sighs. Originally, after being promoted to the captain of the battleship, knowing that he was old, he didn't think that he could attack the dreadnought at all, but after seeing this Blood Holy Grail, his long-dormant mind suddenly became active again. You should know that when he attacked the battleship, he did not use the 4th-level Time Realm Fruit. Blood Holy Grail plus 5th-level Time Realm Fruit. In addition, he is not yet 3,000 years old, and there are still 1,000 years before the deadline. This makes Song Tianshu see a big opportunity to attack the dreadnought. Just as Song Tianshu's mind was racing, Song Wujiang's voice sounded again in the group chat. How about this? When Shuqi's ship has been upgraded, Xiaoyan will load the Blood Holy Grail first. As soon as these words came out, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. This was to gather the strength of the entire family and fully assist the Blazing Sea to attack the Star Destroyer in the next few hundred years. For this arrangement, Song Tianshu and other family leaders all nodded, and no one raised any objections. First of all, the Boiling Sea was already quite powerful, and it entered the Extreme Dreadnought a little later than Song Chi's Sky Ruined Sky. It has participated in all the major actions of the family in the past few hundred years. In addition, the benefits of the Yenshin clan's heritage relics to the entire family are there. No matter how you look at it, it has the qualifications to be the first to use this Blood Holy Grail. After Song Yin, Song Wujiang reported several names in succession, and no one objected because they were all reasonable. After Xiaoyan, the second one is Xiwan, and then Tianshu, Xingru Shishing. As for Shen Yiren, she was ranked very last, and there was no other bloody reason. The main reason was that Shen Yiren had just been promoted to the captain of the dreadnought, and the battleship foundation was far from enough. As the wife of Song Qi, and having given birth to a bloodline not long ago, Shen Yiren's status in the Song family is actually very high now. In the future, when the foundation of her battleship is improved, this Blood Holy Grail will naturally be transferred to the Baishui Qingyu at the right time. Of course, there is one thing that cannot be ignored, that is, this Blood Holy Grail is not loaded on a certain battleship without limit. After careful discussion by the top leaders of the Song family, a clear rule has been set. For the 6th-level clansmen, that is, when the dreadnought is ready to attack the Star Destroyer, the borrowing time is 200 years. For the 5th-level clansmen, when the battleship is ready to attack the dreadnought, the borrowing time is 100 years. For the 4th-level clansmen, when the chaser is ready to attack the battleship, the borrowing time is 50 years. When the young prodigies of the clan and the core 3rd-level clan members borrow it, the borrowing period is 20 years. There is no other way. Although the lifespan of the Xinhua captain is not short, the lifespan of the battleship captain is only 4,000 years, and the lifespan of the Zhulu captain is only 2,000 years. If a single clan member borrows it for too long, many clan members will not be able to wait to borrow this Blood Holy Grail. In addition, this Blood Holy Grail part will be marked with a recall mark every time it is borrowed. If any accident happens to the borrowing clan member, the clan will summon this part back across the starry sky to prevent the loss of the part. Moreover, all the borrowed clansmen must also sign an agreement. If they encounter a crisis that is difficult to resolve during the borrowing period, they must actively trigger the recall mark on the Blood Holy Grail to prevent the components from being directly destroyed when the warship sinks. This may be a bit harsh, but there is no other way. Like the three-eyed soul-securing ring, space wormhole generator, and other components, this newly acquired Blood Holy Grail can be regarded as a strategic level component, and the family must pay special attention to it. After discussing this matter, the Song family fleet stayed for another 2 years, completely clearing out the remaining 8-armed snake demons in the West 3rd District, and then began to return to the eastern part of the floating land to meet with the joint fleet. Temporarily, the headquarters met. Not only the Song family fleet, but also dozens of immortal forces on the entire Copper Snake floating land were like this. In the past 2 years, the relevant information about the Misty Half-Snake Man has spread to every corner of the floating land. As long as there are forces that want to fight for the control of the Misty Swamp, they will not miss this opportunity. They will take advantage of this mission summary meeting to compete with the Fusong dynasty for the share. When the Song family fleet returned, it really caused many people surprise. The tasks assigned by the Song family before were well known, and the time of return this time was earlier than most forces. How could this not attract attention? However, No force thought that the Song family had failed in the mission, because the completely opposite expressions on the faces of Song Wujiang and Sadagawa had already explained everything. In the communication group chat, Sadagawa's face was gloomy, and any normal person could see his mood at the moment. Seemingly not noticing the ugly look in the other party's eyes, Song Wujiang said calmly, "Master Sato, my Song family has perfectly completed the cleanup task this time. Master, don't forget the previous promise." Listening to Song Wujiang's words with a different meaning, the gloom in Sadagawa's projected face suddenly disappeared. He didn't reply, but just smiled softly. Song Wujiang frowned instinctively at the other party's reaction, and thought to himself, "This reaction is abnormal. Could it be that this person has some secret means?" Just thinking about it, several star destroyers flew in from a distance. At this point, representatives of all forces have arrived. This also means that the meeting to divide the Copper Snake floating land is about to officially begin. Chapter 697. Since everyone is here, let's start the summary meeting. The first person to speak was still Captain Sadagawa of the galaxy. As soon as he spoke, the Star Destroyer captain of the Fuso Dynasty royal family quickly echoed him. This time, my Fuso royal family and the Sato family together killed a total of 1 8th level 8-armed snake demon, 8 7th level 8-armed snake demons, and captured 5 2nd level snake demon holy cities. My Shanshang family killed 2 7th level 8-armed snake demons, and captured a 2nd level snake demon holy city. The Song family killed 5 level 7 8-armed snake demons, and captured 2 level 2 snake demon holy cities. As each family reported their own battle records, Sadagawa began to distribute the millions of Misty Half-Snakes in the Misty Swamp according to the contribution ratio of each party. According to the contributions of each party, this time my Sato family and the Fuso royal family will share 1 million Misty Half-Snakes, including 2 level 7 Misty Half-Snakes. After hearing this first distribution, the Star Destroyer captains in the group chat looked at each other one after another. Many people seemed to have objections in their hearts, but in the end, intimidated by Sadagawa's identity as the captain of the galaxy, no one really spoke. The Shanshang family obtained 80,000 Mist Half-Snakes. The Yuyuan family obtained 120,000 Mist Half-Snakes. The Longji Song family obtained 140,000 Mist Half-Snakes. When Song Wujiang heard this amount, his eyes narrowed even tighter, and his heart was full of sneers. According to the previously announced results, the Yuyuan family only contributed a 2nd level snake demon holy city, and killed 2 7th level 8-armed snake demons, but the Mist Half-Snakes they were allocated were only 20,000 less than their own family. Obviously, this allocation was extremely unreasonable. Hearing this, many Star Destroyer captains in the group chat also looked over. Song Wujiang seemed to have not heard this, and did not respond. Representatives of various forces thought that this was the Song family's act of giving in to a galaxy captain. What they did not know was that Song Wujiang was not giving in, but was just waiting for an opportunity. Judging from this situation, the Sato family and the Fuso royal family were not prepared to share the Copper Snake floating land with other forces. "Just wait, you will make trouble," as Song Wujiang muttered to himself. The distribution of the various forces in the group chat was also completed. Just as Song Wujiang expected, after announcing the distribution of all the Mist Half-Snakes, Sadagawa said nothing more. Seeing this, the other immortal forces finally couldn't sit still. The doubtful voice of a Star Destroyer captain soon came from the group chat. "Sir Sato, did you miss something? The Mist Swamp can produce Mist Half-Snakes continuously in the future, so my Tuoba clan doesn't need more. Just 1% of the Half-Snakes produced in the Mist Swamp in the future." The one who spoke up was a prince of the Tuoba family, the royal family of the Silver Plate Kingdom. The Silver Plate Kingdom he belonged to had no affiliation with the Fusong dynasty, so even though he was afraid of a galaxy captain, he still took the initiative to stand up for the future growth of the Tuoba family. With the first person raising an objection, subsequent voices of agreement began to rise one after another. Yes, the entire Misty Swamp is not small. If you plan it well, it will not be a problem to raise tens of millions of Misty Half-Snakes in the future. It is impossible for such a large piece of precious land to be monopolized by your two families, right? That's right, my Hong family doesn't have a big appetite either, 1% is enough. Listening to the rebuttals of the representatives of each family in the group chat, Sadagawa narrowed his eyes slightly, as if there was a dangerous look gathering in his eyes. The representatives of all forces were all shocked. However, thinking of the terrifying benefits of the Misty Swamp in the next 1,000 or 10,000 years, everyone still suppressed the panic in their hearts and still insisted on wanting to divide up the Misty Swamp. Anyway, the Divine Dynasty has already issued an order strictly prohibiting internal friction. This is the most self-comforting words that flashed through the hearts of the representatives of all forces at this moment. Who knew that at this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air at high speed from the side and below. Everyone looked over and saw that it was just a Fuso Dynasty dreadnought, so they didn't pay any more attention to it. However, what everyone didn't expect was that this inconspicuous dreadnought soon brought a shocking news to the whole audience. Everyone, the little guy below just got the latest news, and you all need to listen to it together. As he said that, Sadagawa directly pulled the dreadnought into the communication group chat. The fearless captain from the Fuso Dynasty did not hesitate. After the character projection appeared in the group chat, he immediately reported, "According to the news just received by my Fuso Dynasty Dark Ninja department, there is still a 7th level 8-armed snake demon left on this bronze snake floating land. How is it possible?" The moment they heard this news, the faces of the Star Destroyer captains in the group chat changed. This is not a small problem. The omission of a 7th level 8-armed snake demon is a serious dereliction of duty. Song Wujiang's reaction was even greater. When he heard the news, his heart suddenly sank. His already cold eyes became even colder, and he looked straight at Sadagawa without any concealment. As expected, the next words of the Fuso Dynasty's fearless captain were directed at the Song family. "According to the full investigation of my Dark Ninja department, it was finally discovered that the place where this 7th level 8-armed snake demon first appeared was the West 3rd District. It was a coincidence. So coincidental that the faces of all the representatives of the forces in the group chat were gloomy. At this time, everyone can see the hidden tricks, but they are obviously not worried about the Song family. Sadagawa can deal with the Song family in this simplest but unsolvable way, so what about them? Everyone quickly put themselves in the role of the Song family, and then they found that if they really angered Sadagawa, the other party could use the same method to deal with them. Before they could think about it, Sadagawa's cold voice came. The Longji Song family missed a top mission target. Now I declare that all previous allocations to the Longji Song family are revoked, and as a mission punishment, all the gains obtained in the Copper Snake floating land must also be handed over. Hearing this, the sneer on Song Wujiang's face had already fully materialized, and he did not hide it at all. Heh. Master Sato has a good trick. Should I applaud you now? The mocking voice with full of sarcasm came from his mouth, and it just echoed directly in the communication group chat. To be honest, is this trick smart? No, not only is it not smart, but it is low level. However, if it were replaced by an ordinary immortal family, this low-level trick would be almost unsolvable. Because at this moment, the joint fleet is commanded by the other party, and the other party has never made a secret move from beginning to end. If they really force a confrontation with it, they have every reason to suppress it. Go to the Divine Dynasty? Or seek justice from the fleet behind? Don't be ridiculous. If you are not related to him, and have a reasonable reason, why would a captain of the galaxy go into conflict with another captain of the galaxy for you? Could it be because of his personal charm? But that is only for ordinary forces, but it is different for the Song family. Under the gaze of dozens of people, Song Wujiang's whole body was filled with dark energy, and the entire Dinghai Longxiang began to emit a strong 7th level pressure. In the group chat, he said word by word, "What if I say that my Song family disagrees with this result?" Suddenly, the entire group chat fell silent. The representatives of various forces did not speak because they were exclaiming in their hearts. Is the Song family crazy? In this case, Sadagawa can completely suppress the entire Song family on the grounds of disobeying orders. Song Wujiang doesn't think that he can really fight against a galaxy ship with the numerical advantage of the 7th level combat power? Crazy, absolutely crazy, but I like it. It's better to make a bigger fuss. It would be even better if it can attract the Divine Dynasty patrol team. Sadagawa didn't say anything because he was laughing in his heart. Since he was promoted to captain of the galaxy, few people dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz, the million-kilometer-long galaxy ship began to radiate a majestic pressure. Compared with the pressure of the Star Destroyer, the aura of the galaxy ship was 100 times stronger. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion from the Song family fleet below. At the front of a certain Songlong fleet, the hatch of a silver-white dreadnought suddenly opened, and the next second a red blood shadow rushed out of it. After the blood shadow rushed out of the dreadnought, its body began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored figure had expanded to a height of tens of thousands of kilometers, and its aura was close to the peak of the 7th level. Seeing this scene, the dozens of Star Destroyers in the sky began to sound surprised. Another brand new 7th level slave creature. Where did the Song family get so many dominant creatures? If I'm not mistaken, this should be a 7th level Azura King, right? The combat power of this kind of creature is the best among the same level. It's a pity that it's just a 7th level Azura. Even if it's at the peak of the 7th level, it's not. No, the size of this Ashura is still expanding. 1,000,000 kilometers, it has already entered the 8th level. The Ashura king who is half a foot into the peak of the 8th level, the Song family. So this is the confidence of the Song family. Swish, a fishy wind blew past, and the 8th level Ashura king had already flown to the side of Dinghai Longxiang. He held a blood-red long sword in his hand, and his scarlet eyes were fixed on the galaxy ship in front of Satagawa. Although there was no word from beginning to end, the actions of the Ashura Emperor had already shown the Song family's response directly. Even if he was the captain of a galaxy ship, if he wanted to deliberately target him with such a low-level means as slander, our Song family would never yield. At most, we would try head-on. Opposite, the galaxy ship's main control room. There seemed to be a real flame rising in Satagawa's sight, and there was only coldness in his eyes when he stared at the Ashura Emperor. It was not that he was afraid of the Ashura Emperor. He had been a galaxy captain for tens of thousands of years. Although he was not a veteran galaxy captain, the combat power of his ship would never be weaker than that of an ordinary 8th level peak creature. The reason why he did not make any response was because he knew very well that this farce could not continue. If the Song family could be suppressed in a crushing way, the guarding warships above might not intervene. But if it was an 8th level battle, the nature would be completely different. Chapter 698. Just as Satagawa thought, after the Song family summoned the Queen of Ashura, who had stepped half a foot into the peak of the 8th level, the multiple galaxy ships from the sky had quietly entered the Copper Snake floating land. Although they did not appear directly, Satagawa, who was in the ship, had received several messages. Lanata Oak, Sato, some things are better to be stopped in moderation, otherwise if they are really reported to the Divine Dynasty Supervisor, your Fusong Dynasty may not end well. Mengshan, Satagawa, the old guys in the Big Dipper Palace are all a group of people who protect their children. Are you sure that the Fusong Dynasty behind you can withstand their anger? Looking at these meaningful messages, Satagawa's anger surged more and more, but no matter what he did, the ending was already doomed. No matter which of the Star River guarding ships, behind the 3 advancing fleets, they would never allow such a terrible incident as the internal fighting of the 8th level combat power to happen. As guarding warships, they not only have the responsibility to protect their fleets and ensure that no high-level 8-armed snake demons will be slaughtered, but also have a share of the major contributions made by the fleets they are responsible for guarding during the war. According to these contributions, there will be a large number of rewards from the Divine Dynasty after the war. On the contrary, if there is any serious accident in the fleet under their command, these people will also need to be punished. Based on this, the captains guarding the galaxy will never let Satagawa act recklessly. Not only Satagawa understands this, Song Wujiang and Dinghai Longxiang also knows it. Otherwise, he would not be so direct. The Ashura king enslaved by Song Qi is indeed strong enough, but if he wants to use this to confront an immortal giant family with a heritage of more than 100,000 years, it is far from enough. Apart from anything else, if the opposite Satagawa directly summons the mythical heritage of the Sato family, the Ashura king will never be his opponent. So to be more precise, Song Wujiang took advantage of this in turn. After this incident, the development of the matter was very simple. The Song family not only did not recognize the missed 7th level 8-armed snake demon, but also took the initiative to send a blue dragon fleet and 2 7th level slave creatures, successfully turning the missing snake demon master into their own contribution. Taking this opportunity, the Song family directly increased the number of Misty Half-Snake people from 140,000 to 400,000, and also took 20% of the subsequent production share of the Misty Swamp. As for the specific share division of the Misty Swamp, it was soon announced. In addition to the Song family's 20%, the Sato family accounted for 30%, the Fuso royal family 20%, and the captains of the 3 fleets guarding the galaxy each received 10%. As for the remaining 30, or so immortal forces, they originally thought that the Song family's strong presence would allow them to achieve their wish and successfully obtain 1% of the Misty Swamp. But the fact is that the Song family doesn't care about these. For these forces that had previously stood aside, and even took the initiative to exclude them, the Song family had no objection to the proposal made by Satagawa and the Fuso royal family to exclude them all. After that, the division of the Bronze Snake floating land was concluded. The 3 fleets stayed for more than 10 years, until the remaining 8-armed snake demons on the floating land were basically cleared. Then, following the order from the Divine Dynasty General Command to turn west and advance, they headed towards the center of the 8-armed snake demon river system. Time passed, and the years passed without a trace. In the blink of an eye, 150 years passed quietly. In 150 years, each advancing fleet made rapid progress. After the eastern center floating land of the eight-armed snake demon river system fell, the resistance of more than 100 river systems in the east dropped significantly, which made the advancement speed of the advancing fleets under the entire Xianxin divine dynasty always at a peak. During this period, the 6th, 9th, and 11th fleets did not maintain a joint state, but mostly advanced separately, and only when they encountered a river system with an 8th level floating land of life would they resume joint operations. In the past 150 years, the Song family has gained huge profits with a Star Destroyer, 5 Blue Dragon fleets, multiple 7th level slave creatures, and the 8th level Azura King who no longer needs to hide. This includes partial control of 3 8th level floating lands of life, 3 complete 7th level floating lands of life, and 4 complete 7th level resource-based floating lands. As for the floating lands and star regions below the 7th level, there are more, but these newly controlled territories are very scattered, which is extremely unfavorable for unified management and development in the future. On this day, the 11th Advancing Fleet, the Song family Dinghai Longxiang encrypted communication group chat. Song Xingru, including this star field of the Shuangxia River system, we have successively taken over the territory of 6 river systems, but unfortunately they are all scattered territories. In the future, considering the development of wormholes, interstellar immigration, floating land development, and starfield mining, the people in the family's internal affairs hall will probably be busy. As her complaint sounded in the group chat, it instantly attracted many replies. Song Xuan, it is better to deal with these scattered territories as much as possible after the war. With our current development momentum, dispersing the clan members will actually slow down the development speed of the family. Song Xuansong, get rid of it? I don't agree with this. Although we have taken over the most essential 300,000 light-year territory of the Cheap and River system, with the current improvement speed of the family and the civilization war that has not yet ended, I am afraid that the territory of the Cheap and River system will be saturated in less than 10,000 years. Instead of going to the alien star field to open up colonies, these territories of human civilization are much more precious. Song Tianhao, I agree with the head of the family. Shen Yiren, +1. At this time, the ancestor Song Wujiang suddenly interrupted. Xuan, you haven't finished talking yet, right? Song Wujiang said this, and Song Xuan, who had not spoken since then, immediately nodded and said, yes, what I said about disposing of it is not to sell these territories, but to actively exchange these territories that have been acquired or will be acquired in the future, but are scattered in different river systems with other forces, just like before with the Yaoan 3 families. To concentrate these scattered territories in 1 or 2 river systems, preferably those with level 8 floating lands. Such a situation is not limited to our Song family. As long as we can communicate well, I believe it is not difficult to do it. After listening to Song Xuan's full explanation, everyone suddenly realized it, and the original opposition soon dissipated. If this can be achieved, it will obviously be very good for the subsequent development of the family. At this time, Song Yan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly added, in addition to what the original ancestor said, I think we can add one more point, that is, in the future territorial exchange process, we may sacrifice some of the barren territories to exchange for a few pieces of land on the floating land of the capital of these river systems. The public open areas on these floating lands are likely to be the trading holy land of the entire river system. The land in them is extremely precious, and can also earn a lot of money for the family in the future. Moreover, this can further increase our success rate in exchanging territories. Song Xuansong. Xiao Yin, that being said, how can we ensure that the other party will definitely set up the public open area in the area where the land is located? Song Yin had obviously considered this point long ago. Master, this is simple. We can completely use the space wormhole generator components on the ancestor ship. A space wormhole generated after birth has great attraction. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's handle it this way in the future. But before that, we still have to occupy as much territory as possible. This is related to the upper limit of the family's future. After a conversation, Song Wujiang suddenly changed the subject. Xiaoyan, how is the Blood Holy Grail on your ship? Do you have the confidence to try to start the battleship promotion mission? It has been more than 150 years since the Blood Holy Grail was obtained, and it has been a full 150 years since it was loaded on the Fiery Sea. In these 150 years, the family fleet has always been at the forefront of the advancing fleet, and killed many 7th level 8-armed snake demons during this period. Within the permitted range, these 7th level 8-armed snake demons were basically given to the Fiery Sea, so Song Wujiang asked this question. Replying to the ancestor, The Blood Holy Grail in my grandson's ship now has 11 copies of the 7th level Snake Demon's Origin Holy Blood, and more than 100 copies of the 6th level. Song Yen had just finished speaking when Song Wujiang shook his head quickly. The Dreadnought has been promoted to a Star Destroyer. The blood of the 6th level alien race is basically useless. Only 11 copies of the 7th level Snake Demon's blood are not enough. The risk is too great. At this point, Song Wujiang paused, as if he was considering something. After dozens of seconds, he continued, "How about this? I will try to persuade the captain of the Mingxinghe, who has the best attitude towards us, to take the initiative to cooperate with the Azura King in our hands, so that the fiery sea boiling can kill as many 8th level 8-armed snake demons as possible. It's a pity that Xiaoqi should be comprehending the strongest secret arts on the dragon-backed tyrant whale's secret art inheritance monument and has not come out yet. Otherwise, Tianxu Sangqiong and Dinghai Longxiong, combined with the 4 symbols Will Seal and the Azura King, would not have to lick their faces and beg for help." The Song family's methods can be said to be linked one by one. After discussion, they successfully persuaded the captain of the main family galaxy with 3 opportunities to open up the acquired space wormhole. After that, the main family galaxy cooperated with the Azura King to successfully severely injure an 8th level 8-armed snake demon on an 8th level floating land in the middle of the 8-armed snake demon river community, and let the flame boiling sea kill it personally, successfully storing this 8th level origin holy blood. After that, Lian Juhai followed the fleet for nearly 10 years, until the 2nd level 6-peak floating land in the Cheepan River system had reached the final stage of promotion, and he returned with more than 4 digits of the clansmen who were about to be promoted. The Cheepan River system, like the previous Chishi floating land, after returning, Song Yen and other clansmen also came to a floating land that had already reached the peak of level 6. This floating land is not a life floating land, but a resource floating land. But this is not important, because the energy tides generated after promotion to level 7 are almost the same. Looking at the floating land in the Star Sea under his feet, a 3rd-rank cruiser captain in the Song family team said, "I heard that the family just upgraded a 6th level floating land to a 7th level one not long ago. Now it's been less than 200 years, and the 2nd one has come. Will the family be unable to bear such frequent upgrades to the 7th level floating land at such a huge cost? Yes, in fact, it is not necessary. With the large number of 8-armed snake demons provided by the civilized battlefield, our promotion success rate is still quite considerable. Now the most important thing for the family is to speed up the Dragon Ridge continent to impact the 8th level floating land. This is the biggest key that can allow the Song family to stand in the Star Sea for 10,000 or 100,000 years. If the real big thing is delayed because of us, we will be the sinners of the family." Hearing the voice in the group chat, Song Yen explained, "Don't worry, the ancestors of the clan know their limits and will not affect the Dragon Ridge continent. Meet Ancestor Yen. Since Ancestor Yen has spoken in person, we don't have to worry. All brothers and sisters, adjust your status as soon as possible. The promotion to the floating land is about to begin. If you can successfully promote this time, you can make more contributions to the family in the future. Yes, we are all part of the family. We can't just let the ancestors pay, and we can't let down the good promotion environment provided by the ancestors." Everyone spoke one after another, and gradually, the atmosphere in the entire group chat became boiling. These new generations of clansmen were born in the best era, which made their starting point far higher than those ordinary captains, and the same was true for the future. However, because of the good family tradition and education of the Song family, they not only did not develop that kind of spoiled character, but instead deeply engraved all the hard-won things in their hearts. Therefore, even some unintentional actions or words can inspire the passion and family feelings in their hearts. Listening to all this, Song Yen smiled softly. What he didn't say was that because of the Origin Core stealing device component, the difficulty of the family to upgrade a 7th level floating land was much lower than in the outside world, and these upgraded 7th level floating lands were not without use. Not to mention the large number of biological or mineral resources derived from them, the subsequent promotion of the Dragon Ridge continent alone also required a large number of floating lands for fusion. The 8th level Star Sea floating land, the basic floating land diameter is more than 100,000 light-years, and the Song family's ambition is not small. They want the Dragon Ridge continent to have enough foundation when it is first promoted. By then, the diameter of the entire Dragon Ridge continent will probably be close to 200,000 light-years. By then, most of the territory of the entire Cheepan River system belonging to the Song family will be occupied by the Dragon Ridge continent, and a large number of low and medium-level Shanghai floating lands will be directly integrated into the Dragon Ridge continent, including these level 7 floating lands. Therefore, The Song family is now upgrading the level 7 floating lands. In fact, it is also for the subsequent Dragon Ridge continent to impact the level 8. Without thinking any more, Song Yan quickly controlled the fiery sea boiling and rushed into the deep core of the floating land under his feet. As he merged a large portion of the level 7 floating land origin core into the original origin core of the floating land under his feet, a familiar energy tide began to slowly rise on the floating land. Just as Song Yan and others were fully feeling the energy tide and waiting for the opportunity to upgrade to warship, Longji continent, Longji's secret realm. On the hillside of Longjing Mountain, the family secret inheritance monument is located. In front of the Longjing secret inheritance monument, Song Qi, who had been sitting cross-legged for more than 100 years, suddenly stood up, and the powerful 7th level psionic energy was released from his body. This is not the point. The key is the power of several original laws manifested on his body. Space, time, light. The 3 original laws are all at the perfect level, especially the space and light. The law bridge they built has been widened to more than 5 meters. If there were outsiders here at this moment, they would be extremely shocked. You should know that the bridge of laws constructed by the perfect level laws that the Star Destroyer captain, who has just been promoted to the 7th level, has a width of about 1 meter. Only those veteran Star Destroyer captains, who have been promoted to the 7th level for more than 10,000 years, can widen the bridge of laws to about 5 meters. It can be said that Song Qi has gone through the journey of other Star Destroyer captains in 10,000 years in just 100 years. At this moment, these 3 external origin laws began to merge strangely, and finally condensed together to form a 3-colored dragon whale phantom with a terrifying body length. Ong, the 3-colored dragon whale roared to the sky. Soon, it rushed towards the sky of the secret realm with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. At one point, the sky of the secret realm even showed signs of collapse. Until this time, Song Qi took the initiative to disperse the phantom of the 3-colored dragon whale. Dragon Whale Raging Sea. It is worthy of being one of the most powerful magical skills of the dragon-backed Tyrant Whale clan. It forcibly integrates the 3 perfect levels of the original law to gather a phantom of the Raging Sea Dragon Whale, which is powerful enough to shake the world. Whispering, the dark energy in his body flickered, and the laws of the surface space flowed. The next second, his figure disappeared directly on the hillside of Dragon Whale Mountain. When he appeared again, he had already reached the exit of the secret realm. After nearly 200 years of seclusion, all goals have been achieved. It is time to return to the front line of the civilized battlefield. This time, the Tianqiu Sangqiong was upgraded to a Star Destroyer, which consumed most of its high-level resources. He also wanted to take advantage of the fact that the civilization war has not yet ended, and try to get as much back as possible from the 8-armed snake demon civilization. Longji Divine Mountain, Dragon Whale Hall. Xingzhu, is it your turn to guard the Longji continent now? By the way, in 200 years, the Yixing Chamber of Commerce has not yet moved the Longji continent to the Qipan River system. Sensing the aura of Song Shirshing in the hall, Song Qi said directly. Hearing this, Song Shirshing was naturally overjoyed. Shao Qi, you finally came out of retreat? What do you mean? Which super-secret technique on the Dragon Whale Secret Technique Inheritance Monument did you comprehend? Song Qi would certainly not hide anything from Song Shirshing. Dragon Whale Raging Sea? That is a secret technique that is suspected to be created by the mythical dragon spine tyrant whale. Haha, you are worthy of being my Song family's unicorn son. After laughing, Song Shirshing recounted the recent family affairs in detail. As for the dragon spine continent, it has now entered the Qipan River system, but it has not yet reached the coordinates we have designated for placement, but it should be in the next 10 to 20 years. By the way, Shao Qi, now that you are an official Star Destroyer captain, have you thought of your exclusive king's honored name? Chapter 699. After asking this question, Song Shirshing's eyes turned completely to Song Qi's face, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. As the most talented person in the history of the Song family, who was promoted to the captain of a Star Destroyer at the age of just over 1,000, he certainly hoped that Song Qi could have a sufficiently recognizable title. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, in the endless years to come, this title is likely to spread rapidly and unstoppably throughout the entire Xinhua human civilization, and even the vast starry sky outside the Xinhua human galaxy community. How can it be without certain characteristics? Song Qi had obviously considered this king's honorable title a long time ago. He had discussed it carefully with Xin Yuran before going into seclusion, so he didn't hesitate at this moment and said directly, King of the Sky, this is a title that my grandson has already considered. What do you think, Xingzhu? Haha, good. Song Shirshing's laughter echoed throughout the Dragon Whale Hall, and soon he continued, Sky, Sky, the king of the vast sky and boundless stars, very good, not only has enough recognition, but also does not lose the domineering spirit of my inheritor. I believe that this title will never be unknown in the future, and even my Longji Song family will be spread across the boundless starry sea because of you, Shao Qi. Qipan River System, Songqing Floating Land. As the floating land officially entered the 7th level, the energy tides generated on the continent were one after another. Under these energy tides, tens of thousands of Xinhua warships scattered in various corners of the floating land started to upgrade one after another. Even with the help of the gentle energy of the 7th level, and the blessing of a large amount of fine resources plundered by the Song family from the territory of the 8-armed snake demon civilization, many of these warships on the floating land that started to upgrade one after another still ended up failing. Fortunately, only a small number of people failed to be promoted, and the vast majority of them succeeded. In the future, they only need to break through their own guiding skills to completely complete a major breakthrough. The promotion of the Xinhua warship is extremely difficult. It is just that the Song family has greatly increased its foundation in recent years, and is able to provide a better promotion environment for its clansmen. If it were other forces, the success rate of warship promotion would be much lower than the failure rate. In addition, unlike the Song family, they do not have a very complete unloading system for warship promotion. It is not just the three-eyed soul-fixing ring. The civilization war has lasted for more than 700 years, and with the continuous trading gains from the Songqi Tian market, the number of warship unloading parts owned by the Song family has already approached 4 digits. Although the highest quality among them is still the three-eyed soul-fixing ring, it is enough to meet the temporary promotion unloading requirements of a large number of low and middle-level clansmen in the clan. This allows the low and middle-level clansmen of the Song family to avoid the greatest cost of promotion failure, and is also the main reason for ensuring that the Song family's foundation can advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. It can be said that during the time when other Xinhua captains in the outside world dared not try to be promoted, the Song family members of the same rank had already made 2 or even 3 attempts to be promoted. Some of them succeeded in 1 attempt, and those with a little luck could succeed in 2 attempts. Even if they were really unlucky, or the success rate of promotion was too low, they could basically take that step successfully after 3 attempts. Under this premise, the promotion speed of the Song family members can be said to be envied by outsiders. According to the rough statistics of the Song family's Internal Affairs Hall, until 50 years ago, the family's 4th rank and above members had exceeded 4 digits, the number of cruiser captains exceeded 50,000, and the number of 2nd rank escort captains had exceeded 1 million. As for the psionic shuttles and psionic airships, they have already exceeded 100 million. According to Xin Yuran, even the Beiqingshan family, which has a heritage of more than 10,000 years, has basically the same strength. Even if it is a little stronger, it will not be much different. It can be said that with the efforts of Song Qi and the senior members of the family, and the strict discipline of the lower clansmen, through this civilization war that has just lasted less than 1,000 years, the Song family has forcibly raised its own foundation of just 4,000 years to the level of a 10,000-year immortal family. This point, it must be said, is a miracle. However, this miracle is all based on plundering other civilizations in the Star Sea, whether it is the previous robbery clan or the current 8-armed snake demon clan. The people of the Song family did not feel any pity for this. This is the tone of the boundless broken Star Sea. The Star Sea is cruel. The struggle between civilizations is either you die or I die. If you don't plunder and don't try to strengthen yourself, you will be oppressed, kept in captivity, and destroyed in the future. Of course, Song Qi and the Song family will not be complacent because of this, because the Song family is by no means the only beneficiary in this civilization war. Perhaps the benefits of other civilization forces are not as great as those of the Song family, but they are by no means standing still. Take the Beiqingshan family of the Yaoan kingdom for example. What Xin Yuran said before was only the Shin family before the civilization war. What the Song family has caught up with is only the foundation of the Shin family before the civilization war. As for how far the Shin family has reached now, I am afraid only the Shin family themselves know. But Song Qi can be sure of one thing, that is, the current strength of the Shin family is definitely better than before. Although the Shin family has not participated in the frontline war in the past 200 years and has been recuperating, their gains in the first few hundred years of the war were substantial. With the huge resources they obtained, it is enough to enrich the foundation of the Shin family. Alas, there is still a long way to go, and it is far from time for my Song family to slack off. As he sighed in his heart, the surging energy tide on the floating land below began to slowly weaken, which also meant that before this, tens of thousands of clansmen on the floating land had basically started to be promoted. Under his control, the captain's amazing Tianqiu Sanqiong did not appear directly, but was quickly recalled. Then Song Qi activated the space law in his body, and went to the corridor under the floating land below. Driving the Tianqiu Sanqiong was too conspicuous. The current captain of the Tianqiu Sanqiong was nearly 20,000 kilometers. If he really showed up, I'm afraid all the tribesmen on the floating land would guess that it was him. Deep under the Sanqing floating land, the core space of the earth, where the core of the floating land was located. Buzz buzz buzz, an extremely weak spatial fluctuation came from behind, causing Song Yan to turn around immediately. However, when he saw that the person coming was Song Qi, the defense that had just risen in his eyes instantly dissipated, and turned into joy that could not be concealed again. "Seventh brother, you've come out of retreat." Song Qi nodded, and then turned his gaze to the mini-red battleship quietly floating above the core of the floating land in front of him. "Congratulations, big brother, Flame Boiling Sea has successfully been promoted to a Star Destroyer. Just wait for your guidance technique to break through, and my Song family will officially have 3 Star Destroyers. In this way, even if there are many prying eyes from the outside world, we will not be afraid." Hearing his congratulations, Song Yan's eyes were even more joyful. Think about it, the success of the Flame Boiling Sea to a Star Destroyer also means that he is just around the corner from breaking through the 7th level of guidance. Thinking of the long lifespan of the captain of the 7th level Star Destroyer, which is more than 100,000 years, who can remain indifferent? But soon Song Yan seemed to have thought of something, and said with a bitter smile, "Thank you, 7th brother, but unfortunately our luck is really bad this time." With the help of the Blood Holy Grail, and a large number of special, additional promotion resources, and the help of the Blue Floating Land Energy Tide, the Fiery Sea Boiling, whose promotion success rate soared to 78%, failed to succeed in one promotion, but succeeded with the second chance of the 6th level Time Realm Fruit. Hearing this, Song Qi also felt sorry for his elder brother. He had used up the opportunity of the Time Realm Fruit in advance, which would greatly increase the difficulty of his subsequent impact on the 8th level galaxy ship. But there is nothing we can do. No one can predict such things. We can only blame our bad luck. After comforting him, Song Qi asked, "By the way, what is the Blood Holy Grail you just mentioned?" When talking with Song Shishing before, Song Shishing did not mention the Blood Holy Grail to him, because he focused on his title of king. After Song Yan explained, Song Qi's eyes lit up. This Blood Holy Grail will obviously play a certain role in his future impact on the galaxy ship. Although it can only absorb the holy blood of the origin of the 8th level creatures at most, it seems to have some limitations. But how can the 9th level master be killed so easily? If he could easily kill even a 9th order master, why would he worry about the promotion of the galaxy ship? So, this restriction is almost non-existent. Besides, if there is an accident in the future, there is still a way. He can try to get a 9th order golden apple to make this Blood Holy Grail evolve into black quality, and then everything will be solved. Without thinking about it anymore, he talked with his eldest brother Song Yan for a while, and then Song Qi took the initiative to leave. The Fiery Sea had just completed the promotion, and Song Yan was in urgent need of retreating to try to break through his own guidance technique. After leaving the Earth core space, Song Qi did not leave in a hurry, but went to another place in Sanqing Floating Land. Sanqing Floating Land, Qianju Ridge. As the best place for energy tides to converge on Sanqing Floating Land, second only to the Earth core space, Qianju Ridge naturally gathers many members of the Song family. Among the dozens of promoted family members, some are either evil family members or the direct descendants of the high-level members of the family. It can be said that the people who gathered here to be promoted are a living circle of the family's future real power class. Brother Yu, congratulations on your promotion. Congratulations to everyone, no one failed to be promoted this time, this is a good thing. The family has done this for us, if you still. No, be careful, there is a strange breath approaching. In the communication group chat of dozens of warships, the strongest clan member whose ship had just been promoted to a battleship suddenly reminded loudly. Hearing this, the surrounding clan members did not doubt it at all. The surface energy of the warships was greatly enhanced, and they were ready to defend at the first time. The person who spoke was named Song Yichuan. Although he was the oldest here, his ship was very powerful. He was a descendant of a certain generation of the family hundreds of years ago. He also had a brother who was a fearless captain. He had followed the main fleet of the family to participate in the frontline wars of the civilized battlefield many times in the past hundreds of years. His sensitivity to crisis was far greater than theirs. In fact, a wave of space fluctuation soon came from the sky above Qianju Ridge, which also proved the accuracy of his words. However, when they saw the face of the figure that appeared out of thin air in the sky, the dozens of people who were alert in the field quickly relaxed. Each one has met Uncle Song Chi. Hello, Grandpa Chi. As the idol of many new generation members of the Song family, Song Chi's appearance is naturally well known by many members of the family, so after Song Chi showed up without hiding his face, he was quickly recognized by these people. Song Chi smiled and nodded. No one failed to be promoted, which is good, but you can't be complacent about it. After a few simple words, Song Chi looked at a certain Zulu ship below. The owner of this Zulu ship is none other than Song Hanyu. After nearly 200 years of not seeing each other, the 10-year-old kid has now successfully promoted his ship to a Zulu ship, and will soon be officially promoted to the captain of the Zulu ship. Afterwards, Song Chi took Song Hanyu away alone. He came to Songqingfulu this time. In addition to coming to see his elder brother Song Yin, the main reason was naturally for his own son. Father and son had not seen each other for many years, and Song Hanyu was a little reserved at first, but after all, he had accompanied him for the first 10 years. Under Song Chi's guidance, it didn't take long for Song Hanyu's tone to become familiar and intimate. Father, Mother went to the war front more than 100 years ago. We have only met a few times in the market over the years. You should quickly bring Mother back. The front is still too dangerous. Hanyu, your mother is now a member of the Song family. Your idea is wrong. To reconnect with his son, Song Chi finally summoned a 4th-level divine bird. This is the double-eye divine bird. Hanyu, although your current law perception is not low, you can still try to improve it before the promotion. Don't resist. I will let this 4th-level double-eye divine bird sign a double-eye blood contract with you, and then you will obtain the top-level innate magical power double eyes. This Chongming divine bird is naturally the offspring of the Song family and the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce. Although the scale is not large now, it is still possible to get one for his son. Soon, Song Hanyu, who successfully signed the Chongming blood contract with the Chongming divine bird, began to retreat. With the blessing of the 4th-level double pupil, he must hurry up to improve his law perception before the 4th-level guidance technique, so that he can break through the 4th level and get the greatest benefit. After dealing with these, Song Chi finally left the Dragon-Ridge continent. By using the virtual real conversion feature of Imperial Tomb projection in Virtual Sea, a space anchor point was set up at the front line of the battlefield, and then it was directly teleported over. Imperial Tomb projection in Virtual Sea cooperated with Shutian Market, which was so unreasonable. In fact, Song Chi had already set up a space anchor point in the frontline ancestor warship when he returned to Longji continent before, but if he teleported over in that way, the psionic energy in his body would need to be sealed by Dinghai Longxiang for 24 hours. Song Chi didn't want to do that, so he had to choose this method. The timing of Song Chi's appearance happened to be the node when the 11th Fleet attacked a level 7 peak floating land. Even so, the people of the Song family expressed the warmest congratulations to Song Chi's return. Chapter 700. Xiao Qi, you finally came out of retreat, haha, great. Dinghai Longxiang in the encrypted communication group chat, Song Xingru's laughter seemed to have magic. Hearing her laughter, other tribesmen in the group chat were quickly infected, and the entire group chat was shrouded in laughter for a while. Xiao Qi, did you successfully comprehend those killer-level secrets? Next, Song Chi repeated what he had said to Song Shirshing before. There was no impatience in his eyes, because he knew very well that the laughter of all the tribesmen in the group chat came from the heart, and they were all truly happy for him. After a long exchange, the top leaders of the Song family turned their attention back to the front battlefield. Of course, they were still in the stage of bombarding the floating land shield with all their strength, not the ever-changing melee situation, so the danger was the lowest moment. Otherwise, the Song family would not be distracted before the battle. Needless to say, the result afterwards was that the river system communities in the central part were originally quite difficult to deal with, but with the addition of the amazing combat power of the Tianxu Sanqiong, it would not be too easy to take down a level 7 floating land. Not only that, with the support of the Tianxu Sanqiong, the Song family fleet, which was originally the strongest in the advancing fleet, became even more powerful, and the advancement speed of the 11th advancing fleet was greatly improved, which seemed to restore the fleet's previous ultra-high efficiency in the eastern part of the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community. In just over 100 years, the two central river systems were taken. However, this unusual advancement speed did not attract any attention from the outside world, for no other reason. The 8-armed Snake Demon River System community has a total of more than 800 river systems, of which the 4 regions of the East, West, South, and North have only more than 100 river systems each, and the center of this river system community includes more than 300 river systems. In front of more than 300 river systems, what are 2 river systems? Now, the 11th advancing fleet is still advancing normally, and has not received any attention. The Starry Sea is vast. Even if the shock caused by the full-scale war between the 2 top advanced civilizations, it only circulates in a corner of the broken Starry Sea. At least at this moment, the Wizard civilization and the Starry Sea Overlord civilization has not received any relevant information at all. The multiple river system communities under the entire Wizard civilization are still in peace and harmony. Wizard civilization, Wizard human river community. As the first and oldest river community of Wizard civilization, the Wizard human river community is the largest in diameter among the 8 river communities under the current civilization. The Wizard human river community stretches over 1.5 billion light years in diameter, and the community includes nearly 1,600 river systems. These 1,600 river systems are all occupied by the oldest forces of Wizard civilization. The emerging forces in those civilizations are not qualified to extend their tentacles here, and can only develop in the other 7 river communities. As a Wizard civilization force that has existed since ancient times, the Blood Warlock Family Alliance is naturally one of the oldest forces. They not only occupy a place in the Wizard human river system community, but also occupy more than 50 river systems out of nearly 1,600 river systems. Although only the Dragon Vein Warlock family alone occupies nearly 1/3 of them, it is enough to show that the members of this group of ancient Warlock alliances are by no means soft persimmons. On this day, the Blood Warlock Family Alliance governed the Fong River System, the capital of the Fong River System, Fong Floating Land. Fong Floating Land is the ancestral land of the Kamoyan Giant Serpent Warlock family. After millions of years of continuous support from the Kamoyan Giant Serpent Warlock family, Fong Floating Land was officially promoted to the 9th level floating land tens of thousands of years ago. In the sky, on a large artificial floating land fragment base, accompanied by a strong space fluctuation, a figure appeared from the large wizard teleportation array. After stepping down the teleportation platform, the true spirit wizard was confirmed by an 8th level slave creature guarding the teleportation array, and gained the right to move freely. Stepping to the edge of the floating land fragment base, the true spirit wizard stared at the super floating land below. He only heard him sigh softly, 9th level floating land. Although it does not have the foundation of my sky mechanical city ancestral land, it is also a rare existence in this boundless starry sea. I heard that when this Fong floating land was promoted, the super energy tide generated made the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family have 2 more 8th level true spirit warlocks in one fell swoop. If it weren't for the upper limit of the Kamoyan Giant Snake bloodline, this bloodline warlock family alliance would probably have another 9th level true spirit warlock. Having suffered from the restrictions of the Kamoyan Giant Snake bloodline for a long time, I believe the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family should be very interested in the moon-devouring viper body, right? Thinking of this, the 7th level true spirit wizard no longer hesitated, and the magic power in his body flowed, carrying him all the way to the Fong floating land below. Because he had contacted in advance, he successfully met a 7th level Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock on the way. With the guidance of this senior member of the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family, he could easily enter the Fong floating land. Are you kidding? This fanged land has been cultivated by the Kamoyan Giant Serpent Warlock family for millions of years. I don't know how many terrifying magic arrays have been secretly laid. If there is no internal personnel to lead, let alone a 7th level true spirit wizard, I'm afraid that even a 9th level true spirit wizard would be in trouble. Fanged land, Kamoyan Giant City, Reception Hall. Brooke Benjamin, you contacted me, the Kamoyan Giant Serpent Warlock family, and said that you have the information about the Starry Sky Super Snake bloodline. Now you can tell me in detail. If the news is true, my Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family will reward you handsomely. But if you just want to deceive, then even if you are a true spirit wizard under the Sky Mechanical City, my Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family will never let you go easily. Brooke Benjamin just smiled lightly at these words, and didn't take them to heart. He nodded and said, Master Herman, don't worry. Since I dared to come here in person, I naturally have accurate information. But let me say first, the Starry Sky Super Giant Snake bloodline I know is a mythical giant snake. If you really want it, your Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family must come up with something of equal value. After saying the words mythical giant snake, Brooke Benjamin stared at Herman's face, as if he wanted to see something from it. The body of the moon-swallowing viper in the Jutian market is a real colorful lower-level rare object. If you want to make this deal, the first thing is that the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family must be able to produce an equally rare object. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. As the head of the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family, although Herman was only a 7th level true spirit warlock, he was as old as 90,000 years old. His long life made him very cunning, and at this moment, there was no trace of strangeness on his face. Seeing this, Brooke Benjamin could only further display the attribute diagram of the moon-swallowing viper body intercepted from the Jutian market. After seeing this attribute panel, the Herman family head finally showed a little strangeness on his face. It is really the blood of the mythical giant snake, and it has been transformed into a star sea wonder. This is the most excellent existence among the blood resources. The head of the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family, who was extremely indifferent a moment ago, is now constantly muttering. However, all these were in his heart, and Brooke Benjamin did not hear them. But Brooke Benjamin was a true spirit wizard after all, and no matter how well Herman concealed it, he could still see the excitement and ecstasy in the depths of his eyes. "Mr. Brooke, I wonder what the thing of equal value you mentioned is worth. What else could it be? Of course it must be a star sea wonder of the same level." Brooke Benjamin's reply made the Herman family head's face suddenly darken. "Mr. Brooke, I believe you also know how rare the colorful mythical items are. I wonder if you can be flexible, or can you please negotiate with the holder behind it? If the final deal can be reached, my Kamoyan giant snake warlock family will definitely reward you handsomely." Hearing this, Brooke Benjamin was very tempted, but unfortunately, the lord of the Jutian market had already reiterated many times that the body of the moon-swallowing viper can only be exchanged for the same level of star sea items, which he could not change. Seeing him shake his head firmly, Herman thought for a moment, and then changed his words. "Mr. Brooke, you also know that as long as my Kamoyan giant snake warlock family wants, we can replace a new 9th level giant snake bloodline at any time. This the body of the moon-swallowing viper is not necessary." "Master Herman, don't say these words. Every blood replacement requires a staggering price. Even for your Kamoyan giant snake warlock family, it is extremely difficult to bear. If you are really willing to just replace a 9th level giant snake bloodline, why would you wait until now?" At this point, Herman already knew that it would be difficult to continue to fight for it, so he responded quickly. "Please wait for a moment, Lord Brooke. I can't make the decision on this matter alone. I must report it to the ancestor of the clan." Brooke Benjamin nodded slightly, obviously already knowing that there would be such a link. After Herman left, his eyes flashed several times, wondering in his heart whether the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family had the ability to exchange for the moon-swallowing viper body. It shouldn't be a big problem. The Kamoyan giant snake warlock family can be passed down for more than 1.2 million years. There are more than 10 8th level true spirit warlocks in the family. There have been dozens of 8th level warlocks in the long years. They have participated in foreign expansion wars many times. It is impossible that there are no colorful mythical objects. If this side doesn't work, then we can only go to the Black Mamba warlock family. The foundation there is not as good as the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family, and the probability is probably smaller. I hope the Kamoyan giant snake family can give a satisfactory answer. Chapter 701. Compared to Brooke Benjamin's secret prayers and expectations, the communication deep in the ancestral land of the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family was obviously more intense. In a space deep under the Fong floating land, this is a spiritual land soaked in endless blood red. Except for the huge blood pool in the middle of the space, which is made of the blood of high-level snakes, the entire space is almost entirely made of extremely rare magic energy stones from the outside world. In addition, there is a large magic well in the middle of the snake blood pool, which continuously absorbs and spits out pure magic, turning this space into a magic holy land. On the other side of this space, multiple figures gathered, seemingly arguing about something. Mythical level moon viper? It has also been transformed into a colorful mythical item. Take it, this item must be taken. Herman, can you confirm the authenticity of the moon viper body? If you can confirm that the item is real, it is just a colorful lower level item of the same level, and you must complete this transaction. Brooke Benjamin is a true spirit wizard from the Orthodox Sky Mechanical City. He came here in person this time, so he is highly credible. But the other party emphasized that the owner of the moon-swallowing viper body had strict requirements for the exchange items. Even Brooke Benjamin didn't know what kind of items the other party needed. Don't worry about that. First, give Brooke Benjamin the screenshots of the properties of the 2 lower-level colored items in the ancestral library. But remember, make sure he swears a soul oath of secrecy first. In the Jutian market, this day happened to be the day when the market transaction was opened. Because the fleet was still advancing, Song-Chi could only use the mind control feature of the market to remotely control the opening of the market transaction from the outside world. Originally, He thought that the market transaction would be the same as before, ordinary, without any extra surprises, but when he noticed that the true spirit wizard Brooke Benjamin actually logged into the market at the first time, and went straight to the strange item exchange shop after leaving the inn, Song-Chi instantly became interested. He took the initiative to remind everyone in the clan in the group chat, and then handed over the full control of the warship to the Sky Intelligence brain, and his real body quickly entered the Jutian market. The reason for this reaction was that in previous market transactions, this true spirit wizard had already paid attention to the body of the moon-swallowing viper many times, and showed great interest in it. Moreover, not long ago, the other party had taken the initiative to carefully inquire about the transaction requirements of the body of the moon-swallowing viper. Because of this, Song-Chi paid special attention to it. Just as he thought, after entering the strange item exchange shop, Brooke Benjamin did not hesitate at all. The magic energy in his hand surged, and he took the initiative to show two special projection light screens in front of him. At the same time, he also said, "Your Majesty, Lord of the Market, these are two rare items of the same level that the forces behind me can offer. Is there one that can be exchanged for your body of the moon-swallowing viper?" Hearing this, Song-Chi thought to himself, sure enough, his mind was flowing, and his eyes fell on the two special projection screens. As for the forces behind me emphasized by the other party, he didn't care too much. Of course, he knew the existence of the Sky Mechanical City behind Brooke Benjamin. It was a giant force in the Wu City civilization, and it had no less than 3 9th-level combat forces, and it was famous in the boundless sea of stars. However, Song-Chi also knew that this was more likely to be Brooke Benjamin's deliberate words, and it could not be taken seriously just to make himself, the master of the market, have some scruples. After all, when it comes to the Star Sea wonders at the level of color mythology, although he has a high degree of trust in the Jutian market after all the past, it does not mean that he is completely unprepared. This is human nature, and Song-Chi naturally does not care. He knows in his heart that Brooke Benjamin is more likely to be in the territory of the Blood Warlock family alliance at this moment. Without deliberately revealing it, Song-Chi was more interested in the two attribute screenshot projections. Although the price paid to get this moon-swallowing viper body was far less than the true value of a mythical artifact, after all, this thing was more like a chicken rib in the hands of Captain Shinhua, but this was only relatively speaking. In fact, it still occupied a lot of his resources. If it could be transformed into the combat power of Tianqiu Sangqiong as soon as possible, he would naturally be more than happy. Wonderful item, Howren Sword. Quality, color/low level. Transformable, unknown. Note, long ago, the natal feather of a mythical Howren divine bird was accidentally lost, and was later obtained by a dwarf king of the ancient dwarf tribe. After the dwarf king smelted it for thousands of years, it was finally made into a colorful wonder sword. Seeing the name of the first projected wonder, Song-Chi was delighted. Judging from the name of this Howren sword, if it can be transformed into a shipborne component, it will most likely be a Star Destroyer cannon, or at least a super main gun. Unfortunately, whether a rare object can be transformed into a shipborne component requires Captain Shinhua to check it in person, and it cannot be seen from the screenshot of the attribute of this rare object. The second one is naturally the same, but Song-Chi's intuition tells him that this second one is most likely not able to be transformed into a shipborne component. Rare object, Ice Source Mist Crystal. Quality, color/lower level. Transformable, unknown. Remarks. A superclass rare object bred in a very cold place on a certain star continent for millions of years. I need to see the rare object in person. Seeing Song-Chi's reply, Brooke Benjamin's face was not very good. He had guessed that this might be the result, but he didn't expect it to be true. Seeing the dilemma in his heart, Song-Chi thought for a moment, and then he saw the projection screen in the middle of the shop change again, and soon a new line of law text appeared on it. If you are in trouble, you can take this thing. After leaving the market, you only need to summon my servants, and then you can do it. The next second, the space in front of Brooke Benjamin trembled quietly, and then the dimensional space stone appeared out of thin air. Brooke Benjamin used his own mental power to sweep through the dimensional space stone, and sensed that there was only a 7th level soul in it, so he took the dimensional space stone with confidence. Still in the reception hall of the giant city of Kamoyan, in the secret room next to it, Brooke Benjamin reappeared. He waved his hand to remove the magic barrier he had set up not long ago, and summoned the 7th level nightmare soul under Song-Chi. Not long after many negotiations by Brooke Benjamin, the giant snake warlock family of Kamoyan took out 2 colorful artifacts from their ancestral library. Song-Chi successfully used the brain wave imprint left on the nightmare soul to obtain the detailed properties of the two artifacts. Just as he guessed before, the second item, Ice Mist Crystal, cannot transform shipboard parts, but is more like a super high-level forging material, which is useless to him. As for the Howren sword, it can transform shipboard parts, but unfortunately it did not satisfy Song Chi. How? As a member of the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family, Brooke Benjamin did not take the initiative to call the title of Lord of the Market of All Heavens. Obviously he had some concerns. Song Chi ignored it. He just controlled the Nightmare Soul body and shook his head. This Howren sword can indeed transform shipboard parts, but the Howren Righteous Sword light cannon it transforms into is only a super main gun, which is obviously not the best choice for the Tianqiu Sanqiong, which has been promoted to a Star Destroyer. The power of the super main gun is far less than that of the Star Destroyer. Even if it is a colorful mythical quality, its power may not be comparable to that of the black quality Star Destroyer. Now that we are in the Civilization War, Song Chi naturally wants to exchange for a part that can improve his ship more significantly. Seeing this, Brooke Benjamin did not think much, but turned to Herman at the head of the reception hall with due diligence. Master Herman, you have seen that neither of these two meets the transaction conditions. Does your Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family have any other colorful mythical objects? If not, then I can only go to the Black Mamba Warlock family. No hurry, both of you wait a moment. Not paying attention to the inexplicable meaning in Brooke Benjamin's mouth, Herman at the head stood up slowly, explained softly, and went out again. After about a few minutes, Herman, who had left, returned again, and he already had a new object emitting three-color light in his hand. Rare item, Myth Pulsar Core. Quality, colorful/low level. Transformable, Myth Pulsar Energy Shield. Note, millions of years ago, a mythical star that was hanging high above the Chaos God land fell, and a fragment of its shattered star core was transformed into a colorful rare item by chance. Mythpulse Energy Shield LV0 Quality, Color/Lower Features. Energy Shield Protection Value increased by 200%. Feature 2. Energy Shield Value increased by 200%. Feature 3. True Defense. Feature 4. Overclock Pulse Waves always surround the energy shield. When attacked by the outside world, it will automatically reduce 30% of the outside damage. Feature 5. Overclock Pulse Waves can continuously replenish the energy of the energy shield. After the shield is damaged, it will automatically restore 5% of the maximum shield value per second. Feature 6. Myth Pulse Wave. Feature 7. Myth Wall. Myth Pulse Wave consumes 500,000 psionic points, gathers a large amount of Myth Pulse energy, and immediately releases a pulse wave in the specified direction. The unit hit by the pulse wave will temporarily fall into a disordered state of energy in the body, and will not be able to actively mobilize the energy in the body to attack in the next 5 seconds. All attack methods that are accumulating or have completed accumulating energy will also be forcibly interrupted. The cooling time is 240 hours. Myth Wall. Myth Pulse energy is extremely overbearing, and it can also be effective against other attacks such as physical attacks and mental attacks. After checking the two properties of this strange object, Song Chi, who was far away in the Zhutian market, was determined that compared with the Howren Jingqi sword light cannon, this Myth Pulse energy shield was obviously more suitable for the current Tianqiu Sanqiong. As a colorful energy shield, it is comparable to the Chaos energy generator he had seen before, and each has its own strengths. Therefore, after reading the properties, he had already made a decision in his heart. Facing the gaze of Brooke Benjamin beside him, the Nightmare Soul nodded gently. This thing is not bad. Just as Brooke Benjamin's eyes were filled with excitement, the Nightmare Soul sent out a second soul thought again. Although this thing basically meets the exchange requirements of my lord, compared with the value of Moon Viper body to Snake Blood Warlocks, if we want to complete this transaction, this thing alone is not enough. The soul thought sent out by the Nightmare Soul body made the other two people in the hall change their expressions. Friend, your request is too much. Herman, the one at the top, almost blurted out a cold rebuke. But before he finished speaking, the Nightmare Soul body had already sent out a third soul thought. Don't get excited yet, my lord is not without a gift in return. As long as you agree, this token with a validity period of 10 years will be given to the nobles for free. As he said this, a silver token appeared in his hand, and 5 words were engraved on the front of the token. Market Walking Order. As for the specific function of the token, you can ask Lord Brooke. Anyway, you just need to know that this token is enough to benefit the nobles in the future. After scanning the Market Walking Order, Herman looked at Brooke Benjamin with doubt. Brooke Benjamin glanced at the Nightmare Soul beside him. As the only member of the Zhutian market of the Wizard Civilization, he naturally did not want outsiders to interfere, because it might affect him. Besides, the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family is an ancient family with a heritage of more than 1,000,000 years, and its foundation is much stronger than his. This is not a good thing. However, since the lord of the Jutian market behind him has already spoken, he naturally has no right to refuse, and can only simply explain some of the situations in the Jutian market to Herman. After saying that, regardless of Herman's reaction, Brooke Benjamin secretly gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that I must bring my friends with me after returning." It happens that Halls has a powerful master behind him, and there are also 2 8th-level True Spirit wizards in the master system. If it works, it will be enough to strengthen my status in the Jutian market, and it should also allow me to form a certain balance with the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family. While he was thinking about this, Herman's eyes had already been shining. Hearing that the token was linked to a super trading market across the boundless sea of stars, Herman's vicious eyes, which he had developed over 90,000 years, instantly saw the huge benefits. There was no need to report to the ancestors of the clan, and Herman immediately nodded and agreed. He concentrated on thinking about it, and then slapped the storage ring in his hand, and 3 items emitting golden light were taken out. "Sir, can you add one of these 3? Below the hall, the soul thought in the nightmare soul body turned, brushed over the 3 objects, and quickly took them back. This seemingly casual action allowed Song Chi, who was far away in the Jutian market, to easily capture the detailed properties of the 3 golden artifacts. "But are you not satisfied?" Herman, who was at the top, asked proactively when he saw that the nightmare soul body had not responded. After this, the nightmare soul body still did not speak. At this point, Herman naturally understood. He did not continue to ask, but took back the 3 golden holy domain artifacts and left the reception hall again. Jutian market, Song Chi shook his head. Only one of the 3 golden artifacts could not be transformed into shipboard parts, but the 2 that could be transformed were a piece of golden ship armor and a piece of patrol radar, which were not needed by the Tianqiu Sanqiong. As for the deal of Moon Viper body, although he was also very jealous of Mythpulse energy shield, he was in the dark after all, and the Kamoyan giant serpent warlock family in the light was obviously more eager for the Moon Viper body, so he naturally had to use this to raise the price a little. What? The status of the Lord of the Market of all heavens? It has already involved the level of colorful mythical objects. Even the 9th level of the Star Sea, or even mythical creatures can hardly ignore items of this level, so it is normal to raise the price appropriately. Song Chi can be sure that this initiative to raise the price will not only not make Brooke Benjamin and the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family have strange ideas, but will only make them more interested in the Jutian market. After all, once this transaction is completed, it will be a real transaction at the level of mythical objects. It is definitely a new leap for the Jutian market, and it also further proves the credibility of the Jutian market from the side. The transaction of colorful mythical quality can be carried out normally. What can be more convincing than this? Not long after, Herman returned again. This time he still held 3 items in his hands, but they were no longer golden holy items, but higher level black supreme items. The nightmare soul body's soul thoughts were sent out, and Song Chi once again easily obtained the specific information of these 3 items. Special item, Devouring Blade. Quality, black. Transformable, Devouring Ship Slashing Blade. Note, the proud product of a certain technological civilization, after being nurtured in a specific environment, it has become a high-level rare item. Devouring Ship Blade LV0 Quality, black. Features, the component can only be used when in the mythical mecha state. Feature 2, damage to the ship body increased by 170%. Feature 3, true armor penetration. Feature 4, the hardness of the ship blade increased by 170%. Feature 5, mimicry oscillation. Feature 6, devouring star shattering slash. Note, this component needs to occupy 6 slots mimicry oscillation. After the ship blade is unsheathed, it can consume 100,000 psionic points to temporarily add a special shock wave lasting 2 minutes to the ship blade. In this state, the destructive power of the ship blade will be doubled, and the cooling time is constant at 24 hours. Devouring star shattering slash. After the ship blade is unsheathed, it can consume 200,000 psionic points to gather boundless devouring power on the blade. The next swing of the sword will release a terrifying devouring blade light in the specified direction, annihilating all tangible objects on the path, and the cooling time is constant at 720 hours. Special item, Spiritless Water. Quality, black. Transformable, none. Note, a special spiritual water from heaven and earth, accidentally transformed into a Star Sea item. Special item, Dragon Blood Chain. Quality, black. Transformable, Dragon Blood Demon Lock Chain. Note: a chain of exotic treasures bathed in the blood of a black dragon, and then evolved into a special item. Unique feature of Dragon Blood Demon Lock Chain LV0, Dragon Blood Demon Suppression. Dragon Blood Demon Suppression. Consume 200,000 psionic points, summon a black dragon chain, bind the designated unit, and generate a special seal mark, which restricts the target's actions to the greatest extent, lasting for 5 seconds, and a cooling time of 48 hours. Compared to the 3 golden items before, these 3 black ultimate items are obviously much stronger. Except for the Spiritless Water, which was directly ignored by Song Chi, the Devouring Ship Blade and Dragon Blood Demon Lock Chain are both very good shipborne components. For a moment, Song Chi wanted both. Dragon Blood Demon Lock Chain, needless to say, the God Binding Chain, and the Heaven Prisoner Chain on the Tianxu Sanqiong are already a bit useless, although he can evolve both to gold quality with some time. But it is still not as good as black quality, and don't forget that there are still many parts waiting to be evolved on the Tianxu Sanqiong. In his plan, the evolution quotas for God Binding Chain and Fixed Void Locking Heaven Seal are very far behind. As for the Destroying Ship Blade, it is a top-grade melee component. As a shipborne component, it is very different from weapons like Meteoric Spear and Silver Dragon Spear. Not only can it be enhanced across levels, but it can also be blessed by certain components in the Tianxu Sanqiong, making it much stronger than the Meteoric Spear of the same level. However, this component can only be activated in the mythical mecha form, which has a lot of restrictions. In any case, the combat power of the Tianxu Sanqiong in the battleship form is the strongest, there is no doubt about that. After thinking for a while, Song Chi controlled the Nightmare Soul body with telepathy and replied, 2 of these 3 rare items are pretty good, Herman. This drop of the 8th level Abyss Hydra Source Blood is worth a black rare item. As he said, the Nightmare Soul body took out a drop of the 8th level Source Blood. This drop of Abyss Hydra Source Blood was exchanged by Song Chi from the Greedy Wolf Hall Master with the Giant Elephant King Source Blood. At that time, the corpse of the Abyss Hydra was finally taken by the Greedy Wolf Hall Master. He knew very well what a Snake Blood Sorcerer family needed most, so he took the initiative to exchange it from the Greedy Wolf Hall Master and let the Nightmare Soul body carry it with him. Now it seems that this decision is indeed correct. After seeing this drop of the 8th level Abyss Hydra blood, Herman had already thrown away all the so-called scheming before. His eyes were hot and full of desire. After struggling for a while, he finally agreed to the proposal of the Nightmare Soul. At the same time, in a secret room somewhere in the dark, several 8th level True Spirit Warlock ancestors of the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family wanted to say something but stopped, and finally shook their heads, and did not choose to show up to stop the transaction. The 3 black strange objects that Herman took out were all from the family ancestral library. This time, he privately traded this drop of 8th level Abyss Hydra blood, which naturally violated some regulations of the family, but several 8th level True Spirit Warlocks also understood that Herman is now more than 90,000 years old. This True Spirit Warlock, who has dedicated his life to the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family, is about to reach the end of his life. This drop of the 8th level Abyss Hydra blood gave him a glimmer of hope to reach the 8th level, so he agreed to the deal privately. Strictly speaking, the value of a drop of the 8th level biological blood is not as good as a black ultimate treasure, but seeing that Herman has worked diligently for nearly 100,000 years, several 8th level ancestors of the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family chose to acquiesce. Without external interference, the deal was naturally completed quickly. Song Chi successfully obtained a colorful mythical treasure and 2 black ultimate treasures, while the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family also obtained the moon-swallowing viper body they had always dreamed of, as well as a drop of the 8th level blood and a market-walking order. Chapter 702. The transaction was completed. Although the subsequent drop of the 8th level Abyss Hydra blood made this transaction not a perfect win-win situation, it was still possible to say that both parties benefited from it. Therefore, the attitude of the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family was still very good. Before the market transaction was completed, a 6th level Warlock from the family went to the market and carefully recorded everything in the market. Even though the True Spirit Warlock of the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family did not enter in person due to time constraints, Song Chi was not worried at all. With the example of Brooke Benjamin, and the fact that the 6th level Warlock had seen the Crescent Moon Mistress, the 7th level God Realm Continent Overlord and other 7th level creatures during his entry into the market, he believed that the 7th level True Spirit Warlocks of the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family would not be able to resist the temptation for too long in the subsequent market transactions. and they would enter the market in person sooner or later. By then, the scale of transactions in the market will be raised to a higher level again. Due to the vigilance of the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family, the 7th level Nightmare Soul body was never allowed to leave the reception hall from beginning to end during the previous transaction, so Song Chi did not know much about the entire Kamoyan giant snake warlock family. However, Song Chi, with the help of brainwave imprints, could sense the horror of the Fong floating land, which was a super life floating land comparable to the demon snake floating land. This alone was enough to show the tip of the iceberg of the terrifying background of the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family. In addition, the 3 colorful mythical objects that the other party easily took out also proved this point. In the freestyle area of the market, since the market transaction ended, Song Chi took the opportunity to summon Tianxu Sanqiong back as soon as possible. Then he took the initiative to replace the Yin Yang counterattack annihilation shield with a Myth Pulse energy shield. With the Heavenly Compass Pan, the Yin Yang counterattack annihilation shield was unloaded without damage. In addition, with the many resources gained during the recent fleet advancement, Song Chi successfully strengthened the Myth Pulse energy shield and Dragon Blood demon locking chain to level 90. However, the Devouring Ship blade was only strengthened to level 80, for the time being because of insufficient resources. After the enhancement, the attributes of Tianxu Sanqiong increased dramatically again, especially the Myth Pulse energy shield, which exceeded the previous Yin Yang hedging annihilation shield by a lot. Myth Pulse energy shield LV90 quality, color/lower features. Energy shield protection value increased by 470%. Feature 2. Energy shield value increased by 470%. Feature 3. True defense. Feature 4. Overclock pulse waves always linger around the energy shield. When attacked by the outside world, it will automatically reduce 75% of the outside damage. Feature 5. Overclock pulse waves can continuously replenish energy for the energy shield. After the shield is damaged, it will automatically restore 9% of the maximum shield value per second. Protection value, 9.9 trillion shield value, 3.3 giga/3.3 giga. Myth Pulse Wave. Consume 3 million psionic points, gather a large amount of Myth Pulse energy, and immediately release a pulse wave in the specified direction. The unit hit by the pulse wave will temporarily fall into a disordered state of energy in the body, and will not be able to actively mobilize the energy in the body to attack in the next 14 seconds. All attack methods that are accumulating or have completed accumulating energy will also be forcibly interrupted. The cooling time is 48 hours. This mythical energy shield, which has been enhanced to the 9th level, not only reduces all external damage by 75%, but also restores 9% of the damage shield value per second. The most amazing thing is that the defense value has reached an exaggerated 9.9 trillion. You should know that the basic damage of the Black Star Destroyer cannon strengthened to the same level is only a little over 10 trillion. Even if it has the real damage feature, this Myth Pulse energy shield also has the real defense feature. In fact, the damage that the Black Star Destroyer can cause at the same level is very limited. That is, it can only cause greater damage after activating the active attack feature. Song Chi carefully calculated that taking the Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer on the Tianxu Sanqiong as an example, after activating the Wuji Xianxian Quantum Sword Light, with all the powerful attack bonuses, plus the weakness mark of the Hunting God feature of Blood Spear, when all conditions are perfectly met, the strongest attack power that can be stimulated is about 1.38 giga. Even if the damage reduction and true defense features of Myth Pulse energy shield are not counted, it can only wipe out about 42% of the shield value. If these are taken into account, the damage will be greatly reduced. It can be said that the Tianxu Sanqiong has now actually put on a thick turtle shell. Among the creatures of the same level, as long as they are not holding myth-level weapons, it will be difficult to pose much threat to the Tianxu Sanqiong. The most important thing is the Myth Wall feature. With this feature, the energy shield derived from the Myth Pulse energy will be effective against all attacks, and there is no need to worry about physical attacks directly targeting the ship, or special sound waves, soul attacks, etc. This is the Myth component. A Myth component can instantly increase the combat power of the Tianxu Sanqiong, which is already extremely luxurious. Song Chigang sighed, and a slave creature left in the outside world suddenly sent a reminder. The advancing fleet has arrived at a new river system. At present, the operational tasks of each family have been assigned. As the strongest family in the advancing fleet, the Song family directly received the task of attacking the capital of this river system, Fulu. When Song Chi returned to the outside world, he soon got the specific news. It turned out that although the river system entered by the advancing fleet this time was not a large river system, its capital Fulu had a good foundation. It was a floating land that had reached the peak of level 7. The power of the floating land shield outside the floating land was close to level 8. It was difficult to break it in a short time with only the level 8 Azura King. That's why the Song family took the initiative to summon Song Qi, hoping to use the extremely powerful Tianqiu Sangqiong, Dinghai Longxiang and Azura Emperor to break the floating land shield as soon as possible. Faced with this situation, Song Qi of course quickly agreed. In addition to the giant starry sky floating land, the 5 Songlong fleets were scattered, and the Songlong phantoms gathered above the 5 fleets, hitting the energy shield in front of them again and again. In addition to the Songlong phantoms, the artillery fire of hundreds of thousands of Song family Xinhua warships in the 5 Songlong fleets never stopped, bombarding the elliptical shield in front again and again. On the other side of the floating land shield, 2 star destroyers and an 8th level Azura King were also attacking wantonly. Sky-breaking cone, sky-breaking light. Blood spear, blood judgment. Purple sky divine thunder cannon, 10,000 symbols, purple sky thunder prison. Infinite Xian quantum star destroyer cannon, Xian sword formation, 10,000 swords return to the origin. Flame god annihilation cannon, annihilation star crushing strike. Ashura time sword. Blood spear, 10,000 illusory giant swords. Black annihilation light column, giant time sword phantom. One after another, the attack methods that were enough to make ordinary 7th level masters avoid them continuously bombarded the floating land shield below. For a huge floating land with a diameter of nearly 20,000 light years, this level of attack may be considered ordinary, but the 2-star destroyers and the Azura King always only attack a specific position on the floating land shield. It is okay once or twice, but as the number of attacks increases, even with this super floating land shield with a defense level of up to level 9, it is inevitable that dense spider web-like cracks will begin to appear in a small area. This change seems to have attracted the attention of some 8-armed snake demons inside the floating land. Through the floating land shield, you can see multiple figures appearing one after another from some hidden places on the surface of the floating land below, and then the power of domination surges all over the body, roaring and flying towards the sky. The floating land shield itself has a strong visual blocking effect. Coupled with the cover of the clouds inside the floating land, it should be difficult for outside creatures to capture anything. However, Song Qi is different. There is a substantial reflection of his pupils in his eyes. With the blessing of his 7th level psionic energy and Chengyu's promotion to the 7th level, Song Qi has captured a lot of key information. 6 7th level snake demons, and 1 8th level snake demon. There is actually an 8th level 8-armed snake demon guarding this floating land. After capturing the 8th level snake demon hidden under the clouds, Song Qi was not panicked at all, but became calmer. You want to attack now? It's too late. His mind suddenly changed, and the Wuji Xian quantum star destroyer beside him was activated again, but this time it was no longer the Xian sword formation 10,000 swords returned to the origin that was activated, but the Wuji Xian quantum sword light, the strongest single attack method on the Tianqiu Sangqiong. Of course, the black hole singularity swift explosion of the black hole evolution layer was also activated. Swish! After the terrifying sonic boom, the supergiant quantum sword light roared out, and before the 8th level 8-armed snake demon inside the floating land below arrived, the quantum sword light took the lead and landed in the center of the spiderweb crack area of the floating land shield. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed in the starry sky, followed by the complete shattering of the floating land shield below. Hiss! Seeing the scene, the 8th level snake demon galloping below had red eyes and a long howl. Song Qi didn't care about this. Under his command, the Azura King rushed into the floating land first, and soon collided with the 8th level 8-armed snake demon that was in a frenzy. As for Song Qi and Song Ming Song, they controlled the warship and the 5 blue dragons of the clan to meet those 7th level 8-armed snake demons. The Tianqiu Sangqiong was already amazingly powerful, and with the assistance of several 7th level slave creatures, the Song family team quickly wiped out all the 8-armed snake demon masters. Of course, the final kill was all given to Song Xiuan's Akala. Although the Akala was not as powerful as the Tianqiu Sangqiong and the Lion Juhai, it had been promoted for more than 1,000 years, and with a crazy accumulation during the Civilization War, it is now preparing to attack the Star Destroyer. The Blood Holy Grail unloaded from the Lion Juhai has been transferred to the Akala, so if the situation allows, the family will try to give Song Xiuan the killing of high-level 8-armed snake demons. After dealing with these level 7 8-armed snake demons, Tianqiu Sangqiong and Dinghai Longxiang quickly joined the level 8 battlefield in the distance. Dragon Blood Demon Locking Chain, Dragon Blood Demon Suppression. Once this newly acquired black component was activated, The black chains that increased from 1 to 10 due to the enhancement to level 9 shot out from the void, accurately locking onto the level 8 8-armed snake demon in the battle between the Azura King and the level 8 snake demon, and the 10 black bloodstained chains bound the level 8 snake demon tightly. Now! At Song Qi's call, Tianxu Sangqiong, Ding Hai Longxiong, and the 8th level Azura King all activated their long-accumulated means. The violent energy explosion was mixed with the faint wailing of the 8th level snake demon. When the energy storm dissipated, the 8th level snake demon, with the blessing of Fulu's original will, was still strong. However, this was obviously expected by Song Qi and others. A communication subcomponent in the Akala sounded at the right time. Original ancestor, take action. Hearing this, Song Qiuan responded quickly. Star Destroyer's Fury, activated. This golden special component was activated, and the next second, a ship gun on the Akala was immediately transformed into a Star Destroyer cannon, followed by a blazing Star Destroyer beam piercing through. The 8th level 8-armed snake demon, which was already at the end of its strength, finally couldn't hold on any longer under this Star Destroyer beam, and its vitality was completely annihilated. At the same time, a strand of 8th level origin holy blood appeared in the blood holy grail on the Akala. Xiaoqi, let's go down first. At the signal of the ancestor Song Wujiang, the 2 Star Destroyers flew towards the surface of the floating land. As for the family's fleet of hundreds of thousands, they were forbidden to go to the surface of the floating land, but were required to stay in the sky first. The reason for this order was the sudden appearance of several 7th level 8-armed snake demons, including the 8th level 8-armed snake demon. Before the Song family decided to attack the 7th level peak floating land, the information displayed on the patrol radar of everyone in the family showed that there were only 5 7th level snake demons on the floating land. Because of this, the Song family chose this floating land as the mission target without any scruples. It can be said that the extra 8th level snake demon master just now, including several 7th level 8-armed snake demons, were not in the Song family's pre-war plan at all. Obviously, there are some secrets on this floating land that they don't know yet, which is why the top leaders forbid the lower clansmen to act privately. The purpose of the Ding Hai Longxiong and Tianxu Sangqiong is to find out what is hidden on this floating land. On the surface of the floating land, above a stretch of mountains, 2 Star Destroyers hovered quietly, and the terrifying captain covered the light of the sky, plunging the mountains below into darkness. That 8th level snake demon master appeared from here. Ancestor, stay away first. On the communication channel, after Song Qi reminded him, the Ding Hai Longxiong quickly rose to a distance in the sky and waited until the Tianxu Sangqiong was completely transformed into a miniature neutron star, and the terrifying temperature around it dissipated before it fell again. Afterwards, the Tianxu Sangqiong, in the form of a neutron star, took the lead and slowly fell towards the mountain not far below. They thought that the energy shield would soon collide with the mountain below, but to their surprise, as the micro-neutron star fell, not only did no collision occur, but the micro-neutron star gradually disappeared from sight. After a while, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of Song family members overhead, the Tianxu Sangqiong and Ding Hai Longxiong disappeared one after another. What's going on? Where are the ancestors and Qi Zuren? Could it be a trap set by the 8-armed snake demon clan? Do we need to notify the garrison commander? Don't worry, there has been no warning from the ancestor, so there shouldn't be any big problems. With Song Qiuan's proactive explanation, the commotion in the group chat was immediately suppressed. But despite this explanation, Song Qiuan's real source of information was Zutian Market. The status of Zutian Market was already known to the core members of the Song family. After all, even the demonic snake continent did not affect Zutian Market at all. It was just a peak level 7 floating land. Even if there were any secrets, they would never be higher than the level of the demonic snake continent. Since Song Qi and Song Qiuan did not send a warning through the Zutian Market, it naturally means that everything is still under control. As for not informing the clan members directly, it is naturally because it is necessary. Now there is a Zutian transmission platform set up on the Dragon Ridge continent, but only the absolutely core children of the Song family know about it, which is limited to all the clan members of the 4th level and above, including some core 3rd level clan members. Among the hundreds of thousands of clan members at present, the vast majority are 2nd level. Although they can be regarded as the elite clan members of the Song family, the number is too large after all. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no spies from other forces among them, so they must be on guard. This is a valley covering tens of millions of square kilometers. There is a large lake in the valley. Most of the valley is green plains. At first glance, Song Qi and the others feel like they are in a paradise. This kind of environment, in an ordinary low-level floating land civilization, can be regarded as a grassland. Whether it is used for farming or livestock, it is enough to become the foundation for a force to accumulate strength. However, for the boundless star sea, it is not attractive at all. However, it was this special valley that made the two 7th level captains feel a little strange. No, this valley is very wrong. Song Qi was the first to say in the communication channel. Then Song Wujiang nodded. Yes, there seems to be a special energy in this valley. If I am not mistaken, this should be a special spiritual land. When he heard the word spiritual land, Song Qi's eyes lit up. It's not that he had never heard of this title, but he didn't understand it before. Now that the ancestor pointed it out, he nodded immediately. Speaking of spiritual land, it is actually a rather vague term, because there are many such spiritual lands, but each one is very different. For example, the Misty Swamp before is actually also a spiritual land strictly speaking, and its specialness lies in the strange mist that is derived independently. Under the influence of the mist energy, the special and precious biological resource of the mist half-snake man was finally bred. Each piece of spiritual land is derived from the floating land of Shanghai due to various coincidences. They have various magical effects. Some can produce unique special resources, some can increase the growth rate of plants, and some can improve the qualifications of creatures. In short, spiritual land is also a very special resource. Even some spiritual lands, with extremely rare properties, can be compared to the colorful mythical level wonders of the Sea of Stars. As far as Song Qi knows, the Beiqiangshan family controls a special spiritual land that can breed flame birds, combined with their families. Shuhai Flame Phoenix Heritage. Some core members of the Shin family can contract their own flame birds, thereby improving their own fire talents. Unfortunately, because of his background, Shin Yuran was not able to get the contract of the flame bird qualification. In the communication channel, Song Qi and the other man looked at each other, and then the two warships, which seemed to have shrunk a lot, began to fall towards the bottom of the valley below. Since it has been seen that this is a spiritual land, it is natural to find out the specific properties of this spiritual land. After all, judging from the fact that the 8-armed snake demon clan can personally leave an 8th level snake demon lord to guard it, the effect of this spiritual land should not be too bad. But before the two warships fell for a long time, several sounds of breaking water suddenly came from the lake in the middle of the valley in the distance. As the waves surged, 3 more 8-armed snake demons appeared in front of Song Qi and the others. No, they are all 8th level snake demons. Ancestor, let's retreat. Through his pupils, Song Qi quickly saw the strength of the 3 snake demons and reacted quickly. The two warships pulled up at high speed, trying to rush out of this deliberately concealed valley at the fastest speed. Boom, until a certain moment, 2 dull collision sounds were heard, and at the same time, the hulls of the two warships were shaking wildly, and the hulls that were pulling up at high speed suddenly stagnated. In the main control room of Tianqiu Sanqiong, Song Qi looked a little ugly. At some point, the light curtain above their heads turned into a blocking light curtain, completely blocking their evacuation route. Ancestor, please go to the market first. Although the space was blocked, the market of the heavens was not affected by this. Song Qi originally wanted to recall the ancestor and the warship together, but the 3 8th level snake demons in the distance came faster than expected, and there was no time. So he could only settle for the second best. Song Wujiang did not hesitate. He directly handed over the control of his ship to the semi-intelligence on the ship, and entered the market with a market walk order. As for Song Qi, he did not choose to enter the market, because there was no need. Swish, the battleship hatch was opened, and the flame giant roared out. Then the hatch of Tianqiu Sanqiong was closed again, and Song Qi also activated the slavery seal frenzy feature of the Tianquan control ring. Suddenly, the aura of the flame giant rushed directly to the 8th level. This is not over yet. Song Qi immediately activated mirror image, and a warship that was almost exactly the same as the Tianqiu Sanqiong appeared out of thin air. Under Song Qi's command, the violent Yanli giant and the mirror warship respectively faced 2 of the 3 8th level snake demons, and the last one was faced by the Tianqiu Sanqiong itself. In the main control room of the warship, Song Qi held a market projection order in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he finally shook his head and put the token away. Although this valley has been blocked by the special means of the 8-armed snake demon clan and isolated from the outside world, he is not sure whether it can be completely concealed from the outside world, and this also means that summoning the market projection is not completely safe. Based on this, he still chose not to use the market projection order for the time being. If there is any change in the future, it will not be too late to activate it then. Chapter 703. Unable to use the market projection order directly, the danger of this battle naturally increased sharply. Boom! After another collision, while the Tianxu Sangqiong and the 8th level Snake Demon on the opposite side, which had reached the 8th level peak combat power under the blessing of the Floating Land's original will, were pulling away from each other, Song Qi looked at the other two battlefields. Soon he frowned, thinking in his heart that this couldn't go on. Although the other two 8th level Snake Demons had not yet entered the 8th level peak category, after all, they were only a 7th level Floating Land under their feet, but the battle situation was still not optimistic. The mirror battleship could still hold on for the time being. After all, it had even successfully replicated the newly loaded mid-pulse energy shield, and its defensive capabilities were really great. But the Flame Giant couldn't do that, as it had barely entered the 8th level combat power in a violent state, and was repelled and suppressed by the Floating Land under its feet. Even with the Dinghai Longxiang covering it on the side, it was already in a comprehensive disadvantage. After being promoted to a Star Destroyer and undergoing a large round of enhancement, the Tianxu Sangqiong was not weak, and almost directly possessed the ultimate Star Destroyer combat power, enough to confront ordinary 8th level dominant creatures head-on, but this was already the limit. It was obviously unrealistic to expect the current Tianxu Sangqiong to easily kill the 8th level Snake Demon dominant. Unfortunately, in order to prevent danger from the outside world, the Azura King did not come in with us. It seems that the plan needs to be changed. Concluding that he could not end the battle before the Flame Giant could no longer hold on, Song Qi immediately changed his previous battle plan. As soon as he thought about it, one of the only two mythical components on the Tianxu Sangqiong, the Time Chessboard, was immediately activated. Time Chessboard Time Prisoner, activated. Buzz buzz buzz. The vast time energy was madly dissipating, and there was a faint colorful light flowing on the hull of the Tianxu Sangqiong. Opposite, sensing the strong threat coming from the Tianxu Sangqiong, the 8th level peak Snake Demon Master burst out with the 8th level power in his body, and the terrifying pressure immediately covered most of the sky above the valley, and was still rapidly pressing towards the Tianxu Sangqiong. Obviously, the idea of this 8th level Snake Demon Master was very simple. He wanted to use this to interrupt the next attack of the Tianxu Sangqiong. However, Song Qi had expected it long ago, and when the Time Chessboard part was activated, another part was also activated together. Mythical Pulse Energy Shield Mythical Pulse Wave. An overclocked pulse wave suddenly erupted from the bow of the Tianxu Sangqiong ship, heading straight for the 8th level peak Snake Demon Master in front. This pulse wave was invisible and intangible, completely ignoring the materialized 8th level pressure around the Snake Demon Master, and accurately penetrated into his body. The next second, the pressure in the sky dissipated like the wind. If Song Qi had not seen it with his own eyes before, it would be hard to believe that the huge monster in front of him was actually an 8th level master, because at this moment, there was no energy fluctuation on the body of this 8th level 8-armed Snake Demon. Knowing that this was the result of the mid-pulse wave taking effect, Song Qi did not hesitate at all, and the rich time force stimulated by the Time Chessboard was also stimulated by him. Swish! The time energy shot out, and easily penetrated the body of the 8th level Snake Demon Master in front of him, who was unable to mobilize any energy at that time. Then a violent space fluctuation emerged in the sky above the valley. When the space fluctuation dissipated, the 8th level peak Snake Demon Master had disappeared, and only two 8th level Snake Demons and Song Qi were left in the sky. Only Song Qi knew that the suddenly disappeared 8th level peak Snake Demon was sealed into a completely closed time stagnation space. Although it was only a 1,000-year cage space constructed by the lowest 36 time chess pieces, it was obviously enough to buy him time. After completing the seal, Song Qi immediately controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to join the battle on the mirror battleship side. The moment, the 10 blood-stained chains generated by the replica Dragon Blood-locking Demon Chain bound the 8th level Snake Demon Master, Song Qi used the speed effect to resume the cooling of the Wuji Xian Quantum Sword Light. He broke out again, and together with the mirror battleship, launched the strongest attack. But this was obviously not enough, and only caused the 8th level Snake Demon Master that the mirror battleship was facing to suffer a serious injury. It was obviously still one step away from completely solving the opponent. He turned his mind again, and some parts of the mirror battleship were activated again. Replica Soul Devouring Altar, activated. Replica Black Neutron Star Core Armor Replica Color Neutron Star Core Armor Replica Hunyuan Copper Mother Crash Horn Hunyuan Impact. Replica Dominant Ivory Horn Giant Elephant Collision. Replica Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine High Overload Explosion. Replica Color Neutron Star Core Armor Neutron Star Fission. Replica Color Neutron Star Core Armor Gamma Ray Burst. Under the control of the Replica Sky Brain, multiple components were activated. 1. after another. In Song Chi's eyes, the mirror battleship suddenly turned into a residual image and crashed straight into the 8th level snake demon overlord in front of it. When the mythical pulse shield on the surface of the mirror battleship collided head-on with the 8th level snake demon overlord, the mirror battleship suddenly turned into a miniature neutron star. As the extremely high temperature enveloped the tightly attached 8th level snake demon overlord, before the 8th level snake demon overlord could scream in agony under the horrible burning, a more terrifying gamma ray had already shot out, following the bloody wound on the 8th level snake demon overlord's body, and this terrifying gamma ray directly penetrated his entire body. This series of explosions only occurred in an instant, but the power it released was extremely terrifying. Coupled with the original injuries of the 8th level snake demon overlord, his life force was soon completely annihilated. Seeing this scene, even though he had been following the plan step by step, Song Chi was still quite shocked. He almost killed an 8th level snake demon instantly, which gave him a new understanding of the terrifying explosive power of the colorful mythical quality neutron star core armor. For a moment, he even had the urge to directly use the soul-devouring altar to evolve the neutron star core armor to the colorful mythical quality. But soon, he shook his head again. Neutron star core armor LV90 quality, black, 43/100. For hundreds of years, through continuous acquisitions from various channels, and looting on many high-level star sea floating lands, he is now almost collecting half of the 100 neutron star debris. At this time, using the soul-devouring altar to advance, all the efforts he sped before will be in vain. Besides, there is only one soul-devouring altar, and it would be a waste to use it on the neutron star core armor that can evolve on its own. Without thinking any more, after dealing with this 8th level 8-armed snake demon, the two warships immediately turned their targets to the last 8th level snake demon. With the Tianqiu Sangqiu main body and the mirror warship attacking together, the subsequent results are naturally needless to say. This time, Song Chi did not kill it directly. After severely injuring the third 8th level snake demon, he blasted the blocking light curtain above his head, and finally gave the killing opportunity to the original ancestor. 2 of the 3 8th level snake demon masters had been dealt with. Song Chi then released the 8th level peak snake demon from the cage of time, and then joined forces with the mirror battleship, the Azura King, to completely kill it. Of course, the last chance to kill was given to Song Xiuan. There was actually a small episode in the middle, that is, Song Xiuan was unwilling to kill the 8th level peak snake demon master again. According to him, the Aquila had already obtained 2 strands of 8th level holy blood of living beings, plus a dozen strands of 7th level holy blood, as well as star spirit liquid, time realm fruit, 8th level master source blood, and the subsequent 7th level floating land promotion energy tide. The promotion success rate would never be less than 70%, which was enough. In his opinion, Song Chi's talent is obvious to all. Although he has just been promoted to the captain of the Star Destroyer, he will definitely launch an attack on the Galaxy ship in the future, and it will not be too long, so he must prepare as soon as possible. As he said this, he also returned the dual differentiation part on the Aquila to Song Chi. This dual differentiation was transformed by the Miracle Clone Chamber, and Song Xiuan had already added the Blood Holy Grail cloning template to it. His meaning was very clear, that is, he wanted Song Chi to clone the Blood Holy Grail with the Miracle Clone Chamber, and take down this strand of the holy blood of the 8th level peak snake demon overlord. Song Chi hesitated for a moment, and shook his head to refuse Yuan Zhu's proposal. Yuan Zhu, the difficulty of attacking the Star Destroyer is there, and the higher the success rate of promotion, the better. You should take this strand of 8th level peak holy blood. However, Song Chi gave up killing the 8th level peak snake demon master, but he did not refuse to take back the Miracle Clone Chamber. Song Xiuan was right. Although he was promoted to the Star Destroyer in a short time, the time for attacking the Galaxy ship in the future would not be too long, so he really had to prepare in advance. In the main control room of Tianqiu Sangqiu, Song Chi saw an attribute panel. Miracle Clone Pod LV80 quality, black. Unique feature, Miracle Clone currently retains the clone template, Soul Devouring Altar LV70 black. Mirror Image LV80 black. Blood Holy Grail LV80 gold. As his mind turned, the Miracle Clone Pod quickly transformed into the Blood Holy Grail part in the clone template. For a long time to come, this part will be kept in Tianqiu Sangqiu until the moment when Song Chi decides to officially attack the Galaxy ship, which also means that during this period of time, he cannot use the real Soul Devouring Altar part, unless he is willing to completely lose the trump card of temporarily upgrading a mythical part before the Galaxy ship is promoted to the Summon Mirror warship. If you don't need it, then don't use it. It's just a Galaxy ship. This obstacle won't hold the Tianqiu Sanqiong for long. Shaoqi, come here. The message suddenly sounded from a communication component in the warship, interrupting Song Qi's thoughts. It was the ancestors and others who called. It seemed that they had initially figured out the special effects of this spiritual land. Song Qi, who was also very interested in this, naturally controlled the warship to land immediately. Counting the first one, there were 4 8th-level snake demon masters. How could it be an ordinary spiritual land that could be assigned so many 8-armed snake demons to garrison? At the same time, hundreds of millions of light-years away. Xinhua Human Galaxy Community, Xianqin Divine Dynasty, Xianqin Continent. Xinhua Ancestral Temple of Xianqin, deep in the Ancestral Temple. Just after Song Qi's battle with several 8th-level snake demon masters ended, a large number of light screens gathered in a secret room surrounded by chaos and colorful colors in the depths of Xianqin Xinhua Ancestral Temple. These densely packed light screen projections showed different battle images, and the projection light screen in the middle of the secret room at this time showed the detailed battle scene before Tianqiu Sanqiong. This video contains all the detailed pictures of the battle in the valley. At this moment, the light of chaos and colorful interweaving lingers on it, as if continuously analyzing all the detailed data in the video. In just a few dozen seconds, a series of chaotic and colorful interweaving words began to appear in the center of the secret room. The data analyzed by the Civilization Monitor is as follows. Analysis Target, 1101. Level, Extreme Star Destroyer. Standard Combat Power, Senior Level 8. Ultimate Combat Power, Peak Level 8. Talent Rating, Super Galaxy Community Tianji Level Sub-Civilization Tianji Level. Overall Evaluation, Super Combat Power, Excellent Talent, can be listed in Xianqin Star Destroyer King List 39. After this round of data was listed, it was quickly sent to the most core database of Xinhua Zuding. At the same time, Xianqin Continent, Xianqin Longting City, Longting Central Square. As usual, countless people gathered in this super city. Even during the Civilization War, the flow of people in the city was reduced a lot, but it still could not affect this super city with the highest threshold in the territory of Xianqin Divine Dynasty. But at this moment, the iconic creation on the Longting Central Square, the Xianqin Divine King Monument that had been standing here for more than 200,000 years, suddenly began to tremble. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Xinhua captains, who were either rich or noble, and knew the relevant situation very well, were all shocked. The Divine Monument moved, and the new king appeared. This is a new change in the list of the star-destroying kings of the Divine Dynasty. Compared to the continuous wailing of the Divine Monument, and the fall of the old king in the past few hundred years, this is great news. I just don't know who will be on the list this time. What will be the ranking? How many more can it be? It is likely to be outside the top 90. Every one of the 100 kings on the god list is capable of killing an 8th-level master by himself. The higher the ranking, the more terrifying the combat power. Most of the new crowns on the list hover around the 90th place, and only a few can directly rush into the 90th place. Yes, I once saw a crown on the god list with my ancestor. In that battle, he killed a senior 8th-level 8-armed snake demon. He was so powerful that I later learned that he was ranked 50th on the king list. Number 50, but Wudong King of the War King Palace. Your Majesty? Yes, it's Lord Wudong King. Amidst the numerous discussions, the tremor of the Xianqin God King Monument in the middle of the square finally ended, and countless eyes were immediately focused on the surface of the monument. But surprisingly, there was no exclamation from the square, but instead many captains looked puzzled. That's not right. Why don't I see any changes in the list from 90 to 100? Don't mention the list from 90 to 100. I didn't even see it in the list from 80 to 89. The whole square was silent for a few seconds, and then a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. Did I see it wrong? Wasn't Zhengnan King's song Your Majesty before number 39? Why did it change? 40, Zhengnan King dropped to number 40, and now number 39 is Qiongyu King. Qiongyu King, this name was never on the God King Monument before, it's a new one. Directly rushed to number 39, this Qiongyu King sir is really cruel. Is it possible that he got a great opportunity in the frontline civilization war? Xianqin, Linglong River System. Internal communication channel of a certain giant clan. Elder, have you heard of the title King of the Sky? King of the Sky, I haven't heard of it. Why are you asking about it suddenly? Just got the news that this person rushed to the 39th place on the Xianqin Star Destroyer King list in one step. Really? At this moment, the entire Xianqin dynasty was completely boiling, and countless Xinhua captains were asking about the news related to King of the Sky through various channels, and there was a trend of expanding outward. If this trend continues, it will be only a matter of time before the other three empires know about it. Song Qi, the real master, knows nothing about this for the time being. In addition, he is now at the forefront of the civilization war, so it is likely that he will not know about it for a long time. At this moment, Song Qi, or the entire Song family's top management, all focus their attention on the valley below. According to the information obtained by Song Wujiang and others, the attribute of the spiritual land in the valley below is to enhance the fertility of organisms. Remember, the focus is on fertility, not the probability of pregnancy, or not just the probability of pregnancy, but also the number of subsequent births, fetal survival rate, etc. It is equivalent to the species that reproduce here. Not only can the chance of pregnancy be greatly increased, but also the rate of twins, triplets, and even multiple births will be greatly increased, and the survival rate of subsequent fetuses is also the same. Hearing this news, Song Qi instantly understood why the 8-armed snake demon left 4 8th-level snake demons to guard this place. It can be said that because of the special properties of this spiritual land, the value of this valley has skyrocketed countless times, and it is even difficult to estimate it with a specific amount. For the Song family, this place can not only become the living place of the family's senior management in the future, but also be planned as a large-scale captive breeding base. Even Song Qi and his men have already thought of the subsequent captive species. Ancestor, let's choose the ancient monsters. The dozens of ancient monsters that Shaoqi brought back by accident have been cultivated by the family for hundreds of years. Now the number has exceeded 300. Although it is still a little small, as long as they are cultivated well in this valley for a few hundred years, they can easily exceed 5 digits. By then, they will be enough to become a symbolic enslaved creature of our Song family. In the encrypted group chat, Song Xuan said with a bright look in his eyes. All the senior executives nodded and agreed with this proposal. The ancient monster is a branch of the top advanced civilization Yuangu clan in the Star Sea. Its civilization is not inferior to that of the 8-armed snake demon clan. In comparison, the genetic bloodline talent of this ancient monster is also not inferior to that of the 8-armed snake demon. The key is that it is not involved with the abyss demon god, and it can be enslaved by the slave parts. It is definitely a perfect slave creature. For various reasons, even if the family deliberately approved a 6th-level floating land as the enclosure for the group of ancient monsters, the cultivation speed is still very slow. Now this spiritual valley can be said to have given the Song family hope to completely cultivate this ancient monster. Compared to the angels that many super clans like to keep in captivity, ancient demons may be far inferior. However, with the current foundation of the Song family, it is still too difficult to keep a group of angel slaves in captivity. The ancient demon clan is obviously more suitable. Discussions in the group chat continued, and Song Wujiang's voice soon came, but his tone was far less optimistic. If this spiritual land can be completely controlled by my Song family, and used to keep ancient demons, Chongming Divine Bird would be great, but I am worried that the 8-armed snake demon clan will not give up. Even if the entire 8-armed snake demon clan is not in control of this spiritual land, it is at least related to one or more of the 9-level snake demons. Even before this place may be the breeding ground for the direct descendants of a 9-level snake demon. Although we have temporarily occupied this valley, we cannot guarantee that the 9-level snake demon will not secretly attack later. Song Wujiang's face became more serious. After a pause, he continued, so the next arrangement of this floating land needs to be slightly changed. Shaoqi, you will leave a slave creature here and let it carry a market projection order with it. Once something really happens, we will have a chance to respond. As for the family, we won't send a fleet to garrison for the time being. Just leave an enslaved creature unit to assist Shaoqi. Hearing this, Song Qi didn't say much, just nodded gently. His idea was somewhat different from that of the ancestor. In his opinion, the probability of the 9th-level snake demon master returning in person was very small. As time went on, the civilization war would only become more and more intense. At present, they could only send their 8th-level snake demon masters to garrison, and the other party would be even more unable to spare any extra hands in the future. With the current advancement trend of the 4 empires of Xinhua, it is obvious that they want to completely destroy the 8-armed snake demon civilization. In this way, every 9th-level combat power of the 8-armed snake demon civilization will most likely be calculated, leaving them with no extra opportunities to attack. However, this was just his current guess. No one could predict the specific development of the subsequent events. It was always better to be cautious. After that, the Song family stayed on this 7th-level floating land named Young Snake Floating Land for several decades, clearing out the remaining 8-armed snake demons and a large amount of resources on the entire floating land, until the surrounding large star fields were all cleared. The fleets of other forces in the advancing fleet also completed their tasks one after another and rushed to reunite with them. After that, the 11th advancing fleet continued to advance, following the main fleet of the Divine Dynasty, and continued to advance towards the demon god floating land in the center of the river community. In addition to the fleet of the Xianxin Dynasty, there is also the joint fleet of the Xinxia Dynasty and the Qiyu Dynasty in the south, and the fleet of the Holy Temple Federation in the west. Under this kind of advancement, the joint fleet of the Xinxia Dynasty and the Qiyu Dynasty in the south naturally endured the most resistance from the 8-armed snake demon civilization. However, because it was a joint advancement of the two empires, it almost occupied half of the combat power of the entire Xinhui human civilization, and the advancement process did not encounter much resistance. Chapter 704. The subsequent advancement process was still the same as before. The 11th Advanced Fleet still joined forces with several surrounding advancement fleets from time to time for a period of time, but maintained the rules of independent action when there was no pressure. However, it should be emphasized that after Song Qi took back the Miracle Clone Pod, the team of the Song family's top leaders, who secretly picked up leaks, shrank from 5 to 3. As for the specific participants, before Song Yan officially stepped into the position of Star Destroyer Captain, they were basically rotated by Song Xiwan, Song Shixing, Song Xingru, Song Xuansong, Song Tianhao, and others, while Song Qi's Tianxiu Songqiong and Song Wujiang's Dinghai Longxiang did not participate in the rotation. No one in the Song family had any objection to this. In fact, after officially entering the central territory of the 8-armed snake demon river system, the actions of the leak-picking fleet were greatly restricted. In addition to the previous example of the Eastern Territory, the 8-armed snake demons in various river systems in the Central Territory had already taken targeted precautions. The number of snake demon masters stationed on the high-level floating land in each river system in the Central Territory was far greater than before, which was also the key. In the past 100 years, the 5 warship clones of the Song family have not been idle. They started the leak-picking action early, but the final harvest was very few. Because every time you sneak into the high-level floating land behind the 8-armed snake demon, you can't avoid one or more battles. Among them, the Tianxiu Songqiong mirror battleship and the Dinghai Longxiang battleship clones are okay, at least they have the power to fight. The other 3 dreadnought clones are different. Even if they don't need to deliberately participate in the battle, it is also difficult for them to survive the siege of a large number of 6th-level 8-armed snake demons. In this case, the harvest of the team that picks up the leaks is quite limited every time. It is for this reason that Song Qi agreed to take back the Miracle Clone Pod. In this daily advancement, time flies by. 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Song family team in the 11th Advanced Fleet welcomed a great event. Dinghai Longxiang Tianxiu Songqiong Joint Encrypted Group Chat. Song Qi, a slave creature I left on the Dragon Ridge continent, sent a message that my elder brother has come out of retreat. Song Wujiang, Xiaoyan finally came out of retreat, but did he successfully break through the guidance technique? Song Shixing, Xiaoyan follows the law of fire. Although there is no high-level fire secret technique inheritance in the clan, Xiaoyan had already cultivated the Flame God body when he accepted the inheritance of the Flame God clan. This is the fundamental secret technique of the Flame God clan. Logically speaking, there is no need to retreat for such a long time. Song Xuansong, maybe like Xiao Qi, he is comprehending those general high-level Dragon Whale secret techniques. At this point in the conversation, everyone in the group chat has basically agreed with this point. The Dragon Whale secret art inheritance tablet that Song Wujiang got at the beginning, although it only came from an 8th-level Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale, the secret art inheritance itself did not come from this, but from the ancestors of the Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale clan for millions of years, who were either gifted or had the opportunity to reach the 9th level, or even the mythical level. Those ancestors, the Dragon Spine Tyrant Whales, passed down these secret arts through their blood. Therefore, the Dragon Whale secret art inheritance tablet in the family's Dragon Spine secret realm has many super secret arts on it, including not only secret arts that only fit the Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale's own light and space talents, but also general secret arts that are applicable to any law. This is what Song Qi had realized before, Dragon Whale Raging Sea. Otherwise, he would not have been able to integrate and interweave the 3 laws of space, time, and light to condense the body of the Raging Sea Dragon Whale. Song Wujiang, okay, let Xiaoqi go back and take the person over and he will know. Dragon Spine Continent, Dragon Whale Ancestral Temple. Under the thick chaotic fog, 3 figures are standing. In addition to Song Qi and Song Yan, there is also Song Tianhao, who is currently responsible for guarding the Dragon Spine continent. After a conversation, Song Qi learned that his elder brother Song Yan had indeed comprehended the secret art of Dragon Will Rage Sea, and it took him 200 years to do so. Before taking his elder brother away, Song Tianhao smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about the ancestral land. Since the star-moving Chamber of Commerce successfully moved the Dragon Ridge continent to the core area of the Qipan River system more than 200 years ago, with the blessing of the original will of the floating land, plus the three-eyed royal family overlord flagship, as long as there are no 8-level snake demon overlords who personally take action, the Dragon Ridge continent will not be at risk of falling in the short term." The two nodded, and then Song Qi took out the Dimensional Space Stone, but before entering the Dimensional Space Stone, the eldest brother Song Yan suddenly changed his tone. "Shao Qi, before returning to the war front, take me to the inheritance site of the Yenshin clan first." Hearing this, Song Qi naturally knew what he meant. The two quickly disappeared in the Dragon Whale Hall, and when they reappeared, they were in the special starry sky where the Yenshin clan's inheritance site was located. Outside the blazing flame space, the hatch of the Tianxu Sanqiong slowly opened, and the Yanli giant walked out of it with the Dimensional Space Stone. When he emerged from the Dimensional Space Stone, Song Yan immediately summoned the Blazing Sea. Compared with the Tianxu Sanqiong, the length of the Lian Zhuhai after being promoted to a Star Destroyer is obviously shorter, less than 16,000 kilometers. "Brother, do you need help?" Song Yan's goal this time is the Black Fire Seed in the deepest part of the flame space ahead. When they came here for the first time, they had difficulty reaching the deepest part of the space due to various reasons. This time, they came here to collect this Fire Seed. Now in the entire Song family, only Song Qi is the Black Fire Seed, so he can make the Tianxu Sanqiong enter the ranks of extreme Star Destroyers as soon as he is promoted. Song Yan's idea is very simple. He doesn't ask to be like Song Qi, but if this Fire Seed can really be transformed into an upgraded fire source, after being promoted to the Black Fire Seed, he still has the confidence to directly make the Lian Zhuhai advance to a senior Star Destroyer. In this way, the subsequent civilization war will be much safer. In addition, he also learned from his previous conversation with Song Qi that as soon as he returns to the front line, the Flame Boiling Sea will form a new team of bargain hunting together with the Tianxu Sanqiong and Dinghai Longxiong. 3 Star Destroyer level warship clones will surely greatly increase the benefits of subsequent bargain hunting. Unfortunately, there is still one less Star Destroyer. If the family can have 4 Star Destroyers, they can perfectly use the 4 symbols will seal this component will further enhance the combat power of the bargain hunting team. Thinking of this, Song Yan smiled in the communication channel. 2 years ago, the original ancestor also went to Longjing Mountain and began to comprehend the laws and secrets. It won't be long before the Akala Star Destroyer will also join the team to pick up leaks. At that time, we will be able to greatly accelerate the accumulation of family heritage again. But Song Qi shook his head. "Brother, during your retreat, I have taken back the miracle cloning chamber, and used it to clone the Blood Holy Grail. Now this cloned Blood Holy Grail has collected 8 strands of 8th level Holy Blood, so if we want the Dinghai Longxiang to join the team, and complete the 4 symbols will seal usage restrictions, we must get another high-level battleship clone component." At this point, both of them were silent for a moment. In this civilized battlefield, who wouldn't want to get a piece of warship clone parts to try to pick up bargains in secret? Especially after the Song family's bargain hunting operation was exposed, warship clone parts are even more difficult to find. Now if you want to get one, it must be of extremely high quality. It's no exaggeration to say that it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. The two did not dwell on this matter for long. When everything was ready, the fiery flame boiling sea rushed straight into the flame space ahead. It was far less difficult than imagined. The fiery flame boiling sea easily reached the deepest part of the flame space, and collected the black fire. Song Qi was not surprised by this. After all, as far as he knew, the high-level fire-resistant parts in the fiery sea included Flame God Overlord Skull, Flame Covenant, etc., and with its own extreme understanding of the law of fire, this was not surprising. Soon, Song Qi heard good news. The black fire seed was called Flame God Spirit Flame, which could be transformed into a seed of fire and upgraded to a fire source. In addition, because 1,000 years had passed since their first visit, the flame space had bred many red and orange fire seed wonders in the past 1,000 years, and even more purple ones, of which 5 could be transformed into upgraded fire sources. This number may not be considered large, but don't forget that this is the result of the Song family not being disturbed in any way, and from this point of view, This space can continue to breed fire-related wonders in the future. After seeing this, the two looked at each other, and then saw the same idea in each other's eyes. Xiaoqi, it seems that I have to trouble you to go back to Longji continent again and include this matter directly in the subsequent family development plan. Without any investment from us, we can breed so many fire-related wonders. In the future, as long as the family continues to invest a large amount of fire resources and energy in this space, its breeding efficiency will surely increase geometrically. In this way, this place can completely become a secret place for the family to breed fire-related wonders in batches. It just so happens that I can also take this opportunity to absorb this strand of flame god spirit flame in my hand. After the impact of this incident, it was several days later when the two returned to the frontline fleet. After hearing the details of what happened, the senior members of the Song family were also very happy. A secret place that breeds fire seeds and strange objects in batches, the highest of which can even breed silver fire seeds, is undoubtedly the top priority for an immortal family. Then Song Wujiang further formulated relevant plans. Under his decision, the fire resources harvested by the family every year in the future, except for the needs of some members under the family, will all be invested in this flame space to maximize the breeding capacity of this space. Secondly, most of the senior members of the Song family were given tasks, among which Song Qi's task was the simplest and most brutal, which was to add an 8th level fire-attributed master body to the flame space if there was a chance in the future. Whether it was a lava giant, a flame giant, a fire dragon, or a flame bird or an immortal bird, it would be fine. Song Qi also understood the ancestors' meaning. The flame space at present was originally formed after the death of the 8th level peak flame god clan master, and the special star field environment around it eventually gave rise to this special space. In this case, continuing to release high-level fire-attributed corpses into the space will naturally further increase the volume of the flame space. Compared to putting a large amount of various fire-attributed resources into the space, a high-level fire-attributed corpse is enough to equal a large amount of resources. The addition of the 3rd Star Destroyer and a Senior Star Destroyer naturally increased the advancement speed of the Song family fleet again, and also significantly increased the clearing speed of the 11th Advancement Fleet. It was in this situation that time passed quickly again, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. When Song Yan returned to the fleet, Song Qi was over 1,500 years old, Song Yan himself was just over 1,600 years old, and Song Wujiang was about 5,000 years old. On this day, in the main control room of Qianqiu Sangqiong, Song Qi sighed softly. Unconsciously, I have officially entered the 2,000-year-old mark. Time flies. As he sighed, the dark energy around him flowed, which was obviously much stronger than when he was promoted to the 7th level guidance technique more than 900 years ago. If you look closely, you can find that his guidance technique has reached level 72. Calculated in this way, it is almost one level up every 500 years, and this is still with the huge training bonus of the all-attribute training room in Jutian Market, and the continuous supply of super-level bodybuilding potions in the family. It can be seen how difficult it is to practice the 7th level guidance technique. Although it is a bit of a headache, Song Qi still did not dwell on it at the moment. He walked all the way to the Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm part, and his figure quickly disappeared in the battleship. When he reappeared, he was holding a storage capsule in his hand. The storage capsule contained nothing but the 8th level golden apple, and the 7th level silver apple emitting gold and silver colors. It has been 1,000 years since Song Qi retreated to attack the 7th level guidance technique. During this long period of time, the years that have passed in the cultivation secret realm are even more amazing, which has also caused all the resources in the secret realm to be produced in multiple rounds. Among them, there are nearly 37th level silver apples alone, and the 8th level golden apples have matured in 2 rounds, a total of 7. In addition, the 7th level time realm tree has barely matured for 2 rounds, and he has accumulated 2 7th level time realm fruits in his hands. 5 level and 6 level time realm fruits more. In the past 1,000 years, Father Song Chao and Mother Chen Lixia have successfully used the 4th level time realm fruits to become battleship captains, while Song Ting and son Song Hanyu have been promoted to fearless captains. Song Qi could not use these time realm fruits for the time being, so he collected them immediately. As for the silver apples and gold apples in his hands, they needed to be carefully planned. The first thing Song Qi strengthened was the heart-to-heart pendant. After actively unbinding it from Shen Yuren's white snow light, the 2 heart-to-heart pendants that returned to red quality consumed 2 7th level silver apples and 2 8th level gold apples, and were strengthened all the way to the golden holy domain quality. After that, the two heart-to-heart pendants were bound and sublimated again, and they evolved directly to the black ultimate quality. After that, Song-Chi used an 8th level gold apple to evolve a ray of golden upgraded fire source, turning Shen-Yuren's fire seed into gold. With this, both heart-to-heart pendants were strengthened to LV80. Yang Tongqing Pei LV80 quality, black. Features, Yin Yang sublimation. Feature 2, Yin Yang strive. Feature 3, Yin Yang Tongqing. Feature 4, Yin Yang projection. Feature 5, Yin Yang transformation. Feature 6, Yin Yang lifelink. Effect: when the Yin Yang Tongqing Pei are bound to each other, they will form a mutual amplification for both parties, and the firepower, defense, and speed of the loaded warship will be permanently increased by 70%, invalid after the parts are unloaded. Yin Yang sublimation: when the Yin Yang double pendants are successfully bound, the quality of the parts will be increased by 1 level, and all the attributes of the parts will also be increased accordingly, currently sublimated. Yin Yang strive: consume 500,000 psionic points, and specify the use of a certain ability of the other bound warship. The ability of this part cannot exceed the Yin Yang Tongqing Pei, black, itself, with a cooling time of 72 hours. Yin Yang Tongqing: no matter how far apart the two bound warships are, they can spend a certain amount of psionic points, depending on the distance between the two parties, to communicate without obstacles. This feature has no cooling time. Yin Yang projection: no matter how far apart the two warships are, a certain amount of psionic energy can be consumed, depending on the distance between the two sides, summon the other party's projection to fight together. The projection has 90% of the combat power of the main body, lasting 70 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 year. Yin Yang transformation: consume 1 million psionic energy points, and the two bound warships temporarily exchange positions, lasting 70 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 year. Yin Yang shield link: the two bound warships will share damage. Only when the accumulated energy shield value of the two warships is completely wiped out, the energy shield of the damaged warship will eventually overload. After the accumulated shield value is completely wiped out, the feature will fall into a charging state, and can only take effect again after 720 hours. The concentric pendant evolved to black quality has amazing properties. The key is that the safety of Snow White light will rise sharply in the future. This is what makes Song-Chi most satisfied. It is worthwhile for him to consume 3 precious 8th level golden apples for this. Song-Chi did not keep the following 4 8th level golden apples, and used them all. Last Blessing Silver LV70 Gold LV80 Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree Silver LV70 Gold LV80 Void Membrane Silver LV70 Gold LV80 Sky Breaking Cone Silver LV70 Gold LV80. In addition, the more than 27th level silver apples were also used by him. Therefore, there are no red quality special parts on the Tianqiu Sanqiong. He also evolved the only red main gun on the battleship, Soul Destroying Eye Light Cannon, into silver, and also strengthened it to level 70. Among the 8 secondary guns, Explosive Particle Cannon and Golden Source Armor Piercing Cannon also evolved into silver, and strengthened it to level 70. As for the 4 orange secondary guns, Shadow Devil Cannon, Electromagnetic Lighting Cannon, Red Fire Sky Cannon, and Cold Light Sky Frost Cannon, he took out 4 additional 6th level silver apples that he had saved before, and combined them with 4 7th level silver apples, evolved all 4 to silver quality, and also strengthened them to level 70. After this strengthening, the attributes of Tianqiu Sanqiong have been greatly improved. If it bursts out with all its strength, Tianqiu Sanqiong may be able to enter the top 30 of the Xianqin Star Destroyer King list. Song-Chi thought to himself, and shook his head quickly. Nearly 1,000 years have passed, and even though he has been on the front line of the war most of the time, he still accidentally got the information about the so-called Xianqin Star Destroyer King list. At first, he was a little repulsive about this matter, but thinking that he didn't need to worry too much after being promoted to the captain of the Star Destroyer, he didn't pay much attention to it, and even paid attention to this list, which is known as the most authoritative list of the Xianqin dynasty from time to time. Shaking his head, Song-Chi did not think about it anymore. After strengthening these parts, he had 5 7th level silver apples left. He thought about it, and finally strengthened several orange special parts, with a few 5th level silver apples. External Armor Piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher. Escape Orb. Phantom Thruster. Multifunction Converter. Atom Repairer. At this point, all the 7th level silver apples and 8th level golden apples were used up, which also made Song-Chi's top resources harvested in the past few hundred years reach the bottom again. He didn't feel sorry about this. The strengthening of Tianqiu Sanqiong was directly related to his own strength. It was not painful to transform resources into strength. Suddenly, Song Chi in the battleship's main control room suddenly flashed his eyes, and there seemed to be a strange color in his eyes. Usually this kind of reaction basically means that there is an unexpected incident in the family fleet, but this time it is a little different. Because it was not the family fleet, but the team that picked up the leak thousands of light years away that had some accidents. In the encrypted communication group chat of the family's senior leaders, Song Chi, Song Wujiang, and Song Yin looked at each other silently, and they did not speak. However, the three of them closed their eyes tacitly, and turned most of their minds to the battleship clone in the distance, which exposed this point. Silence. Song Xuan's voice suddenly sounded in the group chat, and then the encrypted group chat instantly became quiet. It has been 500 years since Song Yin returned to the frontline fleet, and Song Wujiang has naturally come out of retreat. Now the Song family fleet has 4-star destroyers. Not to mention the 11-way propulsion fleet. Even if it is placed in all the propulsion fleets under the Divine Dynasty, it is definitely a top-ranked force. However, due to the lack of high-level warship clone parts, the team still has only 3 warships. Song Xuan is mainly responsible for commanding the frontal advance of the family fleet. Song Xuan's sudden rebuke made Song Shishing and others in the group chat confused. After scanning the somewhat abnormal projections of Song Chi and the other two, everyone reacted and no one dared to speak again. Because maintaining an absolutely quiet environment can allow Song Chi and the other two to focus more on dealing with accidents that happened on the warship clone. This is indeed the case. Millions of light years away, the 3-star destroyer clones of the Song family did encounter an emergency. Chapter 705. At this time, the location of the 3-star destroyer clones is in a ring-shaped asteroid belt hundreds of thousands of light years away from an 8th-level life floating land. The purpose of their trip is certainly not this 8th-level life floating land. With the current strength of the Picking Up Leaks fleet, it is far from enough to support their idea of attacking an 8th-level floating land. The Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror warship is not weak in strength, and it also has the combat power to kill ordinary 8th-level snake demons, but the nature of an 8th-level snake demon and an 8th-level floating land is completely different. Not to mention anything else, the super floating land shield outside the floating land alone is not easy to erase, let alone a whole layer of floating land shield. Even if you want to tear a small crack on it, it is very easy to be detected by the 8th-level snake demon sitting inside the floating land. Their goal this time is a 7th-level life floating land farther away. At present, it just happens to be in the buffer period of the jump device, and they temporarily choose this asteroid belt as a hiding place. But it happened that before the buffer time of the jump device ended, a warning came from the clone of the battleship Flame Boiling Sea. A fleet of more than 1,000 8-armed snake demons appeared on the side of the asteroid belt. This is the information conveyed by the Fiery Sea. According to the detection of the black replica patrol radar on it that was enhanced to level 90, this small team used high-level hidden artifacts to travel, which is why the Tianqiu Sangqiong and Dinghai Longxiong did not notice it at the first time. Whether it is the Tianqiu Sangqiong or the Dinghai Longxiong, they are currently equipped with only golden patrol radars. For ordinary star destroyers, this may be a top-grade radar, but for the Tianqiu Sangqiong, it is the opposite. Eye of Heaven, it has become a component that drags down the battleship. Before Song Chi could think about it, Song Yan's voice came again. According to the information further detected by my mirror battleship, although this team of 8-armed snake demons is small in number, the lineup is unprecedentedly strong. There are 3 8th-level snake demons, and as many as 12 7th-level ones. The rest are also 4th, 5th, and 6th level. Hearing this, the family leaders in the group chat all changed their expressions. This lineup is scary, and the key is that it is located behind the 8-armed snake demons. If they really want to take action, the danger is extremely high. Not only Song Xuansong and other high-level officials, but even Song Chi, Song Wujiang, Song Xuan, and Song Yan, the 4-star destroyer captains, were also somewhat hesitant at this moment. Judging from the previous battle on the young snake floating land, if he really wanted to completely swallow this elite force of 8-armed snake demons, he could obviously do it. But the key issue now is, the battlefield is located in the rear of the 8-armed snake demon clan. If it is not possible to quickly decide the battle, it may trigger the 9th-level snake demon master to attack from a distance. If this is true, then it will be a big trouble. Because it is impossible to completely swallow the snake demon team with only 3 warship clones, it is necessary to advance from the front of the battlefield to summon some support. In this way, it is not completely worry-free, which is the real reason for the 3 people's embarrassment. The group chat has not given a definite decision, but Song Yan's words again became the final fuse. No, there is something in that Sky Snake mothership, 3 colors. 3 colors of light. What? 3 colors of light? Could it be a colorful lower-level wonder? Xiao Yan, can you confirm? For a moment, the discussion in the group chat became intense again. Under the heated gaze of everyone, Song Yin nodded firmly. Just now, I remotely controlled the battleship clone to activate the secondary real vision feature of the patrol radar, and it can be confirmed that there is a strong tricolor light in the Sky Serpent mothership. After getting Song Yan's definite answer, the expressions of the Song family members in the group chat quickly changed greatly. If most of them were hesitant and undecided before, now they are just full of enthusiasm, which represents the desire for a colorful mythical object and the determination to obtain it. From the rise of the family to the present, 5,000 years have passed, but the family still only has the Dragon Whale Palace that the ancestor accidentally obtained. As a mythical object, now there is finally a second mythical object in front of them. How can they be willing to miss it? Although the ideas of the senior leaders have been unanimous, Song Qi and others are not in a hurry to take action. 3 8th-level snake demons and dozens of 7th-level snake demons were responsible for escorting. They carried high-level hidden treasures. They also hid a colorful mythical treasure in secret. All of this has already silently explained a lot of things. It is basically certain that this elite snake demon team is most likely under the command of a 9th-level snake demon, and the colorful mythical treasure in the Sky Serpent mothership must also belong to that 9th-level snake demon. The destination of their secret transportation this time should be to send the things to the demon god floating land in the center of the river community. So if we act later, there is more than an 80% chance that the 9th-level snake demon master behind us will attack from a distance. So we must make all preparations before taking action. A serious voice came out of Song Wujiang's mouth, and then the senior members of the Song family began to discuss the matter in detail. There is no need to say more about the rarity and value of a colorful mythical object, so they must plan everything from the worst situation to avoid unexpected outcomes. Okay, according to Xiaoyan's news, the snake demon fleet is about to be out of monitoring. It's time to take action. As Song Wujiang finished speaking, many core members of the Song family team that pushed the fleet quickly disappeared. At the same time, thousands of light years away, inside the asteroid belt, in the main control room of the Tianxu Sangqiang mirror battleship, Song Qi appeared quietly. After being transferred to the mirror battleship via the market, Song Qi did not delay at all. Swish, the hatch of the mirror battleship was quickly opened, and then the dimensional space stone came out from it, and soon, dozens of core members of the Song family appeared inside the asteroid belt. Although there are only so few members of the Song family this time, they are all the core of the Song family. Song Xuan, Song Shishing, Song Xingru, Xin Yuran, Song Xuansong, Song Yiming, Song Ting, Song Hanyu, Song Tianshu, Song Tianmong. It can be said that almost all the members of the Song family, who are above the captain of the battleship, are present this time. In addition, Song Qi, Song Wujiang, and Song Yin all brought their own battleships. After that, everyone quickly summoned their own ships one after another, and under the concealment effect of the hidden river, they all started to charge the ship's guns. At a certain moment, Song Wujiang's voice sounded in the magnetic wave communication group chat. Everyone fire! Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, countless beams of light roared out from the asteroid belt, piercing straight into the dark starry sky marked by Song Yin. Under the long-range concentrated fire of these large numbers of beams of light, bursts of explosions began to be heard in the starry sky that seemed to be calm and without any objects, and then one after another, the Sky Serpent warships that were originally hidden in the void appeared. This round of concentrated fire gathered the strongest attacks of all the core members of the Song family, causing a large number of casualties to the Snake Demon team in a short period of time. Especially those Tier 4 and Tier 5 Sky Serpent warships. More than 300 of these Sky Serpent warships sank in less than 10 seconds. Even among the more than 10 Tier 7 Serpent Demon overlords with strong vitality, 2 of them died. However, before the Song family members in the asteroid belt could rejoice over this victory, Song Wujiang's rebuke was heard in the group chat. Everyone, listen to the order, recall the warships, and activate the tokens in your hands. Do not return before receiving the order. Hurry, execute immediately. Because they had known the plan for a long time, the core members of the tribe were not surprised at all. They recalled their own ships without any hesitation, and then directly teleported into the market walking room through the market walking order in their hands. In the blink of an eye, the asteroid belt was completely empty, leaving only 3 Star Destroyer clones, and Tianxu Sanqiong. Akalanatha too. Even Song Qi's Tianxu Sanqiong did not stay for long. Eternal True Spirit Nest. Frost Void Prison. After quickly activating these 2 parts, The Tianxu Sangqiong was quickly recalled by Song Qi, and then entered the Zhutian market with Song Qi. After that, there were only 3 Star Destroyer clones, and the Aquila Star Destroyer left in the asteroid belt. Of course, it also included all the true spirits in the Eternal True Spirit nest that Song Qi had just released. There were more than 10 8th level true spirits, and nearly 40 7th level true spirits. Under the influence of Song Qi's early orders, these true spirits were rushing out of the asteroid belt, and quickly heading towards the messy 8-armed snake demon fleet in the distance. Looking at the 8-armed snake demon elite fleet in the distance, when the Song family quickly executed the action plan they had formulated before, this elite fleet that was suddenly attacked not only did not choose to counterattack immediately, but instead tried its best to appease the surviving intermediate 8-armed snake demon. When they regained control of order, they quickly led the fleet away without any intention of fighting. Seeing this scene, Song Qi and the other 4 secretly thought that the importance of the colorful mythical object was probably higher than they had imagined. Everything the 8-armed snake demon elite fleet did was obviously to ensure the safety of the colorful object. But they obviously thought too much. How could the action plan formulated by dozens of core members of the Song family not take this into consideration? In fact, the Frost Void prison that Song Qi activated when he left with the main battleship was to prevent this situation. At this moment, including the asteroid belt they were in, the entire starry sky around them was blocked by this golden component, and it was not just one layer. The Tianxu Sangqiong mirror battleship also activated the replica of the Frost Void prison. The 2 layers of golden blocking light curtains had already overlapped tightly. Even if the 3 8th level snake demons in this elite snake demon team used all their strength, they could not lift it in a short time. Soon, an astonishing number of true spirits caught up with the snake demon fleet. In front of those 7th and 8th level true spirits, those mid-level snake demons were being slaughtered crazily. Faced with this situation, the 7th and 8th level snake demon overlords in the fleet could only take the initiative, and in this way, a large number of top combat forces were inevitably involved. Next, it was naturally the home field of the 3 battleship clones such as the Tianxu Sangqiong. However, before rushing out of the asteroid belt, the mirror battleship of the Tianxu Sangqiong among the 3 battleship clones activated a component again. Replica of 4 symbols will seal. Except for the 3 Star Destroyer clones, the last binding object is Song Xiuan's Aquila, which is also the only reason why Song Xiuan stayed. Of course, Aquila only needs to maintain the effect of this 4 symbols will seal, and it does not need to go out for battle. Looking at the 3 Star Destroyer clones that have a circle of bright golden mysterious law threads on the hull, the phantoms of the sacred beasts of dragon, tiger, bird, and turtle are looming above the warships, and Song Xiuan's phantom energy surges in his body, and the strands of phantom energy quickly gather towards the market walking order in his hand. Before activating the market walking order and entering the market, Song Xiuan saw with his own eyes that the 3 warships in front of him, including the Tianxu Sangqiong, rushed out of the asteroid belt, and soon met 2 8th level snake demons in the snake demon fleet in the distance, and the battle was about to break out. The eyes were uncertain, and Song Xiuan didn't want to stay and fight side by side with the 3 people, but there was no way. The current development speed of the Song family was a bit scary. In just over 1,000 years, 4 Star Destroyer captains were born in succession. But this was not enough. Today's family needs to act more cautiously. The birth of multiple Star Destroyer captains in a short period of time only represents the potential and opportunities of the Song family in the short term. These are indeed important for an immortal family, but they are not the most critical. For a truly powerful immortal family, the most important thing is actually only 4 words. Inheritance is orderly. What does inheritance mean? The family can cultivate talented children from generation to generation, and when the old and new generations of the family take over thousands of years later, there will be suitable successors to continue the family's star-destroying inheritance. This is the key to the long-term prosperity of those super families. So, the Song family is far from the time to relax its vigilance, and ensuring the safety of the core family members is still the top priority. In the case that a 9th level snake demon master may attack at any time, he, the star-destroying captain, must not stay here to take risks. The dark energy in his palm gathered, and the market walk order was quickly activated. For a moment, waves of spatial power surged from the silver token, surrounding Song Xiuan's entire body. Just before Song Xiuan was about to enter the market, another special component on the Aquila was activated. Divine Thought Chapter. The last thing Song Xiuan activated was the Divine Thought Chapter component. This component had been loaded on the Tianxu Sangqiong. This time, in order to meet the conditions for the 4 symbols will seal to take effect, the Aquila had to take the risk. Therefore, At the suggestion of the clan's senior leaders, this Divine Thought chapter was unloaded by Song Qi without damage, becoming a safety on the Aquila. Buzz buzz buzz, the Divine Mark poured into Song Xuan's body, and he successfully bound himself to the Aquila. After completing this step, he finally stopped resisting, and followed the traction into the Zhutian market. With this Divine Mark, even if there was a 9th level snake demon attacking from a distance, he could remotely summon Aquila back to the Zhutian market. Song Qi had already ensured that when he remotely summoned, the Zhutian market would lift the shielding restrictions. And this was the final action plan formulated by the Song family after repeated discussions. It might not be the plan with the highest success rate, but at least, it was the most appropriate plan under the premise of ensuring the absolute safety of all the clan members. Song Xuan's departure had no impact on the entire battlefield situation. At this moment, the battle outside was still extremely fierce. Although the Song family only had 3-star destroyer clones, the true spirits released by Song Qi played a big role. They not only delayed all the 7th level 8-armed snake demons for the 3-star destroyers, but those 8th level true spirits also tied up the only 8th level peak 8-armed snake demon, reducing most of the pressure on the 3-star destroyers. Taking this opportunity, Song Qi ordered the violent devouring star wolf to block one of the remaining 2 8th level snake demons, and the Dinghai Longxiang and the Lion Zhuhai, which were blessed by the 4 symbols will seal, jointly delayed the last one. As for Song Qi, the only target of the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror battleship is the giant Tianxi mothership. As for the focus of this battle, the Song family will naturally not put the cart before the horse. The most powerful Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror battleship, including the summoned Azura King, are now standing in front of the Tianxi mothership. Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer Wuji Xianxian Quantum Sword Light. Black Hole Evolution Layer Black Hole Singularity Explosion. Blood Spear Weakness Mark of the Hunting God. Swish. The powerful Xianjian sword pierced through, and soon a terrifying energy storm swept through. This Sky Snake mothership responsible for transporting colorful treasures is not ordinary, not the lowest level Sky Snake mothership, but the special shield wrapped around the mothership hull has a defense level of level 9. When the terrifying energy storm weakened slightly, Song Qi, who was watching the battlefield remotely, suddenly found that the special shield outside the Sky Snake mothership was only 3 points dimmed. Seeing this, he was not surprised at all, but his attacking movements became faster and faster. Ashura Time Blade. Hunyuan Copper Mother Horn Hunyuan Impact. Dominant Ivory Horn Wrath of the Giant Elephant King. Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine High Overload Explosion. The red blade light triggered by the blood-colored long sword in the hands of the Azura King made the shield light dim again. After that, the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror warship suddenly turned into a residual image and crashed straight into the serpent mothership in front of it. At this moment, a huge tremor suddenly came from the sky above, and a large number of spider web cracks suddenly appeared on the 2 layers of almost overlapping golden frost blocking light curtains. Obviously, a 9th level snake demon has taken action. In Zhutian market, Song Qi's breathing stagnated. He looked at the frost blocking light curtain covered with spider web cracks above his head, with strong doubts in his heart. How is it possible? Could it be that a 9th level snake demon master has come in person? Thinking of this, his heart sank. Of course, he knew what this meant. But soon, he shook his head again. That's not right. Even if a 9th level snake demon master really came in person, a full-strength attack would not have such power. When 2 9th level masters of the Red Star continent came in person, this frost-blocking light curtain also held up for a while. Thinking about it, he seemed to have guessed something. It should be the 9th level snake demon in the demon god floating land, who attacked from a distance. The original will of the 9th level peak floating land is much more terrifying than the Red Star continent without any blessing. This is the only reason. Song Qi roughly guessed the situation in the outside world, but he became calmer. He sent a telepathic message to the Azura King to speed up the attack. His own mirror warship still did not stop at all, and crashed directly into the Sky Serpent mothership. Boom! The replica Mythpulse energy shield and the outer shield of the Sky Serpent mothership collided fiercely. Because of its own characteristics, the Mythpulse energy shield was still strong, removing more than 90% of the impact damage for the mirror warship. On the other hand, after the Sky Ruined Sky hit head-on, the special shield on the surface of the Sky Serpent mothership lost its function directly. Without any buffer, this collision alone created a huge gap on the ship's hull. But this was obviously not enough. As the proud creation of the 8-armed snake demon civilization, the Sky Snake mothership was far from being so fragile. Song Qi had expected this, and just as he was about to activate the follow-up measures, another violent roar came from the sky. This time, There were also sounds of shattering. The 2 layers of golden frost blocking the light curtain could not even withstand 2 attacks. Looking up, the dark starry sky was shrouded in dense space energy, and the purest space energy was gathered by special means, condensing into an 8-armed phantom with a volume of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Just a second ago, the 8-armed phantom easily smashed 2 layers of golden frost blocking light curtains, and now another arm of he has slapped again. Seeing this, even though he had seen the 9th level creatures take action many times with his own eyes, and was far away in the market of the heavens, Song Chi's heart still trembled uncontrollably. 9th Order Peak. This 8-armed phantom has the combat power of the 9th Order Peak. It has the power of the 9th Order Peak when it crosses the distant starry sky. Could it be that this 9th Order Snake Demon Master has the 9th Order extreme combat power under the blessing of the demon god Fulu? Before he could think too much, the voice of the ancestor Song Wujiang suddenly came from behind him. Shao Qi, hurry! Looking at the starry sky battlefield again, a golden light suddenly shot out from the clone of the Dinghai Longxiang battleship. Soon, a huge space crack suddenly appeared behind it, and the 8th Order Snake Demon Master opposite the Lion Juhai. No matter how much the 8th Order Snake Demon Master struggled and resisted, he was finally temporarily exiled into the void by this exile light. However, this space crack has not closed yet, and judging from the continuous flow of energy of the law of Earth, this banishment effect is obviously not likely to last too long. But this has bought enough time for the 2 Star Destroyer clones. I saw that the engine of the Dinghai Longxiang battleship clone suddenly overloaded, pushing the Dinghai Longxiang all the way to the sky. It can be seen with the naked eye that the Dinghai Longxiang and the giant arm shadow that was coming down from the sky were getting closer and closer. At the moment when the 2 were about to touch, the Dinghai Longxiang battleship clone suddenly changed, and a large number of Black Star shells suddenly appeared on the hull. Death Star Shell Armor, Death Star Shell Guardian. Boom! The Dinghai Longxiang, which activated the protective characteristics of the ship's armor, collided with the giant arm phantom, and the violent explosion energy spread to the entire starry sky. But even if Song Wujiang had tried his best, the Dinghai Longxiang was only a star destroyer after all, and it was also a warship clone with a certain reduction in combat power. How could it really withstand a blow with the peak power of the 9th level? As the energy storm dissipated, the giant arm phantom dimmed a lot, but it continued to move downward. In this situation, Song Wujiang's decisiveness was once again deployed. Under his control, the severely damaged Dinghai Longxiang battleship clone suddenly made a burst of explosions. With the rise of a mushroom cloud, the Dinghai Longxiang battleship clone was completely torn into pieces in the self-explosion. However, the effect was also very obvious. After this time, the giant arm phantom finally dissipated completely, and its power was completely wiped out. Before the 4 Song family members in the market were happy, the 4th arm of the 8-armed phantom in the sky above the battlefield followed closely. This time, it was Song Yan's flame-boiling sea that went up. Compared with Dinghai Longxiang, the flame-boiling sea was much stronger, because Song Yan immediately activated the Flame God Dominate True Spirit Guardian feature of the Flame God Dominate Skull enhanced to LV90. Chapter 706. During the civilization war that lasted for more than 1,000 years, the senior members of the Song family had already secretly carried out countless operations to find bargains, and Song Chi was not the only one who had made a lot of money. In a bargain hunting operation hundreds of years ago, the eldest brother Song Yan accidentally found a 9th level golden apple on a 7th level floating land. Under the premise that his own seed of fire had been promoted to black, and the ancestor Song Wujiang strongly refused to use this golden apple, Song Yan evolved the Flame God Domination Skull to black quality. Originally, he wanted to use it to upgrade the Flame Covenant, but finally chose the Flame God Lord Skull under the advice of Song Chi and others. Flame Covenant is important, and it is the only high-quality confidentiality contract component of the family. Many secrets of the family need to be protected by it. However, now is the most intense time of the civilization war, of course. Ensuring one's own safety is the first priority, and the Flame God Lord Skull as a group defense component is the first choice. The illusory shadow of the Flame God Lord hovered over the top of the blazing sea, and soon collided with the giant arm shadow in the sky. A violent explosion rose in the starry sky again. Although the Flame God Lord Skull had been strengthened to the 9th level, it theoretically had the power of the 9th level, but it had to add the word partially. The blazing sea was only a star destroyer at the moment, and it was not enough to support a 9th level component to exert its full effect. When the explosion energy wave dissipated, the shadow of the Flame God Lord's true spirit had already dissipated, but the giant arm shadow still retained a third of its residual image. Song Yin seemed to have anticipated this. The Star Destroyer cannon, which had been charged in advance at the bow of the fiery sea-boiling battleship clone, suddenly exploded, completely defeating the half-dim giant arm phantom. After that, the fiery sea-boiling battleship clone, with the holy beast phantom on its head, once again faced the new giant arm phantom that was coming down from the sky above. However, the 9th level snake demon that attacked from a distance had changed its attack method at this moment. Seeing that its own attacks were intercepted again and again, it no longer held back. This time, its remaining 4 arms chose to attack together. 4 giant arms were simultaneously moving downwards, and wherever they passed, large tracts of starry sky were shattered at a rapid speed. The 9th order peak attack method could easily destroy everything in this already weak starry sky. However, facing this horrifying scene, the fiery sea battleship clone did not flinch at all. Just like the choice of the Dinghai Longxiang before, it fearlessly rushed up to the sky towards the 4 giant arms that were falling rapidly. However, he did not choose to self-destruct immediately, but activated the black hole fission of the black hole armor at the moment before the official collision. Characteristics. As a super armor that is no weaker than the neutron star core armor on the Tianxu Sanqiong, after turning into a micro black hole, its defense capability is only stronger than that of a micro neutron star. This can be seen from the fact that the fiery sea boiling dared to face the 9th level peak attack and held on for more than 10 seconds during the process. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. After holding on for more than 10 seconds, even the micro black hole could no longer sustain it. Before the micro black hole completely disintegrated, he chose to let the fiery sea boiling self-destruct. Everything that the fiery sea boiling did bought Song Qi precious time. In the deep sunken hull of the Sky Serpent mothership, the mirror warship of the Sky Ruined Sky, which was deeply embedded in it, suddenly overflowed with a huge amount of hot steam. The next breath, the mirror warship suddenly transformed into a miniature neutron star, and with it came an extremely high temperature that was enough to evaporate everything. At this moment, what Song Qi remotely activated was not a simple replica neutron star core armor, but a colorful myth neutron star core armor that was temporarily evolved under the replica soul-devouring altar. Level 90 colored neutron star core armor neutron star fission emitted a high temperature of nearly 100 million degrees at that moment. Even this decent level Sky Serpentine mothership, most of the ship body in contact with the mirror warship was melted at that moment. It was possible to see part of the interior of the Sky Serpentine mothership through this huge gap. 3-color light, Big Brother is right. At a certain moment, Song Qi caught a faint trace of colored light. This further confirmed that there was a colorful mythical object in this Sky Serpentine mothership. However, at this moment, the 8-armed phantom in the sky above seemed to be stimulated. After offsetting the power generated by the self-explosion of the fiery sea, the 4 giant arms of the phantom, whose brilliance had dimmed by 3 points, suddenly accelerated their downward speed and headed straight for the Tianxu Sanqiong mirror warship. Seeing this, Song Qi remained calm and just accelerated his movements. At the same time, he separated part of his mind and remotely activated a special component on the Tianxu Sanqiong. Chaos Godhead Oracle Chaos Aura, external, activated, swish. The black light shot out and soon sank into the 8th level snake demon master who was fighting against the violent star-devouring wolf in the distance. The Chaos Aura took effect quickly, and this 8th level snake demon lost the ability to distinguish between enemies and friends, and attacked randomly in the starry sky alone. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the violent star-devouring wolf, which received Song Qi's voice transmission, rushed towards the 4 giant arms without hesitation. In Jutian Market, Song Qi shook his head helplessly. If it were possible, he would naturally not want to abuse his slave creatures like this, but he had no choice at the moment, and could only resort to this last resort in order to buy time. The star-devouring wolf was originally only able to temporarily possess the 8th level combat power due to the slave seal frenzy feature. Facing 4 9th level peak attacks, the star-devouring wolf itself naturally could not play much of a role. Song Qi was also very clear about this, so under his command, the star-devouring wolf, which flew all the way upward, only did one thing in the end. It was still self-destruction. Boom! The 3rd giant mushroom cloud appeared in the starry sky, and the explosion shock wave it produced just collided with a giant arm phantom that came down. This once again bought some time for the Tianxu Sanqiong mirror battleship. At this time, the strongest damage characteristic of the mythical armor, Gamma Ray Burst, finally completed the final energy storage. The giant beam of light shot out and penetrated along the gap that had been melted before. At this point, The Tianxu Sangqiong mirror warship was finally able to rush directly into the interior of the Tianxu Sangqiong mothership. But the 9th level snake demon master behind him naturally did not want to see the scene. It was unknown what means he used. For giant arm phantoms with only 5 points of power left suddenly flashed directly from hundreds of thousands of kilometers above the sky to the vicinity of the Tianxu Sangqiong mothership, and were about to fall on the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror warship. Song Qi also reacted quickly. Sensing the crisis, he gritted his teeth and chose to activate the emergency plan that he had prepared long ago, but was reluctant to use. Posha Zen Seal Inner Speed. Tianquan Control Ring Slave Seal Frenzy. In an instant, the Slave Seal Frenzy feature that had just been used on the Tianxu Sangqiong was activated again, but this time, the target was no longer the star-devouring wolf or the flame giant, but the Azura King. In the starry sky battlefield, beside the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror warship, the already red skin of the Azura King suddenly added a few more blood colors, and as the energy of the whole body surged violently, its combat power was also rapidly increasing. Originally, it only stepped half a foot into the peak of the 8th level, and in this boiling state, it quickly broke through this bottleneck and truly entered the peak level of the 8th level. This is not over yet, and then it crossed the 8th level limit combat power, and finally stopped at half a step to the 9th level. Unfortunately, the Tianquan control ring is only a golden part. Even if it has been strengthened to level 89, it still cannot allow the Azura King to truly step into the 9th level combat power. However, this was already a big improvement. Although it was only half a step to the 9th level, the Azura King was holding the blood-colored long sword in his hand, and wearing the golden fireglass armor specially equipped by Song Qi. The magical secret technique Azura Time Sword slashed out, and the blood law of the Law Road level was added, and it was difficult to block 3 of the 4 giant arm shadows. As for the last one, it was now following the giant hole pierced by the gamma ray explosion, and grabbing the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror warship that rushed into it first. Inside the Sky Serpent mothership, the Sky Ruined Sky Mirror battleship, whose micro-neutron star form has ended, sounded an emergency reminder from the replica Sky Intelligence brain. Although the Angel King's True Spirit Guardian was activated immediately, facing the 9th Order peak attack, this layer of defense alone is obviously far from enough. But there is no way. The protective characteristics of the neutron star core armor have been cooled down, and the speed effect of the Pajou Zen Seal has been used on the Infinite Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer to tear the defense of the Sky Serpent mothership as quickly as possible. Now it depends on whether the Myth Pulse Energy Shield, which has little power left, can hold on. Under Song Qi's remote control, the mirror warship was still flying towards the interior of the Sky Serpent mothership. More specifically, it should be flying towards the cabin where the colorful mythical objects were stored. But the key is that this is inside a warship. Even if it accelerates as much as possible, it is destined to be difficult to go very fast. In less than 2 breaths, a huge tremor came from the tail of the warship, and the giant arm phantom that followed caught up. The phantom of the Angel King's true spirit only lasted for a few seconds. The Mythpulse energy shield was much stronger. With the help of these 2 parts, the mirror warship withstood the first attack of the giant arm phantom. At this point, even Song Qi could no longer maintain his composure. His heartbeat was pounding. Fortunately, all this did not disappoint him. After entering the Sky Snake mothership for more than 10 seconds, he finally succeeded in seeing the real owner emitting the 3-color light. What is this? This colorful strange object is actually a special snake slough. Looking at the object emitting the 3-color light quietly placed in the cabin in front, Song Qi was quite surprised. However, this thought came and went quickly, and was quickly suppressed. At this moment, these are not important. Try your best to get this snake skin. Buzz, the engines roared. Both engines were running at full capacity. Song Qi even activated the phantom tracking feature of the phantom thruster to buy as much time as possible. However, the effect was extremely limited. Boom! There was another roar at the rear of the battleship, and with a quick prompt, the battleship suffered its first damage. The replica Mythpulse energy shield was completely overloaded, and the attack of the giant arm phantom landed directly on the hull of the mirror battleship. Seizing the appropriate range of the damage to the hull armor, Song Qi activated Last Blessing. But the result was still not optimistic. Although Last Blessing was of gold quality, it had very limited effect on the Mythpulse energy shield component that was 2 qualities higher than itself and 1 level higher in enhancement level. In the end, Mythpulse energy shield did not fully restore its energy, but only maintained 30% of the energy shield value, which only bought Song Qi a few seconds again, and then it was overloaded again. In the end, Song Qi could only pin his hopes on the Chaos Godhead part. Just a little bit. Growling in his heart, he activated the replica Chaos Godhead part on the mirror battleship. Chaos Godhead Oracle Chaos Aura, Inner, activated. Instantly, a large amount of chaotic energy lingered on the entire mirror battleship. At the same time, the giant arm phantom with only 40% of its power remaining in the back grabbed again, but this time, what surprised him was that somehow, the Tianqiu Sanqiong mirror battleship suddenly seemed to have become a slippery catfish, and it was obviously sure to grab it, but it accidentally missed it. It was this seemingly careless mistake that allowed the mirror battleship to successfully enter the cabin in front of it where the mythical snake skin was stored. Without any hesitation, after rushing into the cabin, the mirror battleship quickly shot out a strong traction beam. In Jutian Market, Song-Chi looked a little ugly. Originally, he thought that after entering this cabin, the subsequent collection would be a matter of course, but the result was a joke to him. I don't know if it was because of the mythical snake skin or something else. The traction beam at the level of the Star Destroyer could only barely pull it, and the collection speed was a little scary. Behind him, the giant arm phantom didn't care about these things. After failing once, he quickly reached out to grab it again. Fortunately, the LV-90 replica Chaos Godhead is quite effective. This chaotic state can greatly reduce the chance of being hit by external attacks. Look, the second attack of the giant arm phantom was still dodged for no reason. The 9th level Snake Demon Master was not stupid either. The strange mistakes of 2 consecutive attacks made him see the strangeness on the mirror battleship. Then his target changed completely. He no longer paid attention to the Tianqiu Sanqiong mirror battleship, but directly grabbed the mid-snake shedding. Delusion! Song-Chi roared, and the next second he activated almost all the means on the mirror battleship that could stop the opponent's actions. Pajuo Zen Seal Pajuo Time Realm. Frust Void Prison Frust Dragon Domain. However, the result was obvious. It was obviously difficult to use these 8th level components to have a decisive impact on the 9th level peak level attack methods. Although the grabbing speed of the giant arm phantom was slowed down to a certain extent, the impact was limited, and the opponent was still constantly approaching the mythical snake skin. At the critical moment, Song-Chi activated another component. Myth Pulse Energy Shield. Although the energy shield derived from this component has been overloaded, it does not affect the activation of the other. Myth Pulse Wave. Feature. The pulse energy is released, and it is aimed at the giant arm phantom. Affected by the extremely high frequency pulse energy, the giant arm phantom, which was already dim, somehow stopped in its original place. No matter what the reason is, Song-Chi does not care. He still pulls the mid-snake skin with all his strength. During this period, he also deliberately moved the position of the mirror battleship, blocking it in the middle of the mythical snake slough and the giant arm phantom. This situation lasted for about a few seconds, and then the giant arm phantom recovered. This time, his luck was good, and the chaotic aura that had not yet ended was unable to dodge this attack. Warning, under external attack, the battleship's hull armor was damaged by 78%, and the hull was damaged by 52%. Please repair it as soon as possible. This prompt sound was undoubtedly a double whammy. The 2 repair parts on the mirror battleship had all been cooled down. Although the hull armor had a self-repair effect, the repair speed was not as fast as the repair parts. Once the next attack hit, the mirror battleship would completely lose its ability to move. Once the mirror battleship loses its ability to move, it means the failure of this mission to seize the colorful mythical artifact. Even though he knew that the chance of dodge provided by the Chaos Aura was not low, would Song-Chi dare to gamble? The answer is obviously no. In the Jutian Market, Song-Chi, with his eyes closed, suddenly said to himself, success or failure depends on this last moment. Starry Sky Battlefield, Mirror Battleship Main Control Room. In fact, from the beginning, a Star Robber stood in the battleship's main control room. This Star Robber slave creature is only level 5, and can't play any role in this war, but it holds the golden token in its hand. Market Projection Order. But what's interesting is that even in this situation, Song-Chi never took the initiative to activate this Market Projection Order. The last fight he just mentioned does not refer to this Market Projection Order. Unless there is a real life and death crisis, he will not take the initiative to summon the projection of the Market of the Heavens to descend. Even if this is in the star field behind the 8-armed snake demon civilization, it is still the same. The high-level officials of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty can easily monitor the battle of the young snake floating land, and use it to deduce the specific combat power of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. Could it be that they cannot monitor this place, which is only tens of millions of light years away from the front line of the battlefield? Before he was sure of this, he would never rashly use the Market Projection Order. Otherwise, he would have summoned the Market Projection when the 8-armed phantom descended. Song Chi's final goal was the black component that had saved him from crisis many times. Black hole evolution layer black hole domain activated. After such a long battle, the black hole energy that had been exhausted before has been restored a lot, but it is still far from filling up the black hole energy pool. If it is not difficult to delay any longer, he will never activate this black hole domain feature at this time. You must know that the more black hole energy is consumed, the longer the absolute invincibility effect of this black hole domain can last. The black hole energy is rapidly dissipating, and soon the entire mirror battleship is wrapped in this layer of special energy. Boom! The giant arm phantom grabbed again, but was firmly blocked by the black hole field. Because the remaining power of the giant arm phantom was already very little, and the black hole evolution layer was also strengthened to level 90. This time the black hole field still lasted for 4 seconds under the 9th level attack. This success bought enough time for Song Chi. Before the black hole field collapsed, the mythical snake skin was successfully collected into the mirror battleship cabin. The only thing left was to let the 5th level robbery star tribe, who had been waiting in the mirror battleship, send the mythical snake skin to the market as soon as possible. The 5th level Jiexing clan moved quickly, holding the miniature mythical snake slew, and quickly disappeared into the mirror battleship. 1 second later, the black hole field outside the mirror battleship completely collapsed, and at the same time, the furious 9th level peak giant arm phantom once again fiercely slammed in. But at this extremely dangerous juncture, the 5th level Jiexing clan actually returned to the mirror battleship again. At this moment, it no longer had the mythical snake slew in its hand, but had the dimensional space stone. At the same time, the Azura King, who was still outside the Sky Snake mothership, also received Song Chi's message of retreat. In the mirror battleship, the replica of Divine Thought chapter was activated, and at the same time, waves of pulling force came from the Azura King outside. He slashed fiercely with the blood-colored long sword in his hand, trying his best to blast back the 3 giant arms. But at this moment, the 9th level snake demon master behind him was obviously extremely angry, and the 3 giant arms attacked again regardless. Seeing this, the Azura King knew that he could not delay any longer, so he gave up the action of counterattacking and turned to receive the pulling force on his body with all his strength. Boom! Before he turned into a beam of light and was summoned away by the divine mark, the Azura King endured the attack of one of the giant arm phantoms. But fortunately, with the protection of the fireglass armor, he was successfully taken away by the divine mark. Inside the Sky Snake mothership, the beam of light transformed by the Azura King poured into the mirror battleship. Seeing this, the 5th level Jiexing clan quickly activated the dimensional space stone and absorbed the Azura King, who had no resistance. At this time, the mirror battleship trembled again, and the entire battleship fell into a lying state, completely losing its ability to move. However, the 5th level Jiexing clan was faster, activating the market projection order in advance, and disappeared inside the warship. The market of the heavens, until this moment, everything was considered to be perfectly ended. Because a few seconds ago, Song Xiuan also recalled the Aquila remotely. However, Song Chi's interest at this time was all on the mythical snake shedding. Wonderful item, Sky Swallowing Python Shedding, origin damaged. Quality, colorful/low level. Transformable, none. Effect, mythical shedding. 3-color spirit seal. Ancient Python spirit. Swallowing Yuan transformation. Holy blood baptism. Sumeru Python belly. Sumeru extraction. Note, a snake shedding of an ancient mythical 7-color sky-swallowing python, after being baptized by strange energy, turned into a colorful mythical wonder. Myth Metamorphosis. Actively evolve a designated item by 1 quality. The level of the evolved item cannot be higher than or equal to Sky-Devouring Python Metamorphosis itself. The cooling time depends on the quality of the evolved item. The minimum is not less than 1,000 years, and the maximum is not more than 5,000 years. 3-color spirit seal. Mark the designated creature with the Sky-Devouring Python Spirit Seal. The person with the Spirit Seal will have a special induction with the Sky-Devouring Python Metamorphosis. The current number of Spirit Seals is 1000/1000. Ancient Python Spirit. The person with the Spirit Seal can actively communicate with Sky-Devouring Python Metamorphosis and remotely summon a wisp of ancient mythical Python Spirit to assist in combat. Swallowing Metamorphosis. Sky-Devouring Python Metamorphosis inherits the swallowing talent of the mythical Sky-Devouring Python, and can swallow all kinds of energy for autonomous evolution. The current swallowing progress is 62% per 100%. Holy Blood Baptism. Every 100 years, Sky-Devouring Python Metamorphosis will produce a batch of Sky-Devouring Python Holy Blood, which can help flesh and blood creatures improve their genetic bloodline potential. Sumera python belly. Deep shell of the heaven-swallowing python, it has a special Sumera space inside, which can actively store various resources or rare items. Sumeru extraction. Living beings with swallowing python spirit seal can ignore space every 100 years and have the authority to extract 5 items from the Sumera python belly. This authority cannot be superimposed and will be recalculated after 100 years.